on to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
By popular demand, the greatest league in the world is back, and by unpopular demand, so are me and RMC. So good to have you here with us, my friend. We're back at our opening day fits, the jerseys and the blazers, because as far as I'm concerned, this is a national holiday, an international holiday. And RMC, his jersey's updated, got 5 stars on it. RMC, did you know, despite the fact that Brazil is the winningest country in terms of World Cups, it will be, when the World Cup rolls around, 25 years almost since they have won a World Cup, which is a bummer. And if anyone knows about the head coach situation going on down there, it's not going to get any better. So full of unpredictabilities, but that's, it's an analog to the LTA South this year, RMC. We've got, I think I described it as a healthy middle class. I think that was my positive spin I put on the league this year.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Peter Dunn as well recently on Twitter said that at the top there's IE, at the bottom there's FourY4 W7M, and in between it's anybody's game. Which is wild when you think about it, FourY4, because we've had so many changes to so much of the roster, and that's why I'm excited, because we're finally in Split 2. Split 1 teased my appetite for the LTA South, but we didn't get to see all the teams play. Every other team, we didn't get to see enough games. I mean, FourY4 W7M got 4 games, and they were right out, so super happy to be at it. And we're starting with the usual round robin, best of 1, single round robin, I should say. So every team will face every team once, and the docket today is loaded.
Yeah, and don't worry. So we'll get that schedule up there for you. We have a lot of bangers, like RMC said. Not everyone got to play everyone, but don't worry. It's just single round robin, best of 1. Right, for weeks 1 through 3, and then weeks 4 through 6, that is when, so the best of 1s determine the standings, 1 through 8, and then numbers 1, 4, 5, and 8. Keep up. 1, 4, 5, and 8 will go into one group, and then 2,
Rose,
3.
can you draw this for us, please?
Yeah, I was gonna say if we got all right, so we got the Telestrator segment going. So 1 through 8 will be determined by standings, as far as a single round robin best of 1. The tiebreaker being obviously, did you beat the team you're tied with? So everyone will have 3 games played, and then 1, 4, 5, and 8 will go into one group. 2, 3, 6, and 7 will go into another group. And then based on those groups, that is where the fun starts. Fearless is back, and it's back for good. So in those groups, then you'll play single round robin, best of 3. Actually, is it single round robin? It is. Single round robin, best of 3. So, and again, full fearless. Or hard fearless is what Leaguepedia is saying. I don't like hard fearless. That makes me uncomfortable. Full fearless. And then starting in best of 7, then the top 2 teams in each group, right, again, they play each other for seeding, so cross-group battles, right? So I think it'll be like, it'll be, okay, so it's the top 2, so it'll be like 1 plays 2, essentially, right? Like in our little drawing here. 3 plays 4, right? And then again, this is all best of 3s. And so that'll be for seeding, and then 5 and 6 will play each other, and 7 and 8 will play each other, and that'll be for elimination, right? So if you win those, great. You survive, you go into playoffs, which is top 6, but if you lose those, then no. RMC, I like this because, one, okay, it's kooky and weird, but like there have been a lot of changes, and in the last like 3 years, there's been a change every single split to the format. I'm hoping we are entering an era where there are less changes, because I do like this format, that it does feel like, which is what they were going for. I hate to be the cliche monster here, but it does feel like every match matters.
It does, and it shows that I think the heads of LTA North and South, Mark Z and Kako, are listening to people. We wanted more fearless, they gave us more fearless. We didn't really like the sort of single elimination. They're giving us multiple stages of elimination instead, but that's pretty hype. And FourY4, of course, the third phase that we kind of skipped over was because that much hasn't changed. The playoffs are still the same. The top 4 teams are double elim. Bottom 2 teams will be playing single elimination. 1 loss and they are out, and that's the format that we know and we love. There will be no cross-conference play in Split 2, so next time we see LTA North will be at MSI, where both North and South have 1 guaranteed seed each. Before FourY4, let's pull it right back to phase 1 here, the positioning phase, the round robin, and let's talk a little bit about the schedule we have today, because we are opening with an absolute banger. We are opening the match we didn't get to see in Split 1. The top of the LA versus the top of CB Law. I know they choked a little bit, but they are technically still our reigning champions here in LTA South, at least in the CB Law side. And Isras Eshel, on the other hand, they're the fusion of 2 of the best LA teams. They are kind of their reigning champions on their end of things. So that it should be the big headline matchup. But it might not be, because at least for us here on the LTA South, when we were talking about match of the week, it was the second game, Leviathan versus Furia, that really caught our eyes. So much promise between those two teams.
Yeah, no, and it's funny because this is like, in a way, it's almost like these teams are almost seeded like in advance, right? It's like, but all these teams are kind of right next to each other as far as where people expect them to be, which kind of shows you, look, yes, the middle is kind of mushy, but at the same time, as far as expectations right now, like, this is kind of where teams expect them to be, right? This is essentially, as far as pre-split expectations right now, 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, 7 versus 8, 5 versus 6, right? So, but again, Lev Furia and Red Loud, for me, right, that is where you're going to kind of determine, who essentially makes playoffs, right? The top 6 seems to be kind of locked in, but Cade has the potential to surprise. Red and Loud went through a lot of roster changes that were very controversial in different parts of the community, so they could go in a number of directions, but it does feel like right now, and again, the deeper we get, I would be stunned if Pain and Asurus aren't somewhere in our top 4. I would be shocked.
Yeah, and even for them as well, if we start zooming in on our match 1, Pain Gaming versus Istris Eshel. Istris Eshel made 0 changes to their roster, but they are back from a Korean boot camp, and they are feeling really, really strong and confident of themselves as a team as well. In Split 1, what was super interesting is we're used to seeing here in the South a lot of times the top team dominate statistically. They're usually the best at fighting. Well, that wasn't necessarily the case for Istris Eshel. They didn't really top pretty much very many metrics. I think they had the highest dragon take percentage, and that was it when it comes to dominating statistics. But they played together as a team incredibly well. They might not win lane, Birdo, especially Snaker and Ackerman, they've had some questionable laning, but get them out the lane and they dominate. And I feel like the biggest driver for them has been Jose Deodo. He's feeling like the best jungler in LTA South right now. He's everywhere all at once, and it feels like he's ganking every lane while farming your jungle.
Yeah, he's an absolute machine, and it's funny because I think we were kind of talking about this on one of our podcast episodes for Grigos Liberados, which you guys can check out. And we'll also be dropping some links over the course of things, right? If you're new here, welcome. We have a community Discord. We've got an LTA South Fantasy League. I made a rule when I created the league that it'd be LTA South only players, and the Discord entered open revolt. So choose whoever you want. I will be choosing only LTA South players. I think that's a little more fun, and I'll whoop your butts no matter what. But this team, like you said, RMC, Jose Deodo, it feels like he's been around for 10,000 years, but he's only like 24, 25. But he is such the veteran presence here, and he kind of became the dad of the LTA South when, after beating the snot out of all the Brazilian teams, said, look, these guys don't actually try that hard in scrims. Like, they are really good players, but they don't take scrims seriously, which we knew that about Loud and Robo, but to hear him say that about like pretty much everybody else, that was a bit of a dagger to the heart. So that's kind of why I expect, right, we're doing a little bit of predictions on our most recent podcast episode. Me personally, I expect Pain to come out with their hair on fire and get this win today because they've got something to prove, and they've got guys like Titan, as we move over to their roster, who have big personalities, big pride on the line, right, and talked, quite frankly, way too much smack to get beat down the way they did.
Never too much smack for FourY4. I want more from Titan Korea.
You're right.
For sure. In Split 1, they did disappoint a little bit. I think that bot lane especially made probably the most mistakes on this roster. But when it came to cross-conference play, they stepped up, and unfortunately, Dinkido didn't, and which is why you don't see his name here. Now, it's worth noting, Pain didn't kick Dinkido. Dinkido chose to retire himself, and in their place, they decided to pick up a more mechanical mid laner, Roamer, coming in from the LTA, well, not LTA North necessarily, from the NACL, the Tier 2 up in North America, a Korean import. He had a stellar 2024 spring season, being one of the top 2 mid laners in the NACL at that time, but in summer, he struggled a little bit more. Now, Pain is an interesting organization as well. The Traditionals, the oldest team around here in the LTA South, they've only had 3 mid laners prior to Roamer: Kami, Tinones, Dinkido, and now Roamer. So this is a team that likes to have a steady mid lane to really build around that. And I'm liking the idea because I do think Roamer needs a little bit more time, a little bit more experience, and Pain shows that they're a team who are willing to invest in these mid laners and build them out.
Yeah, like let that sink in, guys, right? Pain Gaming have been around since like 2012.
12? Yeah.
Literally 2012, right? If you go to Leaguepedia, I kind of went, I was like, okay, I know, like, but it's like they're playing tournaments you've never heard of and can't pronounce, right? And this is very Bjergsen on TSM, to use an LTA North example, right? It has been Kami, Tinones, or Judas, as you might know him, depending on who you talk to, and then Dinquero, and then Romer, right? 4 mid laners ever. Effectively 3, because he hasn't technically played a game yet. So 3 mid laners in 13 years. That is unheard of in League of Legends, let alone Brazilian League of Legends, where roster moves are made constantly, right? Robo, he's the winningest player of all time. He's won those on, like, I think 3 or 4 different teams, right? And he's played for, like, 10, essentially, right? That is the kind of roster turn you come to expect, but not from Pain Gaming. RMC, I was going to say, basically, you said, Romer differs a little more stylistically, right? How long, why do you think they needed that? Because to me, because like Pain won a title and they made 5 straight finals. Again, like, you can make fun of, VC Gaming all you want, but look, you still have to get to those 5 finals. You still have to be really gosh darn good, and I do think there is a bit of a mental component. Rutro, Liquipedia, on the screen, wee woo. So, okay, Dinquero retires. Yeah, there's your note there, right? He did not get booted. He retired. And Dinquero, apparently a banger content creator. People are really excited for his content arc and to be a little more unhinged and a little more loose, which makes a lot of sense. That dude has a ton of personality, much more than he was allowed to show within the constraints of pro play. But yeah, RMC, how do you expect this to go? What do you think might be like the hurdles?
Well, the hurdle is what it always has been whenever you have a new player coming in, which is integrating them into the team. It's an interesting situation with Pain Gaming as well, because normally when you integrate a Korean player, there's always communication issues. But Pain's probably one of the most Korean teams in LTA South right now, with Weiser now being considered a domestic player. He already has the domestic status. He's been around so long. And Curry's on the team there. Coach Zero as well is Korean. So that might mitigate some of that, but he needs to integrate the team. He's going to bring his mechanical skill, which is a huge upside though. And I think that's something that Pain has kind of been lacking. Even when Tin Owens was on their roster, Tin Owens wasn't necessarily the most lane dominant mid laner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had a couple of picks that he would kind of dumpster people with, but other than that, he was there to be a facilitator, and that's really where he's shown. Into draft we go. Again, BO1, not fearless just yet, won't be fearless for the first 3 weeks, but Gwen B1, but you see, but there have been a lot of changes, right? And we didn't kind of dive too much into that, but the Rise ban, the Yone ban, again, into Romer, right? We wanted a mid laner that could play Yone. Well, it seems like you've got it, but the Gwen B1 here for Birdall RMC.
Yeah, and it might not be for Birdall either. It could go to Jose Deodo. That's what we've been seeing with the Gwen, and one of the reasons why she rose in priority is she can flex and she scales incredibly well. What's super interesting to me as well, the Rise ban coming through from IE, it feels like IE has prepared all the sort of new meta champions that came through, right? Gwen being one of them, Nefiri being another. Interestingly though, neither team having opted for Nefiri just yet. It doesn't feel like a karaoke champion, and I'll be a little bit surprised.
No, it does not. I think there'd be certain section of the fan base that would storm the arena with pikes and torches if he locked in Nefiri. Because unfortunately,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, look. Whether they should or shouldn't, that's a bit of a different question, But Nefiri got nerfed, right? Yone got nerfed, Gwen got nerfed, right? Because Nefiri, right, she went through that mid-scope rework and then became Astro Turbo busted, and they're allowing her to have like an immunity tower dive thing, which is insane given how we've treated Akali Shroud and Pantheon E in the past, right? We just said like, no, we don't want that. But then for Nefiri, they're like, but it's a doggy. It's a little guy. And then they let it happen. So, again, I think it's a matter of time before that gets removed because that is way too strong. You've got way too many levers to pull on that champion. But IE kind of drafting in order here, but on the other side, it should be Corki in the mid lane, right? We've got 3 carry champions here pretty early on, and again, RMC, this is this isn't like a very you could see this draft being picked for old Pain, but with Romer, you expect a little more out of him.
Yeah, and this was kind of the issue as I talked about how IE seems to have prepared for the new meta. Pain still seems to be living in the old meta. This is an AoE wombo combo composition. They didn't even bother hiding potential flex from Corki. Straight up just Corki 80 carry, so you know exactly where each are going. What surprises me though is IE. They've left 2 of Karaoke's best champions open, Sejuani and Maokai, both of which would function phenomenally with this composition that Pain already have. I'm expecting to see something like a Rel and Maokai now that the Sejuani's been taken away. And let's not forget, Karaoke has a ridiculously high win rate. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I feel like, the last couple of splits, it's been almost 100%.
It's stupid on Maokai, yeah. And again, I still look. You have to try to lose on this champion, but still, like again with this composition, like you were saying, RMC, it's almost a slam dunk, right? If you don't pick Maokai, you're trolling, given the player, given the rest of the composition, right? And now you've got a little bit more of a big body. You've got a ton of damage coming in. I'm interested to see what they pick as far as support. Like you said, Rel makes a lot of sense, and there has been a little bit of trash talk, not from IE specifically. It'll be Mr. Helpful. It'll be Jin. We'll see what Ackerman wants to pull out. Yeah, but between these teams, okay, so it will be Leona. Okay. Again, this is very kind of, this composition from IE, it's easy to execute. You've got high-level players, and again, RMC, right? This is kind of, Jin may be the only kind of, question mark ping as far as their identity, because like you said, they don't try to dumpster lane. They try to, like, hold lane, play the macro very well, play the map very well, and then team fight well. And you've got a composition that can do that, but Jin, you want to get a little bit more of a lead, right? But into MF, right, that could be a little bit trickier. But Jin, to be fair, he's got no big tanks to go against, so his curve will be less punishing.
For sure, and I do generally like what IE has drafted into Pain. Pain's, again, their draft was horrifically telegraphed, right? The only sort of surprise was the Alistar for Curry instead of the Rel, which I think is stronger for the comp. But Curry's Alistar is something that he is personally famous for, especially when he starts to get ahead. He's willing to tower dive that champion. IE, on the other hand, they started with the Gwen, Skarner, Azir, so they already had a backbone which could do anything. The Gwen especially allows them to kind of go with compositions where you can go for the split push, you can go for skirmishes rather than full-on team fights, and it feels like the Bard and the Jin kind of work with that. They don't want a team fight Pain. They don't want to go head first into that 5v5. You're going to lose that. Into the Rumble, into the Misfortune, it's so hard to play. Instead, they go for the Bard, something that can break up these team fights. If you can desync the ultimates from Pain Gaming, it's much easier to play through. If you can survive the initial burst of Pain Gaming, you will win the extended fight. So that's what they're going with the Bard, and Jin plays into that as well. You're using the Curtain Call not to clean up fights, but to pick fights on your own terms, to get picks onto isolated targets from screens away, or heck, try and, or some sort of fast tempo play where you might not have all the bodies there, but you don't need it when people can be chiming in from bot lane into mid lane with the Bard, with the Jin.
Wait, was it Bard or am I bugging? Was it not Leona?
Sorry, this is for Leona, pardon me. Yeah, at the end, I am. Okay.
There was the Bard hover, which, I'm a Bard enjoyer of the highest order. I think that would have been sick. But yeah, you do have, and that, again, this is very simple to play for ID, yes. Right? And you've got a lot of pressure to be able to potentially kill, right, in the lane, which is why I kind of flagged it up. But look, again, I think the important thing with Jin in this game, right, is that again, the curve is going to be less punishing, and again, you don't have kind of a superstar on this team that's going to like just absolutely hard carry the game. I.e., they're a very well balanced team, and let's remind ourselves, they are our guest team. They will be fighting for relegation with the winners of the Circuito Desafiante, the second tier. I don't know exactly how it works, because I think like with Valorant, for example, it's like, no, they get dumped into the playoffs, so they have to face like all 8 teams, right, to fight for your non-partner spot. But I don't know if it's like, for League, if it's like, oh, it's just one BO5 between the winner and then IE, which, again, insane that this team is going to be fighting for relegation. It's a tragedy, honestly, but hey, that's why they designed the team the way they did, because they know they got to fight for it, whereas Leviathan went with a bit of a more developmental roster, and to be fair, it's worked out for them. On to the Rift we go. RMC, Birdall on this Gwen. Into Weiser's Rumble. How do you see this one going?
I think it's more than just the lane for Birdall with this Gwen. This Gwen was effectively blinded, first pick, right? And it's not so much about how the lane matchup goes. Early on, Rumble should win that out, but Gwen will very quickly outscale the Rumble. But it's what Birdall can do outside of lane as well, both as a player and as a Gwen. The champion of Gwen will be able to actually ignore a lot of the AoE that Pain is potentially putting down, put down that mist and just kind of walk through and ignore the Misfortune bullet time, ignore the equalizer if you're far enough, and then get into that backline and shred them. So that's the big threat that Gwen is bringing as a champion. But Birdall, as well as a player, not one of our better laners in LTA South. Oftentimes actually struggles. We often joke, well, Birdall is Birdalling in lane. But the reason why one of the reasons why they've been so good is what Birdall can do outside of lane. His split push pressure has been absolutely insane, and his ability to find flanks has won plenty of fight for them. And that's what I'm looking for him to do. Find that backline, find Weiser, find Titan. These guys are less mobile champions that won't be able to run away from a Gwen that's chasing them down with Ghost.
What I was going to say, right, and Lunar Day kind of brought it up in chat, I think it's a very good point. This is a very short-range composition for Pain, and if you're Birdall on this Gwen, your eyes have got to be lighting up, and even on, for Miru, right, just makes it easier to land those big-time shuffles, right? You don't have, like you said, some oopsie buttons, right? You got Flash and Cleanse, and guess what? You can't cleanse a knock-up, right? Weiser's going to be short-range as well, and as this game goes on, I really do fear for Pain. It feels like they've got to clean this one up in about 25-30 minutes. Do you share that, or do you think, like, the scaling of the Corki will be enough?
in terms of damage, the thing for IE2 is that their tanks don't necessarily have the best way of playing into Pain. There's enough damage, I think, to overcome that. So I'm less worried about the scaling of Pain and more worried just about trying to deal with the Gwen later on specifically, and what Birdo is going to be able to do. 2 Needle Works might be able to kill Misfortune at 6 item by that point, right? And that's not the entire ultimate already being used. So I do think a lot of it will come down to execution. And if IE was just like any of the other LTA South teams, you know, except for maybe Fury or Leviathan, I might be a little bit more concerned because I think ease of execution has been one of the big hallmarks of CBLOL teams in the past, within Brazil specifically. But IE knows how to play around a massive composition, teamfight composition, a very linear teamfight composition, which can only play one direction once within the fight. So I do feel like the burden of execution actually ironically shifts over to Pain. And Carioca and Curry specifically, can you set up for the team fight? If you can't set up for the team fight, if you can't find Mirio and Birdo in the initial engages, I think you're going to be running into a lot of problems.
Titan Corey immediately level 3 going full on to Snaker. He gets stunned up. The Ignite comes down. This burnt will not be enough. Chews right through his shield. The barrier is not enough. Both summoners blown. First blood for Pain Gaming.
And already Curry putting the minds of Tenzeshis at ease. We're worried about, can they find the right engages? Yeah, Curry definitely can. Titan Curry, one of our most dominant bot lane pairings, the most dominant bot lane pairing, at least in the 2v2. And Snaker Ackerman are kind of on the other side of the spectrum. So an early death onto Snaker, not a surprise.
And good to see them being aggressive in lane here. Carioca, speaking of which, being aggressive onto Jose Deodo. Miro able to dump out a little bit of damage here, but not a ton of mana. Won't matter. Like you said, Jose Deodo had the flash, held on to it the whole time. So going to be able to take that away. Dragon spawning in about a minute here. And like you said, RMC, i.e. a team that really wants to play the long game, play the slow game. But Carioca with a chance with the Scuttlecraft to set up a little more dominance, a little more push as the bottom wave does crash in there. So Pain going to miss out on a little bit of experience, but so far so good for the Tradicionais.
And we're starting to see a little bit of lane swaps coming through between both of these teams. Pain calling it first. Both teams really prioritizing these grubs rather than the first Drake. And for mid lane was kind of where my eyes were going to be drawn for this matchup. After all, Roamer is the one coming in. Roamer with ties with Birdo, actually. The two of them used to be on the T1 Academy roster back in, was it 2020, with Owner and Berserker as well. So that was
insane.
A very stacked. Yeah, that's an insanely stacked roster. And so far, Roamer's winning out the lane, which we expect to see from Corki early, but it's giving that prio to Carioca that we saw to be able to roam up to contest topside scuttle, secure bot side scuttle, and kind of gives that confidence to Pain as well to call for these early lane swaps and decide which objectives they want to go for. It's Pain who are setting the early objective rather than IE right now.
Yeah, no, they're dictating the tempo right now. And like you said, the lane swaps have come through, and with Titan and Curry, with the extra kill, with a little more damage in their pocket, the summoner spell advantage is huge. Trying to prioritize these grubs. Jose Deodo going over the wall, but Titan Curry, they smelled the fish in the water. Woo, flourish. Not going to hit its mark. Titan barely able to sidestep that one. Yeah, I'm excited to see this Wombo combo come through, because I think I agree with you. You said the ease of execution, or the burden of execution, I should say, is on Pain. Absolutely. I feel like if they press R first, right, if it is going to be on Carioca and Curry to set it up, because if you are able to lock them down and just rip right through them, right, no one on this side has cleanse, right? Snaker took the barrier as well, right? Yeah. So not too many kind of mobility summoners, especially if you can catch them out without the flashes. This composition for Pain, as far as raw damage, especially early on, should rip through Isurus Estral.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with the call from Snaker. As the Jhin, you're not supposed to be up front anyways. If you're getting caught, the cleanse probably isn't going to save you. You're absolutely
something. There are deeper problems afoot.
Exactly. Oh, that's an interesting graphic. That was a Hextech Dragon they just showed, but we're on Mountain Drake, no?
Yeah, that was, I think my brain just, like, chose to ignore that. It was like, that doesn't make sense. Don't talk about it. Don't mention it. Something's up here, but yeah, it is the Mountain Drake, and they do walk away with all 3 grubs while we were yapping. Pain Gaming. Early objective control going all right so far, but still, the gold lead doesn't really reflect that all that much, because again, this is a team in Cersestral that are really solid, right? Especially Jose Deodo, right? If he's like you said, it looks like he's ganking your lane while he's taking your jungle, right? He's a very cerebral, very smart jungler, able to sense kind of the twos and fros, the waves pushing back and forth. The tides never go against him. Roamer getting shoved almost into certain death onto Jose Deodo. Miru doesn't have a ton of mana, but yeah, not a ton. I mean, maybe if he had a little more mana, he could have closed that gap, eat over the wall, and dumped a couple more soldiers onto Roamer, but maybe it would have been enough. He did have the flash, so still no issue there. But the gold lead, RMCs, which is what I was kind of circuitously leading to, is still even.
And surprisingly for IE, a lot of that gold is actually coming from the top lane matchup. Bertle already starting to win out that lane, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, Rumble, yes, he's been nerfed in the past, so he's not quite the lane abusive bully that he used to be. You know, Riot, not a fan of bullies, so they kind of tried to nerf Rumble a little bit, but he's still strong in the early game, and Gwen still needs to scale. But Bertle winning that out is actually massive. We talked about the fact that Gwen will outscale, and when she does, there's no coming back for Rumble. It's not like one item power spike is favorable for Rumble necessarily in that matchup. Gwen is actually the one who really wants that one item power spike. So for Weiser, bit of a rough game incoming. He's going to have to play for the team and not for the split push. Bertle, fantastic start, phenomenal start. We'll see if he's able to leverage that. For now, Pain is getting a stranglehold on the objectives, so Bertle will be more looking at trying to get those turrets instead in this early game at any rate, or trying to get Weiser so low that he can't effectively participate in some of these objective fights.
Yeah, especially before he kind of gets that vamp really rolling, right, and gets kind of the scaled up Q to do just disrespectful amounts of healing before potentially an anti-heal comes through, as Ackerman maybe peeked a little too far forward. Curry playing good defense there, pops the trample, did not pop the unbreakable will, so still able to hold on to that. All summoners retained for Pain Gaming, no blood, no foul. Miru up a level now. On to Roamer. Thought he was going to go for the all-in there. That ultimate almost off cooldown. He had to Valkyrie out just in case. I thought he was going to go for the solo there, but doesn't have, again, that first full item. Top lane, hella fisticuffs as we saw. Yeah, RMC, between these two teams, this is kind of what you expected, right? Maybe there's going to be an early lead one way or another, but both these teams just happy to play it out and not kind of overreach.
Yeah, and when we think about how they performed in Split 1, I think this is a massive step up for Pain. We expected this from Isra Zestral. We weren't sure what to expect with them coming into 2025, but they showed us this sort of measured pace of game. They're willing to sacrifice early game objectives because a lot of times they play more for the late game and the team fights. Reminds me a little bit of Loud back in 2023, but with slightly better macro. On the other hand, Pain Gaming, Split 1 was honestly a massive letdown from them. They even lost the best of one tiebreaker to Loud, making them the 4th seed entering the cross-conference playoffs. But this is what we expect to see from them in the early game a little bit more. Titan and Curry dominating, Carioca having a much stronger objective control. And in the mid lane so far, Roamer still able to answer. We're seeing kind of a 2v2. It's interesting that Roamer and Miru have just completely ignored their supports and they were in favor of trading with each other, and Curry and Ackerman are just locked in supportal. I don't want to call it combat. Like, they're just greeting each other, saying hi, trying to set up for the second set of grubs coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, Bertle able to shove in here. Yeah, still another 4 minutes before those turrets plates fall. But RMC, yeah, I mean, like these two teams, right, like you said, especially IE, we didn't know what to expect from them. But they've played very fundamentally sound League of Legends, and it paid dividends for them because, you know, they were the only ones to take the game off any LTA North teams, and they took it off Team Liquid. And again, I will continue to beat this drum. They were one botched team fight. Not TL necessarily outfighting them. Hang on a second, FourY4. You're going to hold that thought. Weiser very, very low. Nature's Grasp actually not going to find its mark. Bertle, his mission now is just to get one. Needlework one, going to miss. And he is going to, he's going to be on the wrong side, unfortunately. Little Alcove Gaming did not go his way. Bertle goes down. Weiser with a much-needed first kill. He'll be the first one onto that item spike. Maybe Bertle's got enough to get that first item of his own, but with that priority, something happens on the one side. On the other side, Isra Zestral happy to take the next 3 grubs. Some of the pings are coming down, but Pain not going to contest this one.
No, unfortunately, Carioca being the jungler showing in the bot lane gives free license on the top side to Isra Zestral. There's just no risk of stealing away those grubs. But that's a choice that Pain gets to make because they secured all 3 of the early grubs. They do see the back coming through from Ackerman. They're just going to slow him down for now. And instead, I suspect we're going to see Pain really set up for that second dragon instead in like almost 2 minutes time. That there's some time yet to do that. Bertle, are they going to dumpster Bertle again? They're calling it TP here.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Look, just bully the man. The unfortunate thing with Gwen is, even if you do this to her in the early game, even if Gwen is immune, another kill going over to Pain Gaming. They grab the feats. Big. No matter how you feel about toes, feats. Very, very good in League of Legends. But RMC, again, this is all well and good, but Pain's got to do something with this because Gwen, you can take her out of the game. She could be 0-5. One good team fight later, oh no, she's a problem. It's all for naught.
True, fair enough. And I think the big advantage of it, less about the team fight and more about Weiser being able to lane against Bertle a little bit more. With the gold he has, hopefully it converts into the items, which lets him actually stop the split push of Bertle and force Bertle to only look at team fights. For Pain, as big as a risk as that Gwen is in terms of finding the backline and absolutely shredding them, team fight is still what they drafted for, is still their strength, and is still what they'd like to force Bertle to have to do instead of trying to split push into a Rumble who can't really answer that. So we'll have to see whether or not that ends up panning out. Weiser didn't actually base, so that gold advantage hasn't converted whatsoever. Whereas Bertle getting those boots, that actually matters a lot more because he can now run down this Rumble and more importantly, run away from a Nyx gank, which I expect to see coming in since that seems to be where Pain's fixating on.
Yeah, and to shift it over to the Pain Gaming side, right, this is what we wanted to see from them, right, from the jump is proactivity. You've got to be the one asking the questions, right, and as long as you do that, you give yourself a fighting chance, and then some, right? Pain Gaming, they came in 4th, right, when everything was said and done. They are not the 4th best team right now, in my book. They could end up being that, sure, but I don't think right now. They have some mental block against Loud. They lost that 3-4 tiebreaker. I think they're a better team than Loud. They played well in the early game against 100 Thieves. Roamer able to flash away from the Shurima shuffle. Miru wanted that solo, wanted to dump him into the waiting arms of Jose Deodo. He would have been a dead duckling if they would have pulled that off. Titans got to be careful here. Not a ton of vision on the other side here. Jose Deodo and Ackerman. Zenith's blade going over. Titans got to be careful. Positioning himself very smartly here. Kuri doesn't pop the Unbreakable just yet. Now he'll get dumped into the Raptor pit. Just chain CC, not allowed to play the game, but buying himself enough time with that ultimate. My goodness, look at all the CC they're dumping into this man. Curtain call goes out, cleanse out from Titan, able to auto himself to safety. Bullet time goes out, almost takes down Ackerman. Might make them think twice before they go in onto Titan and Curry, especially in this mid game.
Yeah, the Unbreakable from Curry is absolutely busted. That's why Alistair was such a preferred champion, because in these conditional, during the duration of that ultimate, he's nigh unkillable. You saw what they dumped into him, and Titan and Curry trading off the damage as well. I love the fact that Titan's willing to step up and take some of that curtain call, because that's what you need to do to make sure both of you get out. And most importantly to me as well, was while all that was happening, that was kind of a 4v2 situation. IE dumped a lot of resources, a lot of ultimates into the mid lane. And with those ults down, they can't look for Dragon. They can't contest. And Pain gets the Dragon for free while that's happening. Karika gets the Shade bot side, which keeps Bertle away from the wave again, continuing to suppress this Gwen, and for less Pain get more.
No, that's exactly it. This is what we have come to expect from, Brazil's got its macro flaws for sure, but when you are against equivalent opposition, even some of our, our middling teams don't kind of take that initiative when it's presented to them, and Pain have been very good at that, IE very good at that. Like you said, they overloaded one side, and Pain punished them. But yeah, man, Unbreakable will. I mean, it's such a... I mean, that's why this champ has survived as long as it has, right? Because as a support, right, you are balling on a budget. You are not a true tank, even if you're playing a tank champion. As the game goes on, that gets tougher and tougher. But for 7 seconds, as extending a little bit too far forward is Ackerman. He does have the Solar Flare ready to go should he want to pop it. Titan gets hit by the edge of it, but Ackerman flashes away. There goes the Equalizer, excuse me. TP coming in onto this brush. They might just jump on him. Bertle, what are we doing, brother? Gwen is immune, but everyone was in the circle. Just gets deleted immediately when he pops in, but a miscommunication punished by IE. Paid up 4-0 now. Titan! Oh my goodness, flashed away, baited him. It was all part of the plan, RMC! Miru next on the menu as Titan shuts him down. Karaoke able to take the tower shot and still survive. Snaker goes down because Weiser was in there like swimwear. 7-0.
What a weird game we're having for it. We talk about how Pain have drafted for the Wombo combo. We haven't seen a single Wombo come.
That was really scuffed.
I mean, you can call it scuffed, you can call it incredibly slick from them as well. They're winning these skirmishes, which they shouldn't be winning. Normally, if a skirmish is that broken up, IE should be winning out. Azir has better sustained damage. Gwen has better sustained damage. But instead, it's Pain who somehow keep turning these picks. It was Ackerman looking aggressive in the enemy jungle, but it's Pain punching him for that. And for Bertle, look, the teleport change has been out for a while. There's really no excuse for how this one ends up playing out. Jose Deodo should have gone in, should have backed up his buddy. And the moment Gwen goes down as well, you can see how confident Pain are. They go down and they're like, okay, we can make more happen. And Titan, right there. This is why Titan is probably the best player in LTA South right now. The flash for flash, baiting Miru in, allows the team to look for that re-engage. And this time, because there's no Gwen, because they've got a numbers advantage, they feel confident. Pain fans popping off already, and why not? It feels like they're in such great control of this game.
And the fans are loving it. There's the tower brick gold, 250 on each side, and that kind of reflects what we saw in the early game, right? It wasn't really explosive, but in the mid game, boy oh boy, has the temperature been turned up on this one. Bertle going for everything here. Weiser sidesteps the solar flare, and he gets one right back. He's not gonna. Oh, he does go down to the ignite. Ackerman able to get the shutdown. Fat load of good. That's gonna do him, dude. Weiser at 5 kills, man, and he is playing like it. That is so much damage, dude.
And it feels like it's been so long since we've seen this level of Weiser, right?
I know. Weiser was just like he was silent. I mean, he was wonderful when Payne won the title back in 2024. But even then, I didn't feel like he was the lead player. Curtain Call goes out here trying to get onto Curry, but it's going to get absolutely nothing. And the split one, this was not the Weiser we saw, man.
And even in 2024, it felt like this wasn't necessarily the Weiser that we saw. We didn't see his Rumble kind of 1v2, 1v3 situation. I remember one of the first looks I had of Weiser was him surviving like a 1v4 situation, turret dive in the top lane back in the day. And it was on champions like Rumble, like Kennen, that he did this sort of nonsensical plays on. And right, again, 1v2 in the bot side, gets the kill, saves the turret. The return kill goes over the support, the least helpful member, for that kill to go over for IE. And meanwhile, while that was happening, Roamer gets topside turret as well. So even with the 5 kills that Weiser has right now, Roamer is starting to become a massive issue. And for IE, where is your answer to this? It was supposed to be Bertle, but Bertle's been shut down. Payne had great lockdown, great target selection in terms of the early game. And so who's stepping up for you? Snaker was always more of a utility AD carry. It's got to be Miru. Can Miru pull it off? So far, the Emperor's Divides have not hit.
No, but the threat of them have always been there, right? He's gotten a couple of almost. Now, almost, horseshoes, hand grenades, etc., right? It almost doesn't matter. As on the bottom left, we see Tuts and our GOAT of North America, Think Card, on the bottom side there, getting ready for their match against Leviathan, who we now see on our screen, enjoying what should be a very interesting game here, or what has turned out to be a very interesting game here. But RMC, you kind of touched on it. As Payne start up this third Dragon, we try to extend their gold lead past that 4,000 mark. Yeah, because like you said, it feels like if Bertle, right, if he has a buddy with him, maybe that could be enough, right? But that was supposed to be your answer in the mid game to take you into the late game, because this early game has gone perfectly for Payne Gaming. They built up the advantages they want to, right, to where the damage will just be enough here. And I worry for IE because it feels like if they shade Bertle, right, if they take, make it a 1.5 split push, maybe the Gwen can just outscale. But Payne have proven themselves to be good enough, at least in this game so far, to take advantage of map imbalances.
Sure. And if we think about 2024 Payne at their peak, when they won CB LoL, one of the biggest things that Payne was really good at doing was accelerating the pace of the game. When they got a lead, they would start pressuring you. And specifically, the player I'm looking at is Curry on his Alistar. How many highlight reels have we seen of Curry where he just goes, dives inner turrets, dives inhibitor turrets with the Alistar, does not care, because can't milk those, not when he's this rich, not when he's this tanky, not when he's this far ahead. And he's excellent at using the Unbreakable Will at perfect timings. And I'm looking at IE right now and thinking, okay, can you hold up against Payne? If you can hold out long enough, and what's long enough? Like another 15 minutes? That's a long time. Or if we're 20 minutes in, like that's another like 75% of what we've already seen so far. And that feels like IE has to do at least that. And I'm not sure Payne will give them that sort of time. With all the changes with Ataka now, with, the way the Herald works and all that, Payne have more tools than ever to accelerate this pace of game and close out at about 30 minutes.
Now, the Atakan can be a bit of a bait. We saw it bite them in the butt against 100 Thieves in the cross-conference playoff. Sure. But this, surely, look, with all respect to Asuras Estral, they are not 100 Thieves. I don't think the gap is that big, but look, they have proven themselves to be the better team. Let's not sugarcoat it as we stand here right now in the year of our League of Legends God 2025. But Jose Dioto and company, they've lit that up just the same, right? You see the priority being placed on it for both teams. I think right now it isn't even so much about taking it. It's about picking a fight should a team start a fight around it, because that objective takes a deceptively long time to take. I think teams are starting to become wiser to that right now, but not all the way figured out just yet. Solar Flare goes down, doesn't really get anybody. Some non-committal ultimates coming in. The TP coming out from Roamer and Weiser just in case. A little bit more intelligently placed there than Bertle on his. Dragon not going to for another couple minutes. RMC, there's really nothing to fight for except for this Atakan. And this doesn't feel like... look, you got to play for the fight afterwards if you want to pop this one for Payne Gaming. But that is exactly what they're going to do here. Yeah. Titan and Roamer certainly do enough damage here. Weiser going to be playing bodyguard. As Bordeaux and company approach, he's only on half HP. Yeah, they're definitely, you can see, right? They're playing for the fight. They're kind of backing off. This is very non-committal. Ackerman doesn't have the Solar Flare, that big engage tool. You do have the Streamer Shuffle here from Miru. He's got the Flash as well. Nature's Grasp going out. Very nicely done there by Karaoke. Titan playing with fire.
Oh my
there
goodness.
goes part one of this wombo combo. Curry playing a little more defense, and they actually managed to pick off the Miru. How did Weiser? I didn't even see that equalizer go down.
Yeah, because there's too much going on, and unfortunately for IE, even if they know the equalizer and they were trying to dodge it, the burn is just enough. The Leandry's coming through, and there was so much to unpack in that sequence of plays. I hope they start the replay from actually the attempted pick onto Karaoke and Curry, because once again, Curry and Karaoke didn't burn ultimates there. Curry still has the Unbreakable Will. He didn't even have to step up. And what blows my mind is the way Titan's the one stepping up and poking Miru out there looking for an engage. Herald going deep for Karaoke.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Tries to flash over, gets yoinked immediately out of the sky by Jose Deota, but he will have the Atakan GA, so just sent over to the other side, excuse me, of the map. Weiser still will survive, not going to give over that. Gold Snaker gets caught, pushing too far forward, and Romer will be the one to punish him. Another flash bonus. Jose Deota retreats into the waiting arms of his tower, so they get the 200 gold there from the quote-unquote the lowercase k kill over there. Titan giving fist bumps to his teammates. That was very, very nicely played. They do get the kill there onto Snakerman in the end.
Yeah, so 1 for 1, and Pain's going to be happy that one. They still get more gold. Voracious as well gives you a gold buff when you take down enemy champions as well. So Pain still ahead on that one. But that's Pain kind of letting off the gas a little bit, being a little bit overconfident with the play. You could have gone for the guaranteed turret damage, but Karaoke wanted a little bit more. I'm not sure I like that call when Titan wasn't with them. Titan was actually split pushing away in the mid lane with Curry, and you can see that on the minimap. So Karaoke opting for some dangerous choices there. And Jose Deota, this is why we say he's the best jungler. He was still perfect timing on the impale to grab Karaoke back over the wall, wasting the flash that won't be up and available for the next fight as well. It's a very minor thing, but with where Ishra's Estral is right now, it feels like they need every little edge they can get for this next fight. Baron spawning in a minute and a half, that's probably the big one. I know that Dragon comes up first. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Dragon's the hill Ishra's Estral need to die on.
No, definitely not. They've got more than enough pressure on various sides of the map. I mean, Weiser with that Shadow Flame coming in as well. It's just so much damage. He's a full half item ahead of his opposite number despite being even in CS. Those 6 kills RMC, they're absolutely coming home to roost right now. The mid lane, Romer and Titan, they're almost on 3 items, right? I think you wait for those to fight, but right now you've got enough of an advantage where you can face down almost anyone that wants to come through in lane. And with minimal vision here, kind of in, deep into the south quadrant of that jungle, Pain just going to take the dragon on spawn, and that will be Cloud Soul going over to the traditionals.
And with the way the maps open up, that Cloud Soul is actually getting kind of important. Being able to rotate faster will make all the difference. IE as well, not having the movement speed is really going to feel it, because they're not even going to be able to answer effectively cross map. This top lane outer turret, by the way, is the first turret they are taking, and it might very well be the only turret they get all game, because now that Dragon's down, next objective is Baron. If IE are not at that Baron, if they're not contesting, if they go for the bot side instead, Pain pick up the Baron, and they could very easily just crack your base open as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we saw the split push, right? I mean, the split push, right? Their 2-3 split is more than good enough, right? As long as Karaoke's in one lane and Curry's in another, you've got the opportunity to punish anyone who walks too far forward. I'm still kind of replaying that Herald push from Karaoke, right? I don't know why you don't just slam that into the tower, right? It's like there was no reason for it. But now there might be a reason for this. As the Nature's Grass comes out, Equalizer going to just demolish Miru. Poor guy had no chance. My brother, we salute you.
Well, that's some KFC right there. Korean fried chicken, courtesy of Weiser. Baked beautifully onto Miru as well, a Korean mid laner. And now we're seeing, now I said that, okay, IE doesn't want to just split and potentially lose out Baron. They have no choice for I4.
Yeah.
They can't even contest the Baron. And that was the big potential turning point. There is no other big turning point for IE now, right? Your big buffs are down. Pain's going to be pushing into your base. One turret is not going to save you. We saw what happened on that bot side turret push where Karaoke overextended, and even in the 3v4 situation, Pain were still able to equalize and make it a 3v3 at the end of it. So that inner turret right now, that's standing gold. I'm really worried about IE trying to defend this one.
Well, I was going to bring that up, right? Crucially, that mid-tier 1 has not gone down yet. And that's, you can do whatever you want in those side lanes, but Pain have the ability to respond so fast because that line of scrimmage isn't pushed all the way back, right? They have the safety from which to operate in the middle of that map. And Payne, with the extra little movement speed out of combat, right? It's
Ackerman.
going to be just that little bit extra. Ackerman going forward with absolutely no, well, not absolutely no backup. Miru is back, but Jose Dioto going over the wall, doesn't have to blow his flash. Ackerman does blow his. Bertle waiting in tow. Here comes the TP. They do get one there onto Titan. Romer coming in hot with the LDR,
numbers?
and he's making it Isurus Estral's problem. Can he come in and get another kill? He can. Finally, the equalizer goes down, but it's not even necessary. Bertle will not survive. Curry gets the CC onto him. Carioca gonna bonk him into the waiting arms of their new mid laner. RMC, if I would have told you, if I would have given you this result as a Payne fan, hey, 26 minutes in, you're up 14-3. Romer's having a deathless game with 50% KP. Weiser's got 7 kills. You would have bitten my arm off.
No, I don't believe you. Who are we playing? Fluxus W7 number?
No, against Isurus Estral in this hypothetical.
I would be shocked. And here's the thing too. It's not like Isurus Estral is playing horrifically badly,
No.
right? Like I don't think they're making huge mistakes. Sure,
No, I agree.
Bertle is definitely not performing as well as perhaps hoped on this first pick Gwen, which is a really strong champion. Miru has not been able to quite land the ultimates. But look at even disengage. This is actually a really good call from Isurus Estral. They recognize that, hey, we actually see multiple members on the map. We know that you've got 2-3 members top max. They pull the trigger. They make the play. But Payne is outplaying right now. Even Titan, the entire sequence that we saw just there, he bought so much time. The rest of the team was able to dog pile in. And Payne, great target selection. They recognize, okay, we kill the carries. We can let the Leona go. We can let the Jin go. Like they aren't relevant. They don't matter. It's Bertle we're trying to take out. It's Miru we're trying to take out. And to a lesser degree, Jose Dioto. And we see Miru once again getting
Good
popped.
God,
That turret's about to drop as well. I don't know how they defend this.
No, I mean, I don't think they can. And I think in that last fight, to kind of put a bow on it, right, it feels like the thing that IE didn't really account for was the fact that you had 2 TPs locked and loaded, right? And so they were able to respond to that. Immediately, there's the wombo combo we wanted. Ackerman, it's going to rip right through his W. Those added resistances do nothing. It's a 10-kill game for Weiser. RMC, you're looking at 2 things for this Payne Gaming roster, right? How does Romer fit in, and can Weiser return to form as Bertle just gets bounced house into the gray screen? RMC, I'd say your 2 biggest questions have been answered. The ace comes through Payne with a dominant sub 30-minute win. It's going to be crazy when they lose to Loud tomorrow, dude.
That would be the most Payne thing you could do, right? Beat
Absolutely.
IE in
It's what I
spectacular
said,
fashion.
right? You say, no, we're back. We're the reigning champions for a reason, but we still cannot beat those SOBs in green.
And I'm sure that the rider in right now in Sao Paulo is popping off. The Payne fans have always been such a vocal, powerful fan base for the team. And like you're talking about, for Romer, the best debut you could hope for here in Brazil.
Awesome.
You're up against the best team in the last split. You win your lane. You're a huge part of your team's win. But Payne as a whole, I love what we're seeing. Carioca is playing with a lot of confidence. This is why you don't give him Maokai. I'd rather give him Sejuani than give him Maokai. He's just so good at it. And Titan and Curry and Weiser. The 2 Koreans specifically of Weiser and Curry, I think stepped up massive this game. Curry was unkillable pretty much. Even not using, always holding the ultimate as well. So it felt like he had it always up whenever the plays came through. And Weiser's Rumble. We've not seen this sort of dominant Weiser, confident Weiser on a carry in a while. And I'm hoping he can maintain this form. If they continue this way, well, I mean, they just beat the I don't want to call them reigning champions because Split 1 is weird. They're not really champions, but they beat first seed from Split 1. And they're looking really, really good. Like the team to beat. And that's only our first game today. And we've already had such a wild run of it already. Game 2, match of the week as we picked it. Promises to be even more fun.
100%. No, FourY versus Leviathan coming up next. That is going to be an absolute slapper. And by the way, for those that are just joining us and wondering, you may have asked yourself, why did Payne have 3 Koreans? Is that allowed? Great question, audience. And I will answer that by saying Weiser, he's been south of the equator so long as far as his professional career is concerned that he, like Core JJ before him and Impact, he now has America's residency. So you've got, those 2 Korean spots being filled by Curry and Romer now as far as the residency is concerned. So they've got 3 Brazilians. Weiser, he came from a land abroad, but he is Brazilian. And he's down here for the long run. He's been here since Robo left the team, right? Essentially, right? Since 2021. Right? Because he wasn't, or no, Weiser and Ryan. Was he on Kaboom before that or something?
It was Wiz and Ryan, wasn't it?
Was that Wiz? Yeah. Oh. Well, no, Ryan was a jungle. Not important. We'll figure that out later. RMC, any notes from IE just to kind of wrap this one up? Because like you said, it's not like they played horribly, right? But I think the more impressive thing was there was kind of that one little mistake as far as Bertel overcommitting or Jose Dodo not backing him up. We can't really splice it definitively one way or the other without listening to the comms, but Pain punishing that, right? That was kind of the big thing that allowed them, right? So that's why I think we want to give more credit to Pain as opposed to Dragon, Isurus, Estral, because their early game, they didn't allow Pain, especially with this composition, right, to take that early lead that they wanted so easily. There was just that one moment, and then Pain were all over them.
Yeah, and I think for IE, we have to remember, this is literally the first match of the split, right? It's been a while, everybody's been on break, and so now that they're, coming all back, IE, I think they just look a little bit slower in the early game than they did before. Jose Deodo was not as omnipresent in the early game as perhaps we are used to seeing, and that might just be, from the break, maybe while they're boot camping in Korea, it wasn't quite as aggressive, potentially. So, yeah, they were a little bit slower there. And I think the solo lanes as well. Miryu and Bertel. We talk about the fact that Bertel, Snaker, Ackerman, the side lanes tend to be a little bit weaker in the laning. They're not as dominant. They don't get it prio as much. But Miryu needs to get that prio. And if Miryu can't get that prio, it needs to be somebody else. And sure, you can say that, okay, Romer's been a great piece to pick up for Pain Gaming. He can start dominating right from the get-go. But if that's the case, then somebody needs to take that weight from Miryu's shoulder. You can't just put it on one person and then not assist them,
Yeah. No, 100%. There's some things to kind of figure out for them, but look, they've got a good formula already that, look, it has proven successful, granted, in just one, quote-unquote split, a very small number of games, etc. But, look, this is going to be a top 4 team, again, barring absolute calamity. So Pain Gaming, they get to rest up. They're done for the day. They will play Loud tomorrow. We'll see how that one goes. I'm very excited I get to cast that one because that could be, I mean, you could watch a fan base go into meltdown live. And that's crazy, right? To be able to do that, but that's something that we get to see in Brazil all the time because they pack out the arena. They sell out all the games no matter what. Coming up next, it's Leviathan versus FourY4, 2 teams that we think, I mean, look, they kind of, Leviathan subverted those expectations. FourY4 have kind of met the expectations. Let's see if they can take that next step. We'll be right back. We're back a little bit early. Thank you so much for being here with us. Leviathan versus FourY, game 2 of 4 on the day. It'll be the last one for myself and RMC before we welcome a new face to the broadcast. That is coming up later, and they will have some they're gonna have some Brazilian League of Legends to cast in their first game, but they should get an app. Well, actually, it's gonna be the last 2 games are gonna be very Brazilian. So our new caster is gonna get the full treatment of what shenanigans we could throw at you south of the equator. But RMC. 2 teams that are, I mean, one of them surprised, but FourY, they've been kind of the neutrals' favorite for a while now. So we'll start there as far as what we're hoping to see. ThinkCard is their coach. He's the guy that, of course, masterminded CLG to that first place finish in their last, I guess, technically NRG, right? When they did win LCS back then in 2023. It was a heck of a victory, but this dude is known for kind of being, he's kind of had success everywhere he's gone, and with a team that has Koreans on it, they're all speaking English, right? It seemed like a very natural fit. And RMC, even though they didn't make top 4, they had an absolutely brutal run of things, and they took Issaros Estral and Pain Gaming both to 3 games. So again, close doesn't win you any medals, but if it did, FourY would have a couple.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part about FourY. As you said, neutral's favorite. Everybody's very hyped on their roster, and if we can pull up their roster, we can talk a little bit about the potential that they have. It's a very young roster in general as well. I believe it's the youngest roster tied with Fluxu W7M's roster as well in terms of age here in the LTA South, and their run was really tough. They faced Issaros Estral and Pain, who we just saw open the season in our first game. So 2 of the best teams that the LTA South has to offer. The other game they had was against Fluxu W7M. So we saw them on either extremes, and they looked good in their wins, and they looked not bad in their losses as well.
Yeah.
You can see Gigo, Tatu, Tuts, Ayu, Jojo, and Tatu and Ayu. These are probably 2 of the most hyped younger players we have in the LTA South right now. Tatu just being promoted from Academy this year, and people are already like, oh, he's the next big jungler. He's going to be the guy who's going to save the jungle scene in Brazil, because our junglers have been a little bit hit or miss in recent years. Ayuzi, this guy dominated the EU ladder, was it last year or the year before, when he went over for boot camp? And
2 years ago, 2023.
Yeah, 2023, rank 1. He made it into, was it the Worlds video because of that? Everybody thought he was going to go far. And then Gigo, a top laner who, maybe not considered top 3 in the region. When people often discuss top 3, they're talking like F&B, Robo, Wiser sometimes, but Gigo has Gigon moments. And he got sniped away from Vivo K-Stars. He's part of Coach CL's 5-year plan. And FourY was like, no, we'll drop the bag, come join us. And Gigo said, sure. And justifiably so. So there's a lot of expectations on this roster right now. There's a lot of hype for this roster. I will say, though, they lost the Pain. Their opposition today did not.
True. This is Leviathan, the team that is a partner team, so they're going to be, they're no danger of being relegated no matter what. And RMC, the expectations coming into Split 1 for this team was that it was going to be ugly with a capital U, but it has been so much better than that. I mean, Cody has been the best performing mid laner so far across Split 1. He is someone who is going to dominate your lane, or at least try to, right? And going into Tuts, right? He's someone that can do that and has in the past, but a little less so right now. I think FourY playing a little more collectively. But CEO, La Víbora, the Viper, as they call him in Spanish. Perdelta as well, the support, Brazil's prodigal son. Scary. He's taken an immense leap. And Zothvi up in the top lane has been not a revelation, but again, the bar was on the floor with this dude as far as some community perception, mine included. But he's been extremely serviceable. But RMC, talk to me about Scary specifically and the leap he's taken.
Before we talk about Scary, you left out Cody. FourY4. The not Brazilian faker, but the best mid laner in LTA South, bar none right now by a large margin. Okay, you did. Okay, I missed it. My bad. It's so good we have to see it twice, because Cody is the big carrier of this team. But yeah, let's talk Scary for a second. I think the jungle matchup is where my eyes are drawn to between these 2 teams. We talk about Tatu, how he just got promoted, and he's the next big thing. But Scary's had a very interesting path within CBLOL, within Brazil prior, because he has had Tier 1 experience, but this is the first time he's going to be the starter for the team. Before that, Scary was a firefighter. Some of his profile pictures, or the pictures they have, the CBLOL profile pics for them, show him in a firefighter's outfit, because he's the one they call in when your team's on fire, when the vibes are bad. And Scary comes in, fixes the vibes, and somehow the team performs better, even though he mechanically might not be as strong. But that story has changed a split. Now that he's a starter, he showed his hands in Split 1. He was stealing dragons, he was stealing barons, he was all over the place, outsmiting up in your face. And he's kind of a rookie too, if you think about it. The fact that sure he won a tier 1 experience, but he's not had a full split of it. So between both Tatu and Scary right now, they feel like the future to me. They feel like the next generation of junglers coming in who are going to be proactive, go make plays. They're not going to be your Karaoke who's great at counter jungling, great at setting up your team. No, these guys can actually carry the team in the vein of Jose Deodo.
Yeah, and that's what kind of the Brazilian scene needs. Like you said, we've got our Karaokas, but I mean, and shout out to Captain Flowers, who I see just has rated. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, thank you so much to Captain Flowers for doing this on weekend mornings. Huge. We appreciate the buy-in there. I've got a rant I could go on, but I will not. Look, RMC, this should be a very, very interesting game because Leviathan, right, again, with Scary kind of being the stabilizing force, and with two guys that can take over games in Cody and CEO, right, it seems like the communication really has been an issue, right? Again, I don't actually know, to be fair, maybe you do, whether they're speaking English, Spanish, or Portuguese, right? But thankfully, Spanish and Portuguese are close enough to where in the heat of the moment, if you yell something in your native language, the other one can pick it up. But I imagine they're probably all speaking English. But look, point is, this Leviathan squad, they got dumpstered by FlyQuest, but my expectations were not that high. FlyQuest on their day could be the best team in the LTA, in the entire LTA. But against FourY, this is going to be a hell of a measuring stick game for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I look at the stats from Split 1 as well from both of these teams, and it's kind of funny because Leviathan was the second seed coming out of LTA South into the cross-conference playoffs. But their stats excel in one specific area, and that's kills. They had the highest first blood percentage rate, 71.4%. That's almost 3 out of 4 of their games, or 3/4 of their games, they're going to get first blood. They had the highest average kills, 16.3 kills. They also had the longest game of the split, the bloodiest game of the split against Pain Gaming, where they had 51 kills in 45 minutes and change. So Leviathan likes blood, they like kills, right? And we here in the LTA South enjoy those sort of bloody games. On the other hand, FourY is almost on the opposite side of the spectrum. Despite finishing 5th, 6th, and not actually making the cross-conference playoffs, they actually dominated the stat board. They had the highest KDA, the lowest deaths, the highest first turret rate, herald rate, goal difference, Attica, like we go on. They also had the second highest Baron and Dragon rates, and they were 5th, 6th. So the first split, sort of the bracket, really made a difference. And now coming up against Leviathan, it feels like this is their chance to kind of punch back and say, yeah, split 1, we were just unlucky with the bracket, but we're actually really, really good. It really feels like a prototypical sort of hands versus brains matchup, micro versus macro between these two teams.
Yep. Yeah, no, and like I said, Leviathan, they love to scrap. Even in their tiebreaker game against Asurus Estral, they took a big old lead in terms of kills, right? But it wasn't reflected in the gold necessarily. But they were able to get that combat power to approach those fights on relatively even footing. But Asurus Estral, again, they are a stalwart team. That didn't work out that way against Pain, but trust us, if you didn't watch Split 1, that is kind of how it went down. And again, we give more credit to Pain in that one than we want to knock Asurus Estral. On the other side, FourY, yeah, if you're like for soccer, for example, right? Expected goals, right? The underlying numbers for FourY are amazing. They are a league nerd's wet dream because they do everything right. But as far as the results, they just haven't been there. And again, you can blame some of that on the bracket. Into the draft we go. Yone locked in immediately here. Could be Zothby, could be Cody. Although with all due respect, if you don't give it to Cody, you are trolling. Don't know what you're doing there. But Tatu on the Lilia, if they do in fact lock this in, as they do grab the Varus for IU, this is a champ that he's pretty comfortable on. Yes, I do want to see Tatu on something like this because he has that in his bag, RMC.
Yeah, and I love seeing it already. We're seeing so much damage coming through. Varus sliding through the draft. Kalista and Varus feel like they've dropped a little bit in prio with all the new OPs coming up. And with the Lilia and Corki already, FourY already have the core of their team. And you can go any which way of this sort of composition you want. Yeah. You can go front to back, you can go team fight. All of it works. You've got a great damage spread. Leviathan, on the other hand, okay, Yone for Cody is already terrifying. Right from the get-go, we already said this guy is the best mid laner in the LTA South. Bar none, no one even close. And now you've got the Mbessa coming through for Leviathan as well. That's a lot of sort of side lane, the ability to split push later on. There's a lot of agency with their composition already to dive that back line. Varus is going to have a hard time. Even Corki with his own Valkyrie, even if you give him a front line, those sort of champions like Mbessa and Yone, they can hunt you down. They can move in there. They're mobile and able to chase.
And Zothby, I mean, he's played this Mbessa before, right? Specifically, it's not just about the champion, but he has done all right on this champion in the past, right? Tuts, he's going to be on the Corki, right? Just again, just being stable here. Tuts has more kind of high-octane champions in his bag, but it seems like in his most recent, you know, he won a CBLOL title in 2020. He won the COVID Cup with Kaboom. And then since then, he was on Flamengo, got kind of booted out. He spent some time in Tier 2. But since he's come back, I feel like we haven't seen that side of Tuts anymore. It's almost like he passed, like he split like the deity in Diablo for a deep cut there. He split his being into good and evil, right? And he took the more violent parts of his being and he passed it on to Fu specifically and said, no, you're gonna take this mantle. I'm gonna be more stable. The most fun thing I'm gonna play is Ahri, and you're gonna have to deal with that. But Leviathan, you're locking in the rest of their draft here. Again, just pretty kind of front to back, linear, right? Leviathan, this is kind of how they actually. This is sort of how they like to play, right? I mean, I'm waiting for. Ooh, okay, so Volibear for Gigo. I imagine, right? It's not going to be Lilia top. I mean, he could be, but I don't think it's going to be in Tatu. Again, just Tatu on the Lilia. This is something we've seen before in Tier 2. But Gigo, right? He has these Gi-God moments, and he's the X factor for FourY4, right? The rest of the team, you kind of know what you're going to get. The ceiling isn't quite as high for a lot of these players. They can be the pop-off and carry this game at any moment, but Gigo has the highest ceiling of all of them. He's a 2-time champion. He's an MVP, right? He won that at one point.
Yeah.
And on VKS, he was absolutely crucial to getting them where they did in 2024.
Yeah, he was big on red when he was on that roster as well, part of the reason why they won. And Gigo still dominated last split in split 1, despite the fact that FourY4 did not make it to the cross-conference playoffs. Gigo still had the most solo kills of any player in the LTA South. 6 solos. And with this Volibear pickup as well for him, we just got to see it earlier this week in CD, in Circuito Deficiente, the Tier 2 of Brazil. And yeah, it is a very lane dominant as well. You are looking for solo kills, and Bessa, especially early on, is very vulnerable to a lot of the burst damage that can come through for the Volibear. So FourY4, I'm liking the Volibear pick individually. It does get tanky as well. You tend to build tank on it, I believe, in the current meta, not so much the AP build. So it will provide that front line for FourY4 as well. And FourY4, they're going to need it, because I'm looking over on the other side, and there's a lot of damage which can kind of chew through. Thankfully, a lot of the damage that the Vietton is bringing to the table is physical based. So with the tankiness that we're building, I'm expecting to see a lot of armor come through for FourY4.
Yeah, no, there's going to be a ton of physical damage, like you said. Honestly, I was kind of thinking of something, right, the Yone Sejuani pairing, right? You could stack up the permafrost stacks, right? Yone, technically, because of his passive, has 2 autos in 1. That doesn't work like that as far as the interaction with the Sejuani passive, does it?
I actually think it might. I'm not sure. I know that it double applies.
Because that would be Mondo busted, right? You just need 2 autos, right? That would be insane.
Why are you asking me the hard questions?
I'm sorry, because I can't answer them. Because I can't. You're very like 90% of the hard questions I ask you, you're just like, oh, this is just how it works. Read a book.
I don't think it does. I don't think it double applies the on hit. But I could be wrong with that, and I'm not confident enough to try to go either way. We'll see it on the Rift, but at least based on what I've seen so far, I almost feel like I don't see Yone's proccing it particularly quickly. Like, yeah.
I mean, you get that early. You get the the Vamp Sector, or like the Zerker's Greaves, right? Kind of early on as you build into Boric as your first item, right? So you do get some early attack speed. Yone prioritizes that because it is so strong on him, because it's partially of that passive. But you've given Cody something to carry on. I think the you kind of highlighted the jungle matchup as kind of what you wanted to watch, and I'm with you. I think both these junglers have fascinating kind of trajectories up to this point, and their ceilings, like we talked about, could be as high as any one of these 10 players. But the mid lane, right, Cody, what I want to see, right, in a region that has lacked an FU mid laner, for lack of a better term, right, someone who is just going to like take your lunch money and beat the snot out of you while they wave the money over you, right? Like Cody is like the answer to that. Right? And this team for Leviathan, they talk a lot of noise, right? The 2 Latinos on it do anyway, right? Cody and CO, they talk a lot of smack on podcasts, right? CO, I think he might have gone on another one in the offseason and talked a little more noise. But after they kind of qualified in top 2, CO went on our podcast. He was like, yeah, I just don't think Titan's very good. Like, I don't know, like, he's just not that sick, right? I think I'm better than him, right? I think these Brazilian teams, they're not kind of all they cracked up to be. We're going to be fine in this split. So, like, that's kind of what I'm watching, but especially through that mid lane lens, because Cody is such a breath of fresh air, harkening back to the days of kind of early League of Legends where we fell in love with mid laners that could single-handedly take over a game. That's not as much baked into the bread of League of Legends nowadays.
Yeah, and I feel like to a certain extent, LTA South has been reminded of that in Split 1 when Cody took over, and that's why we're seeing the likes of Roamer be picked up by Pain Gaming, because they remember that, hey, hold on now, like that is a valid way to win League of Legends. And you look at sort of who's doing the most damage in Split 1, mid laners were creeping up there. It's not all just about the AD carries anymore. Now, Yone as well on this patch, because we are playing on live patch, something to note was that he got nerfed / buffed. His passive no longer reduces his crit strike damage, which was something that Yone and Yasuo used to have to kind of nullify the fact that they get more crit shots. So that's been buffed. But he's been nerfed in that So Unbound used to be when you snap back to your body, it cleanses off CC. It no longer does that. So Yone, the risk is higher, the potential payoff as well is higher. And so another reason, if we needed one, to look at Cody and how he's able to influence the game. Yone as well as a champion, you talk about how it's such a strong champion. To me, the sickest part is that he can split push and his team fight is massive. Fate Sealed, the ultimate, finds backlines very, very easily. And I'm looking a little bit at IU here. He's the least mobile champion on the side of Furia. Even Lilia gets movement speed buffs. Varus gets absolutely nothing. You've got a flash and that's it. Cleanse will not save you against the scoop, the knock-up that comes through from Fate Sealed. So he's got hands, he's young, he's good. He's got to show it this game, and he's got to make sure he doesn't get tagged up and caught.
Bonk. Bro, Delta just deciding that, no, you actually don't get to launch that W. Thanks for trying, or that Q, excuse me. Thanks for trying, though. But he is also, he does have the cleanse, and he's the longest range. Again, another very short-range comp drafted here by Furia, right? Tuts on the Corki, right? He's going to have to get up close and personal. But we didn't see the other LATAM representatives be able to punish that. And Furia, I don't think it's quite the same onus of like, oh, you need to kind of get the ball rolling early here, right? But Leviathan, they do have pretty decent, I mean, both sides kind of, I would say, scale equally, roughly.
Yeah, I actually think both compositions are very even in terms of what we can potentially see from them as well. Right? You've got, if you're talking about damage skillings, Varus skills up very well. Tatu and Tuts on the Lilia Corki, those skill incredibly. Leviathan has Mbessa and Yone. Ashe as well, when she hits 6 items, it can be a bit of a menace. Her Q does give her sort of the attack speed steroid as well, which is really, really nice. Scary though, coming for Tuts right now. Tuts has no fear whatsoever. I think Cody learned a lot early. Oh, did he overextend though?
Tuts has flash, believe it or not. He is going to eventually blow it. Still has obviously the TP there, but yeah, Scary. Putting it, giving it to Tuts here early. Okay, so this graphic, it is clearly not a Hextech Dragon specific. I get it, because it's advertising the 100% electric Kia EV9. So it's the electric dragon. I see.
I could have sworn they didn't show the car the first. Okay, you know what? We probably saw the ending of the graphic the first time,
they
so
must
we didn't see the
right?
car.
It'd be so weird to just like, here's a hashtag dragon on the bottom of your screen. Like, for what? I don't know. For blood in the bottom lane? Maybe? Question mark? A little bit of shielding coming up here as JoJo did grab the heal. IU does have the cleanse. Like we said, neither one of these lanes going to be super kind of high octane. This is, both of these lanes feel like the lanes you'd want to opt out of, right? In a pre-lane swap world because of just the range and the obnoxiousness of all them. Gigo is in a little bit of trouble here. The flash will not save him. There's just no way, unless Zothfi can close this gap. No. Well, if he landed that W and he was able to kind of, because you get a dash in between each ability, right, with Mbessa?
Yeah. That's
then
why
maybe
she's
you
really
can
annoying.
grab those
She
next
keeps
two
dashing.
permafrost stacks. But Gigo actually timed that pretty well, waited for that ability to come out, and then flashed.
And with what we're seeing in the lanes so far already, Leviathan actually kind of winning out all across the lanes. And a lot of that's coming from Scary. Scary ganking mid lane, ganking top lane, getting those lanes kind of equalized. Because you look at the top side especially, Gigo is double Zothvi's CS right now. So while Leviathan's been able to get pressure down, it's with the help of the jungler. Meanwhile, Tatu's trying to farm up a storm because you're Lilia, you're the skilling jungler. And yeah, you can do decent damage pre-6, but you really want that lilting lullaby. Tuts unleashing his evil Diablo side right now on Cody. Cody, half health already, no Vamp Scepter, so no real sustain in lane.
No, not quite yet. Yeah, went with that Doran's shield early on. Doran's blade on the other side, grabbed the tier. So still kind of, actually Cody with the edge in combat power, right? That tier is kind of dead weight for a little bit here, but does have both sides with a little bit of sustain. Tuts with actually a little more sustain right with that biscuit. As Cody going forward gets the knock up onto JoJo. I assume that was intentional that he saw him. I feel like he might have been, he has the ward down. That's why he saw him. There we go. Thank you. All right, answer my own question.
And there's also a minion sitting on the board as well, so they saw JoJo come in, and that's fine. This is sort of the reset we see a lot from supports after your first base. You just walk up through mid. The big difference here being that Fury is actually calling for the lane swap right now to set up for the grubs, and JoJo is just taking a longer route towards the top lane, whereas Pro Delta made a direct beeline, but Gigo's one of those interesting top lane players who likes to limit tests. He's very aggressive. He tends to overextend at times, but he gets away. So people don't think of it as overextensions. But guys, if you do it in solo queue, 100%. It's an overextension. Don't do it in solo queue.
Yeah, well, it's like, I think there was, I don't know if this was a fake graphic, to be fair, because it seems like something that is fake, but it also seems like it is something that the Shy would say. There was a graphic that did the rounds on Twitter, I think yesterday or a couple days ago, and it was like, I would much rather be 0-10 than 0-4, because if I'm 0-4, that means I stop trying.
Yes.
And that is the cloth that Robo and Gigo are cut from.
True. And Gigo right now, I mean, displaying it with the volabear pressure he's been putting out, right? He's been pushed up the entire time, but he has survived so far, and sure,
and he's up in CS, right? He's got the the TPs are even, right? Summoner spells are even, right? Like he's not getting plastered in lane.
No, not at all. And it did give them Furia the wherewithal, the space to get their lane swap off and get those grubs completely uncontested. Now, Leviathan, while they didn't contest the grubs, they just went for the dragon grub trade. I think Scary had no intention of looking for that fight necessarily. They don't have great skirmishing till around level 6 when the ultimates start to come through. And for their solo lanes, it's actually when their first items come through. So rather than trying to fight early against a composition that could absolutely mess you up with a volabear, just take it nice and slow. We'll trade the early objectives, and worst comes to worst, we'll split the grubs 3-3. I expect to see Leviathan really contest with a second set of grubs instead.
Yeah, I think it would behoove them, I say, to wait on that just a little bit. The dragon has gone over to Leviathan, right? So, no, but it should have been. Honestly, missed opportunity by me. That's right up my alley. So, apologies to my 3 fans, my mom, my dad, and my wife, for missing that one. But there has been a lot of attention called up to Gigo, right? I mean, and that's kind of what you were alluding to, right? Is that he's withstood that pressure well, right? And Scary, he hasn't really gotten, I mean, he got the flash in the mid lane, and he got the flash in the top lane, so I guess, those were kind of the how that pressure has translated as the lanes go back to normalcy, as the grubs were picked up there by Furia, like you said. But no, not a ton of blood here, and again, RMC, unfortunately, these two teams are very, very fun, but I think fun not in the sense that Loud and Red are fun, the type of fun that you close your eyes with your hand, but you spread your fingers so you can peek through with one hand, right? Because you want to watch the train wreck in slow motion. These two teams are fun in the sense of actually, they have distinct strengths and identities that they play to. Immediately cleanse there by Ayu. The not Curse of the Sad Money. Hello, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There goes the other arrow ability. Almost gets there onto CEO, but he will escape. First blood over to Ayu. Very big there for Furia.
And that's why the insta cleanse from Ayu. They knew they were going to be able to turn it around anyways. Tatu was waiting in the wings, so yeah. And unfortunately, CEO and Pro Delta just didn't have the vision on Tatu in the area, so they over-aggressed, got punished for it. Pro Delta not 6 yet, not going to have the performance that Curry did. No Unbreakable to bail him out. Now, FourY4, you're talking about the fact that we're not seeing blood. That kind of tells us that, well, normally we'd assume that means it's Furia's pace of game. Furia, a team that's generally slower. Yep. And Leviathan going to change that right now with that great pick onto Tuts. That's what we expect to see from Leviathan.
Well, and that's big because they didn't even. Not big because they didn't blow the flash, but Tuts had the flash, but it was so lightning quick. The CC chain made it impossible.
Yeah, and that's what we expect to see from Leviathan. And I think, funnily enough, the early game was quiet as it was, partially because Leviathan's lanes weren't strong enough. But once items start to come through, I have zero doubt we're going to see more of that, where zero hesitation, just trigger pull over and over and over again. Oh, Gigo just ignoring the Mbessa ultimate with his own right now. Expect to see more of that. And I feel bad for Zothby, because I actually don't know when this matchup in the top lane actually turns. When does Mbessa start to win this? We haven't seen Volabear for a while. Volabear used to go the AP build, which meant that he kind of spiked at 2 items. But now with the tank build, I've been told by Lunar, one of our community regulars, that apparently he's good to about 3-item power spike. So I don't know how long Mbessa has to wait to win.
Does he go Roa now as we get actually, we'll answer that question after this replay. Yeah, Pro Delta went in, and with no level 6, right? Yeah. I mean, look, he was probably toast even if he pops the Unbreakable. That 50% DR is massive, but just for how long it took, right? And here's the response there. Scary. That's a Sejuani's, favorite spot to gank from, right? You always have to be aware of that.
Yeah, and with a Yone as well, the range that a Yone can engage from with the Fate Seal, there's just nothing Tuts can do. You just kind of go, okay, well, I'm dead. And we should note as well that Cody hasn't picked up Blade of the Rune King. That's usually when the Yones really start to pop off, is when they get that item. So that's just straight up damage, straight up base damages onto a very, very squishy Corki.
Yeah. What was the question I asked before and then I cut myself off?
Oh, well, I remember we were talking about the Ambessa and Bear, and then...
Okay. Oh, does he go Roa now? Because I know
Yes,
Roa
Roa,
is
yeah.
kind of like everyone's freaking out about the Roa, and I guess that was always like an option for your potential AP bruiser top laners, right? But I mean, with the way that item has bent now, right? That the spikes are less brutal, the curve is a little less punishing. Sky Splitter coming down, you're gonna get the shield off, but Zothvi will back off again. Neither one of these top laners with their ultimates. Second set of grubs now. Can Leviathan get them? That's the question we were asking. But I imagine it's Roa into like. I mean, does he still do the Riftmaker Spirit Visage? Because that just seems like you don't go away from those two items with volleyball.
Well, they kind of have, actually. We don't see the Riftmaker as much anymore. It's pretty much straight tank build. I think what I've been mostly seeing is the Frostborn Gauntlet into just straight tank items.
Okay.
And I think Spirit Visage is like
Frostborn,
third item. Undying is the second, I think. So
Sure. Okay. But as Leviathan set up here, yeah, Gigo really, really low. Doesn't have TP, doesn't have ultimate, so probably not going to be... I mean, if he had either one of those, maybe you see him contribute. Or maybe you just see him contribute no matter what, because he's Gigo. But Jojo and Tatu actually able to bully Scary off this for now.
Yeah.
Maybe just buying enough time to get everyone over. No, Leviathan just completely surrendering the priority that they... I mean, they didn't really have, like, hard priority, but I thought... I don't know, I'm a little surprised they gave that up, RMC.
no, I agree with you. In terms of map pressure and prio and lanes, they actually had the priority. They moved out first. Big problem was CEO got chunked out before he could get in there. The Ashe was a non-entity. And if you look at who wasn't present in the area, it was Zothvi, Scary, CEO, Pro Delta. And Cody is your other damage threat. If CEO was chunked out early, then who's going to actually carry that fight for you? So because the Ashe got taken out early, Leviathan only gets the one grub and has to back out. You can see Scary was sitting in the back of that pit. He wanted more, but he knew he couldn't get any. When Pro Delta walked away, everybody had to walk away.
Cody snaps back with the new and improved Soul Unbound 2.0. As Jojo shows up to release some pressure onto the dragon. They go. Leviathan, first one's onto it. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to contest this. CEO gets the push in the mid lane. Fair enough. Yeah, Leviathan grab the first two dragons. Sky Splitter coming down, as well as the ultimate there. But Zothvi, yeah, happy to just say, okay, you can ult me. You're still not going to kill me. I'm just going to walk away from you. And that's basically what it does.
This offside feels like a nice zero interaction offside. You know, like they both just. I was so much more excited to see Volibear actually just be able to chunk out and deal with Ambessa, but I think Zothvi's done a fantastic job actually equalizing the early deficit he ran into when Ambessa just can't do anything to Volibear whatsoever. He can't even walk up into the wave. And I think if it's nullified, if it's even, that's okay for Leviathan. Zothvi is not a core part necessarily of the team fighting.
No. Hello? Oh my goodness, and now he might get punished for it, but Gigo does. He doesn't have all that much damage. Zothvi's gotten eclipsed, and he says, all right, if you're just going to give me that, yeah, Gigo, I couldn't really read his lips, but I think what he said was, foi mal. Literal translation, it was bad, but you say that when it was my bad. Yeah, it was. And Zothvi popping off a little bit. Look, I was going to give him praise. What I was going to say before all that happened was, and this is what you want from Zothvi. Look, you're against a high-pressure top laner like Gigo, even on a tank Volibear. He's going to make your life difficult. If you could just lose gracefully and get yourself to the team fights on an even footing, you have done great. But Gigo just said, you know what? I'm just going to hand this one to you. Holy moly.
I mean, we talk about Gigo as one of the highest ceilings. He's got one of the lowest floors, right? Gigo or Gigon, and he went home. He gone home. But Zothvi, you saw him popping off in the camera when he got the kill as well. He is probably one of the most underrated top laners we have in the LTA South, and glad to kind of see him be able to find sort of his own stride here. And he certainly performed better, I think, than a lot of expectations had. He was probably the player with the biggest discrepancy between expectation and performance in Split 1.
100%. And part of that was just a lack of data, but part of that was just the data we did have wasn't anything spectacular, right? And especially on, I think the expectations were, yes, on Zothvi as a player, but also in the system that he was coming into, right? It felt like, look, maybe this roster can work, but it might take a long time as Lilting Lullaby does come in, cleansed out immediately by the Unbreakable Will. Zothvi still going to eat it, and he'll eat the Glacial Fissure as well. As coming in hot is Gigo. The shutdown goes over to IU. Just how you drew it up. Very nicely done, but the feats do go over to Zothvi and company. How did they... What?
Leviathan got
Jojo.
it. Cody, and Cody managed to get first break in the top side as well.
Okay. There
just
you go.
barely. Solo goal funneled into Cody. So that's something to keep in mind as well. This Yone is starting to become a little bit scary. Blade of the Ruined King is picked up. Cody has been quietly just farming inside lanes. He was in the bot side. Now he's in the top side. And now Leviathan can start looking for those kills. For now, I expect to see the game pace accelerate if Leviathan are able to impose their will into the Rift.
Gold still more or less even. Yeah, this is where the fun starts, RMC. Leviathan, they've got a little bit of gold onto some carries, but 2 kills onto IU and RMC. Talk about someone whose performances have been different from expectations. We get a replay here. IU ends up with both kills here. We can talk about him a little bit more, but let's chat a little bit about what happened here. Pro Delta with a nice insta-cleanse here. Zothvi, yeah, he was going to go down in this one no matter what.
I actually really like that play. Hold up, IU?
Oy, oy, oy.
Two steps forward, 1 step back, right? 2
Yep.
kills in pocket, 1 death right after. Almost a repeat of what happened to Tuts. There's very little counterplay.
Yeah, no, not a lot you can do there. But Zothvi, 3 kills.
True. The Ambessa is starting to be a bit of an issue, and with that sort of whoopsie accident from Gigo in the top lane, that is going to come back to bite him. We questioned, when does Ambessa start to win the matchup? I guess when they get 3 kills and your opponent gets none.
Gigo, little too far forward here. Going to pop the
he's so
Stormbringer, but the Fate Sealed goes out as well. Pro Delta staying in front, bodyguarding. Should be able to grab the kill. Yeah, Cody, there was no way he was going to get back into that one to secure the kill unless he blew a flash, so Pro Delta happy to walk away with that one.
Or for Pro Delta's revenge tour isn't over. Gigo was in K-Stars too.
No, true. Playing with the former teammates. Tuts might just farm. Yeah, he took one little kind of half step back. He wasn't sure who was waiting in the tri-brush, and that might have cost him that kill, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, Pro Delta, right? The MVP of Cade Stars, right? I mean, I think literally him and Gigo, did they win MVP? No. I don't know when Gigo won MVP, but I don't know if it was on Cade on that 3G roster, which, what a fever dream that roster was. CC Chain, very, very good here. I think Seo popping the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. IU did insta-cleanse it, but just does too much movement on this Ambessa champion, man.
Yeah, so it wasn't quite a repeat. I thought it was scary with the gank, but no, that was just straight up Seo and Zothvi. And the fact that Zothvi can run him down, we had concerns about this Varus, right? Like, it's a great pick. That's why it was permabanned through a lot of the end of 2024 and into split 1 of 2025. But it is a less mobile champion. And things like an Ambessa, she's not killing you with CC. She's just straight up killing you with mobility and damage. And there's no counterplay for Varus. Either you're so incredibly far ahead that you can win the fight, or you're dead to rights. And because of that, I need to start seeing Furia protect this Varus a little bit better. Don't leave IU on his own. Jojo should be babysitting him. Tatu should be in the area hovering all the time. And you should be looking for team fights. Don't look for those split pushes. Don't look for the 1-3-1 setup right now. Leviathan, that's their bread and butter. Cody's online. Zothvi's online. Who's matching them in side lanes? Nobody you got. So go for the team fights instead.
Yeah, let's see if they stay true to that, because I agree with that. That's their best avenue to success. FourY going to grab themselves their first dragon of the game. Should be, will be Cloud Soul again, as we, I guess, knew a little bit ago, but it's the first time I'm saying it, so it's the first time it came into my consciousness. Mid-towers haven't been knocked down yet, and again, we saw there's a little bit of a problem last time around. Chains of Corruption and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow Trader back and forth. Cody going forward, just missed IU, but the damage might just be enough here. It is. This is the Cody we were promised, man. Gonna run you down and beat the snot out of you.
Yeah, this is the Cody. This is the Yone with the Blade of the Rune King. We're waiting to see Cody get into an actual fight. We still didn't see it. Cody's just picking up anybody who dares to lane against him, and it is a very dangerous thing for Furia that they're losing all control, that they don't have an answer to this Yone. I saying, okay, group up and make a play happen somewhere. Maybe you make that play on Cody, because if Cody is killing anybody 1v1, don't 1v1 him, 2v1 him, 3v1 him, overload whichever lane Cody is in.
Well, and that's, I mean, the gravity that both these solo laners now have for Leviathan, right? This is where you're going to see Furia's macro really kind of be tested, right? Because Leviathan should be a good enough team to where if they inevitably overload one side or another, like they're going to have to, like you're saying, how do Furia respond to that, right? How do they ensure that there's no bleeding given up from other sides of the map? As on the bottom left, we see the Cade Stars getting ready to roll against the traffic cones of Fluxo W7M. Trimby, CL, and company getting ready to go to war with Desamis, Bowl, and the rest of the gang. Fluxo W7M. It was a disaster split for them in split 1. Again, 4 games, whatever. But, again, you want to talk about expectations. Some of you guys are new here. That team is the worst team here, and it's not particularly close.
And we're talking expectations?
Yes.
We have none.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, again, we welcome we have new talent coming in this split. And next 2 games, boy, oh boy. I really hope we see more blood in those two games, and you get the taste of just what the ridiculousness of this region. It is the content region, it is the entertainment region for a reason. As Scary and company push up, Tatu trying to defend his own jungle, does get the Sleepy Spores onto Scary. CEO now coming through as well, and Chance the Crystal Arrow going to land there onto Tut. Yeah, he did not see that coming at all. Glacial Fish going to buy a little bit of time here. The Q goes out. Cody finally joining the fight, and with that, the TP coming in as well. Gigo, he's trying to go forward. He's a little bit of miscommunication. He's going forward. Who's behind him? Tatu throws the E over the wall. The Swirl Seed does get the Lilting Lullaby off. No, he didn't pop it just yet. Now he does.
Now it goes.
But over the wall he goes. Gigo going over the wall with the ultimate. The Stormbringer coming down. Meanwhile, the fight on two fronts. Zafi gets deleted by Tuts. And Gigo just a little too far forward. Tatu has to flash away. Kills traded 1-for-1. Both top laners go down.
It's much ado about nothing. Everybody was dogpiling in. We saw all the ultimates coming out, and only the top laners go down at the end of the day. So, FourY4, I think this has kind of been the story of the game, right? Where the teams are scrapping, they're looking for action, but they're not quite able to get the finishes they need. Now, I do think it's a good move from FourY that they were able to finally find that. It does feel like the flow of the game has been slipping away from them, and Leviathan's been taking full control. Even this play, right? It's Leviathan walking to your jungle and kind of making a bad choice going onto Jojo, onto the Braum, who's more than happy to soak everything. You're in a choke point. They are lucky FourY were not in position to really punish for that, but it's how this part of the fight plays out that really matters. The fact that FourY almost feel over desperate to make something happen. Gigo is completely overextended. The team can't follow with him. We talk about how IU's the least mobile player.
Exactly. IU had to pick a side there, and it was going to be like the left side was already taken care of, and then to get going on the right side, he had to go all the way around. And so even if he would have shown up, right, I mean, his best course of action probably was to just sit there and launch Qs and hope you hit one.
Yeah, and that wasn't just an IU problem. The entire team. Okay, look, Lilia can zoom fast. Corki's got a Valkyrie package, but they don't have the ability to travel as quickly as Gigo did with the boots, with the teleport boost he got as well, and with the ultimate, his ability to jump over the wall. Nobody could match that, and Gigo has to be aware of that. It's not just IU anymore. Look, if it's a short fight, IU's your big problem for mobility. If it's a very long extended fight where you're literally running across half the entire map, your entire team can't keep up, and if you're diving in, you're diving in alone.
Yeah, Gigo, it felt like Gigo had decided very early on exactly what was going to happen, and he was barking, we go, and you've got to follow, right? Otherwise, you're going to get absolutely nothing else out of it. So, look, I mean, it could have been worse, right? They got one back. They managed to kind of shift Zoffy in an unfavorable position. And Change Crystal Arrow is going to go wide. Half that health of the tower going down. The rest of it soon to follow. Tatu picking up that Zion's Hourglass. That's a very, very big spike there for the Lilia. As FourY have clawed back the gold lead a little bit here. Leviathan, they haven't been able to kind of extend this lead here, or RMC.
Yeah, at least not for the gold, but it does still feel like Leviathan's making the moves happen. Cody going deep right now. The CC gets
he
cleansed.
Might fall asleep. Cleanses it immediately. Jojo going forward, flashing, gonna miss the Q over the wall. Glacial Fisher goes down. Pro Delta providing CC as well. There goes Chain of Corruption. Gonna take CEO kind of out of this fight, but Scary soaking up a lot of damage as is Pro Delta with the Unbreakable Will, but it's not enough to compete with IU's damage. Going forward there is Zothvi. He goes forward, but IU perfectly happy to pick him off. Tatu pops the Hourglass. The thumbs up emoji's going up. FourY team fighting this very, very well, but RMC, some questionable decisions made there by Leviathan, and now the goalie is completely evened up here. CEO might be next on the menu. He does have Flash. He does have the Cleanse, and Scary says, all right, I will be the sacrificial lamb, but it still might not be enough, as CEO has to flash away. He's dumping a lot of damage onto Gigo. Finally pops the Cleanse. Swirl Seed not going to find its mark. Cody going backwards with everything he's got. Gigo not quite enough health to execute the tower dive. Didn't have the ultimate as well to switch it off. And RMC, all of a sudden, a 2,000 gold swing in favor of FourY.
Now we can say FourY have really bounced back. They've closed the gap fully, swung the gold in their favor, and most importantly, started actually being able to make moves of their own on the map. And it starts with, frankly, CEO not having a driver's license. He takes Shelly and drives her goodness knows where, and that leaves Cody up a creek with no paddle. The follow-up of this fight is just because you're deep in FourY's territory. It's easier for them to collapse, but the big question mark for me was Zothvi. The teleports in these first two games from the top laners have been very, very hit or miss. The amount of time it takes is so long that by the time Zothvi gets there, Leviathan wants out. They don't want this fight anymore. And because of the TP, Scary had to stick around. And because of that, they get run down. They get chased. And it's lucky for CEO and Cody that they actually even get out alive. Cody was actually far and away out. He did this part just to make sure CEO gets out. And even with the slows from Ashe, sure, you've got slows, but FourY has speed ups, and you can see that they can chase you down in a long lane. Leviathan are not out of it by any means.
No. And FourY4 had those 2 Cloud Drakes as well. Again, it's those little bits.
Yeah, and now Leviathan, like you can see the gold swing right now, right? We're back in Furia's favor. They've got to try and take control. Now they still have the tools to do it, right? That's why I said they're not out by any means. Arrow actually comes out onto Gigo. I don't know if I like that call necessarily. It's going to take a lot for Cody to cut through Gigo here. Which, by the way, Gigo has a weird build. It's Frostborn into Cosmic Drive. So he's gone somewhat AP, but not standard. He wants to go fast.
It's some gas, some brakes. I think is how I'd describe that one. He's not really committing to kind of one direction or another. And I mean, you have enough magic damage with the Lilia, right? But I think Gigo, he wants to... I mean, Gigo's never been one to just be happy to play tanks. He can play tanks, but that's not his best use. But again, on this champion, it's like, is that the quote-unquote correct way to do things? I don't know, but look, it's been working out for them kind of so far, right? 0-3 early, Gigo. You got camped a little bit, but to be fair, that's not really when he died, right? He got camped early and withstood the pressure pretty well, but then he flashed into nowhere. But
okay,
anyway.
should we? Yeah, I'm gonna do Gigo a little bit dirty. Do you remember the thumbs up he gave in the last fight?
I think so. Yeah.
He did it after he ulted into a wall.
Oh, LOL, I didn't even see that. That's really funny.
I was like, should I do Gigo dirty? And I kind of left it in the replay because we had bigger fish to fry. But yeah, Gigo's had some hit or misses this game.
Yeah, but that's what you get with Gigo, right? Like I said, he and Robo are kind of cut from that same cloth. Gigod or Gigon. Tuts now has that 3rd item. He has not upgraded his boots. Fair enough. Your job is to do damage. But now everybody kind of hitting those, those 2.5, 3 item spikes. But Tuts, I mean, he is just, wow, he's down 30 CS. How is he on 3? I mean, I guess he must have so much gold in his pocket. Cody. Oh no, he dumped a lot of it into the boots.
Yeah, and I think he probably does have gold in pocket that he hasn't spent either at this point. So we'll see how that ends up panning out for them. For now, Leviathan don't want him to just recall. They're trying to get pressure and control over the river because Atakan and Baron are on the same side of the map. And both of those objectives are the big objectives the teams are looking at. If Cody leaves and gets spotted, there's a very real chance that FourY4 are just going to look for an immediate snap engage. I don't think they can actually sneak away the Atakan in that period of time, but if you can burn the TP off of Cody just by baiting, definitely worth.
We just missed Tatu. Does that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. As we kind of hit a little bit of a lull state. Both teams know that the game could swing kind of in one direction or the other. FourY4 absolutely have the momentum. It's been halted ever so slightly. But Cody and company, they've still got the damage, the tools, the mobility to be able to get out of that backline. Again, aside from IU, there's a pretty short-range composition here that FourY4 have drafted. And Zafi, he can get to that backline. So can Cody, right, in a hurry to delete IU, who he is that main carry threat right now. He's got 4 kills. He's on 3.5 items, essentially. 3.25 items, really. But the Atakan started up here, but I even hesitate to say that word because it was very kind of half-heartedly. Gigo being a menace in the bottom lane, as he does. Yeah, RMC, where do you see the next battle being fought here? Will it be just around, I mean, maybe not even the Dragon because no one's on Soul Point? Is it around Baron?
Well, logically, that would be where the fight should break out. But I don't think logic is going to play into the next fight. Or for my guess is we're just going to see a pick happen, and we're just going to see chaos erupt. And the fun part is because both teams have enough tanks, as long as it's not like IU, Tuts, or CEO getting caught, which it shouldn't be the case alone, the fight will probably go long enough that everybody gets in there. CEO, as I say that, gets caught.
And that's essentially what happens. Had to burn everything. Flash, cleanse, gone. CEO gets taken out of the fight. Unfortunately, FourY4 can't really do much with it. And as we're saying that, Cody was just like, okay, just please don't die. I'm getting things done here in the top lane. Able to crash a wave there into that top lane tier 2. Leviathan do have the advantage as far as towers are concerned, and they've cracked open that mid tier 2 very crucially here. So the mid lane very much on the menu here. Zothby in a little bit of trouble again. Has mobility out the wazoo, still has his flash. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's the arrow we wanted to see save Zothby's life.
Super, super clutch. I'm still kind of hung up over how they caught CEO in the first place. Like, there were bodies nearby, so they somehow threaded the needle on everything. Now, FourY4 did commit a lot on that potential attempt of a pick onto Zothby. TPs were blown, and they've lost all control on the top side. Leviathan is starting up Baron. They will get spotted, and FourY4 won't be able to pick up Dragon in rotation. They need to move, though. FourY4 saw it, but they're not walking in.
No, and Leviathan, they have the damage, and Pro Delta playing bodyguard here. Zombie going to show up. Gigo trying to go forward here, give maybe Tatu enough space to go forward, but he gets lit up. Chain CC'd into oblivion, does pop the stopwatch, actually buys his team a little bit of time. IU actually picking up the kill there. Somehow Tatu doesn't get killed, but Scary walks away with the Baron, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Yeah, Leviathan doing a fantastic job screening Tatu out of the Baron pick, pardon me. There was no chance for a smite steal. Instead, Furia with the kill onto CEO will be looking for Atakan, a permanent buff instead. Is it better than Baron? Honestly, probably yes. I'm not confident Leviathan can push in. There's not a lot of standing turrets for them to take anymore. It's just the inners in the side lanes. And with how the team fights have been going as well, Leviathan hasn't exactly been winning the team fight. So trying to push into Furia in a 4-1 split push gets very, very dicey.
No, it really does. And I mean, they're able to grab the two big objectives. Atakan taken for Furia, so they get a little something out of it. But all of a sudden now, in 5 minutes, you've got Soul Point for Leviathan. And I think that's going to be, again, unless we see a pick, that's going to be where the next fight breaks out here. But what a call from Leviathan to just yoink that immediately.
Yeah, and on top of that, I love the call as well to just go on Tatu, right? Cody pops out of the pit, just dumps everything on Tatu, forces Tatu to go golden. And while you're in stasis, you're not moving in towards the Baron pit. There's no risk. Gary knows that he's the mobility to get out. Didn't even have to use the flash here. Sejuani, you've got a dash as well as the flash. Worst case scenario. So the sacrifice was CEO, but that's a sacrifice that Leviathan's willing to make for the objective. Again, I think the big trade was the Atakan that Furia got in exchange, and whether or not they can actually leverage that Atakan and stifle this Baron that Leviathan are going to try and use. Right now, we already see the lanes pushed out. Fury have done a great job setting up. Cody has to go to the top lane. That's the only lane where they actually have the minions pushing right now.
Yeah, and what an advantage it's been by Cody, right? Doesn't have TP, not for nothing, right? So you can't really join the fight as quickly as maybe you'd like, but you have to send someone there to respond to him because he is just far too strong. Got the Mercurial Scimitar as well, so able to cleanse any CC that comes, well, most CC that comes his way. And I think that was a pretty good get, right? With the Chains of Corruption, with the stun that could come in from Gigo, right? There is... Braum is made of CC. Just the weight that is on Cody's shoulders right now to be able to get to the backline and rescue this game for Leviathan, which is completely in their control in the early game. But Furia, little by little, have been able to chip away at this lead and actually take a lead of their own. And RMC, as we check into the gold lead that Leviathan have got on this Baron power play, it's essentially minus 1,000.
Yeah, it's a negative Baron power play so far coming through for Leviathan. I mean, once you consider it's showing as a positive right now at split 670, that's because of the gold Baron actually gives you. But if you take away the Baron take itself, it is a negative Baron power play. Gigo under turret again. He's playing with zero fear, and I'm not sure he should be.
Well, I mean, with the help of the Lilting Lullaby, I think that's what kind of gave him the confidence to go forward, right? I mean, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow didn't... Yeah, and he's got the little GA, so Enchanted Crystal Arrow didn't hit as well, right? Which was big. But, yeah, man, oh man.
Where is Softly going?
To the gray screen, I think. Yeah, no reason to be there. You knew everyone was in mid lane, right? You knew that's a very short walk for everybody, and they just rip right through him. Softly's made a lot of good decisions this game. That was not one of them.
It's funny because we said that, you know, VKS versus Fuxi W7M might give us the most Brazilian game, potentially, of today. But this game is going pretty Brazilian pretty fast. And for Leviathan, it feels like the biggest struggle they have right now is they've lost that proactivity they had in the early game. Scary was ganking the lanes, making action happen, and they were winning out the lanes from that. And they had the champions to win the 1v1s with the Mbessa, with the Yone. But as we've entered the mid game, it's really stalled out. They can no longer lane just 1v1 anymore. The lanes are getting too long. Fury is able to respond, send members down there. And the team fight hasn't happened. Where's the scary Sejuani engage? The Enchanted Crystal Arrows from CEO have been mostly defensive. He's been getting picked off while trying to set up for fights. Not what we expected from the LTA South Viper. And for Cody, the big fate shields haven't come through. We talk about how there's a lot of weight on Cody's shoulders. It's not fair. It shouldn't be only him having to carry. You contrast that to Furia, where we've seen Gigo make plays, Tatu make plays, Jojo make plays. Heck, even IU with the Chains of Corruption has been able to kick action off. And Furia, there are more shoulders to bear the weight than there are on Leviathan so far.
Yeah, if we're doing a better job of kind of spreading out the responsibility, it's still IU kind of quietly having a really good game, just being at the right place at the right time, but Fury doing a good job of facilitating to him. Because, I mean, even with this kind of early poke build, right, you took the Comet, right, you went for just straight lethality, which, look, into a Sejuani, that's not always a recipe for success, but the damage you do hit onto anyone not named Scary, oh my goodness. It is going to just shred you. And now he's got that Surreal does as well. So now it's not just lethality, right? You're not just a one trick pony, right? You are doing a lot more. You see the total damage on your screen there? I mean, my goodness, right? Tuts and IU combining for almost 40k. My goodness.
Well, keep in mind that they have a lot of poke damage, right? And poke damage.
Yeah, no, it's a little inflated. Sure.
Yeah. Same with Tatu, but your point stands, right? And the fact that you've got Tatu on Lilia and Tuts on Corki, both champions who will do a lot of damage in team fights. Even better, they are both kind of pseudo tank shredders as well. Allows IU to go the lethality build, and FourY as a team don't have to worry or sacrifice their team fight strengths. They are still an incredibly strong team fighting composition. Gigo with the TP, looking for the flank. Leviathan will have backed out completely. They saw the TP coming in, but that does mean that FourY have full control over this Dragon Pit. They will not be wanting to give the Cloud Soul over for free.
No, definitely not. And I mean, Leviathan can afford to. They're just leaving Tuts there by his lonesome. He should take that down in pretty much no time flat as far as a one champion take is concerned. Baron not going to be up for another 10 seconds. I think we'll see a more concerted contest this time around. So 3 dragons over to FourY, 3 dragons over to Leviathan. We'll see who ends up with that soul. FourY also did have those grubs, not for nothing, but I think RMC, we're seeing a very FourY game right now as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit IU's Spell Shield, thanks to that Edge of Night, but it's like Tatu, right? 007? But 7, right? He's doing his job, right? There is more than enough damage on this team, right? It's 87.5 KP for him. Hold on. Math will have to take a pause. Scary going forward here. Cody could have a big ultimate lined up. He's got to wait for that Slilting Lullaby to come through. Able to cleanse that with the Mercurial Scimitar. Now he's got a way to go back in. They feel like they're lined up very well for Cody, but the Glacial Fissure stops them in their tracks. Cody, not comfortable ripping the ultimate just yet. Knows that he could get shredded, so it's got to be perfect. Opts not to take it. No one gets killed.
But they do manage to chunk Gigo, and Gigo has no teleport. That is going to be key. Leviathan know they've got the health advantage just starting up Baron, but Cody is burning.
Cody is burning. He's in the back of the pit. That is not where you want to find yourself. Again, Lilting Lullaby did go down as the Public Execution does land, as well as the rest of the damage from Cody. A double kill, snap engage out of nowhere. No not able to respond is anyone from FourY, Pro Delta, and Zothby. They're just being bait right now, but the Dragon, or the Baron, is being taken down.
Scary's dying.
Scary's got to be careful here. It's just, can he survive to get the smite off? He might not be able to.
The poke!
Able to get the smite as well. Oh, what a disaster. It looked so good for Leviathan. Tatu's still alive, and IU, more crucially, still alive. You can just get in range and auto CEO one more time. I mean, he's just dead here, right? There's no way. Bought him a little bit of time here, but CEO going the wrong way as well. Pops the hawk shot. IU maybe more concerned with just thinning out this wave potentially. He's not over there. Oh my goodness, he broke his ankle. CEO trying to get out of there, trying to base in the right direction. And to be fair, he was able to get it. Tuts. Oh my goodness, he's gonna rip through this tier 1. Dude, I mean, Leviathan can't do right for doing wrong right now.
Yeah, the biggest joke to me was how Cody finally found the engage, and they didn't see IU. He actually ran right past IU ever so slightly, and that actually came back to bite them, because the carries from FourY were well and alive, and the carries from FourY, Tatu, with the Zhonya's as well, is deceptively tanky. He looks really squishy. Or deceptively squishy, I guess. Because when he pops at Zhonya's, it just buys so much time for the rest of the team to be able to kind of pump that damage and actually finish the fight. So look at IU's positioning here. There's no vision. So Cody was looking for the flank, and you love it. But right there, he runs right past IU and doesn't catch Tuts on the Fate Shield. And that's what bites him. Sure, you melted the entire front line, but now you don't have enough damage to actually be able to carry things through. Scary as well is very, very low. And this split call from Leviathan, you need to either decide we burn Baron or we split. Because you did both. Scary is too low, and he's dying to Baron. Like, he's just not able to do it. And Zothby and Pro Delta, those aren't your big damage dealers. Sure, Zothby on Mbessa can threaten the backline, but by himself, he just gets melted by 3 carries. You can see. I'm pretty sure that's Tatu, right?
That's Tatu, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. He's a very expressive individual,
goodness.
So just with the body language and the shouting, I was like, 90% that's Tatu.
Glacial Fissure goes out, getting bounced. House Toots gets the kill there on to Zothby. FourY starting to run away with this one, RMC. Leviathan, every engage they throw forward, just not going their way. I mean, look at this. FourY are up 6,500 gold. Look at how much of that is just off the Baron. All but 1,000.
Wow, that is nuts. And FourY just pushing in right now. We didn't get to see the start of that fight, but I want to highlight that Cody was dead by the time we snapped over. So that's such an incredibly hard fight for Leviathan. Furia, the patience that they displayed through the mid game is definitely starting to show right now. CEO's desperately trying to wave clear.
Yeah, and to be fair with the Runons, he is just nuking people. That looks like a TFT Ash right now. I mean, look at this. He does so much damage. Right, but it's not just like, it hasn't been enough, right? Because Leviathan, I mean, and again, we knew, look, the early, like, this game, RMC has kind of played out how we expected, right? Again, not to just, like, oversimplify things, but Leviathan, you expected them to dominate the early game, and they did. They didn't look like they were giving FourY4 any sort of hope or prayer, but FourY4, you hit the nail right on the head. Their patience in the mid game was phenomenal. And what I was kind of trying to point out, almost 100% KP from IU. Almost 100% KP from JoJo. Almost 100% KP from Tatu. Everyone is in the right place at the right time, right? Jungle support and AD carry. That trio, right? Everyone, the solo laners can do whatever the hell they want, right? But that trio is moving as a unit.
Yeah, and you can't even ignore Gigo either. His rocket build kind of has been able to find the backline and actually threaten CEO. That's one of the big reasons why we've seen Leviathan struggle. Because sure, Cody can get in there, but he's a melee champion. Even if he's sustained damage, he's constantly being zoned out by just the threat of death. Whereas CEO, the AD carry, the range that was supposed to carry them through the fights, can't actually get in range when you're being hunted the entire time and nobody is peeling for you. Now, Leviathan, because of CEO, once again, with that Runans chasing people out the TFT build, they're able to secure for themselves Cloud Soul. Now, how important is that Soul? Gonna be honest?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that important at this point. Like, the mobility,
no.
It's kind of a thing for certain players. Sure, CEO is going to benefit from it, but he's still going to be running and not outputting damage. The biggest thing is the Elder that will spawn in just under 6 minutes. And I do think that's what's going to break the game. Even with the Baron, FourY4 couldn't end. They took an inhibitor turret, or 2 inhibitor turrets and an inhibitor, but they couldn't actually threaten the Nexus. So the next Baron that comes up,
they ran into CEO, the Bloons tower defense turret. I mean,
sure. That's how you can do the exact same thing for FourY4. So next Baron, that's something to fight over, but I don't think it's the buff itself is the game ender. If somebody gets ace at the Baron, sure, the game ends. The Elder is where everything is going to come to a head. And I'm not even confident we'll see FourY4 and the Leviathan really hard commit to this Baron either. Like, you can just give that away and just try and defend. That's viable with the sheer amount of AD that both these teams have.
There's a ton of damage on both these teams, 100%. And that's what you got to be careful of if you're FourY4, right? Because if you do miss position, Cody can 100-0 you, right? CEO, he will eventually be able to shred through a tank. He's got 4.5 items right now. He's got the QSS as well, so that is kind of, holding them back, quote unquote, a little bit, right? You do have to pay that tax. I mean, you don't have to. They have decided to, but there is a lot of CC in this FourY4 comp. But this is far from Malzahar, right?
Yeah. Part of me wants to say yes, but Tatu's sleeps have been so effective for kicking things off that I almost see the desire to do it. For CEO specifically, though, he already has the cleanse. I feel like,
yeah. So now you got 2 cleanses, so maybe it's a bit overkill. That's a good point.
You know what? He's paying the tariffs as well as the tax.
Ooh, it's a sore subject right now. We're gonna steer away from that. Just gently pivot the conversation elsewhere. To the much more glorious land of the Southern Hemisphere, where no, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. Baron going to be up here in about 10 seconds. But like you said, that Elder Dragon probably is going to be where this game is decided. Actually, no, not probably. It could be, right? Let's see if FourY4, right, they set this up very nicely, right? They got the push in the mid lane, right? They don't have a ton of deep vision, to be fair, so Leviathan know exactly where they are. But they do, I mean, they just print damage. And Gigo doing a good job there of eating up that Enchanted Crystal arrow. TP coming in hot here. They got so much damage out on that Baron. I think they might have been able to finish that if they would have just hard focused it. But again, respecting Leviathan's damage and opting not to take that, but opting not to flip it as well. They're not going for that fight. They've got a 6,000 gold lead, so they should be able to take any fight they want. Cody, my goodness, going very far forward. Gonna get the soul unbound, immediately back. And we wait.
Damage onto Tatu, not significant enough to be worth that soul unbound dashing in right there. And therefore, I think it goes back to what you're saying, as the fight was setting up, the fact that neither team really has that much deep vision in there. So FourY4 wasn't sure where Cody was, and they didn't know the teleport time on that. So they weren't confident if they get stuck in the pit, they get 5-man scooped. That could be in the game. Like I said, the Baron's less important than the ace that might come along with it. So FourY4 also recognizing that, don't want to throw the game. Leviathan now with full control over the pit area. They swept it. They dropped their wards. They are starting it up now.
And they have a little less damage. You'd like to think they're going to play this one a little bit more intelligently, but FourY4 have a lot of poke. They could soften them up. Chains of Corruption going down. Pro Delta gets the CC down in the back line. Chains of Corruption not going to find its mark. The sleep goes off. Cody into the back line trying to get onto Ayu.
Don't find Ayu!
Almost takes down the 80 carry, and that could prove fatal. He can dump damage from
Baron's
over the wall.
killing them!
Tatu trying to get a little more going here. It's a kill traded 1-for-1 back and forth here. Baron's still pretty low, and crucially, Leviathan still have control of the pit.
Cody.
Tatu is alive, but the damage is just too much. They left CEO alive, and he gets a triple kill. Leviathan come up huge in this fight.
And CEO is basically virtually untouched with the lifesteal. FourY4 felt like they didn't focus him enough. They were getting distracted by Cody. They were getting distracted by Baron. And Cody finally gets the critical fate shield they need to get the Baron. Now, they did get multiple kills as well, but they won't be able to push. So FourY4 will be back up in time to contest the all-important Elder. The bigger question now is on Leviathan's side. The last time they got Baron, they got nothing. They got a negative Baron power play at the end of it. Can they actually find something this time? 30 seconds till FourY4 fully respawns.
RMC, we got a ball game here. All of us, I mean, you knew Leviathan weren't going to go quietly, right? And we talked about it that, look, they have a ton of damage, and they've got champions that are huge playmakers, right? They can pull a rabbit out of a hat, can pull something out of nothing. And that's exactly what they did here. Let's get another look at this fight. It looked really good for FourY4 just kind of burying Leviathan in this pit, but they turned it around on the back of Cody. Even though they didn't get Ayu, it didn't matter.
Yeah, and I'm just watching a CEO right now. Literally, nobody attacked CEO this entire time. You had Pro Delta flanking from one side, CEO from the other, and FourY4 decide to go on the Pro Delta side of the flank. I'm sorry, Alistar is not that big a threat. Yeah, he's got a lot of CC. Yeah, he's annoying, but CEO is the one who's reaping your lives right now, and just getting to free fire like that uncontested. We saw him defend the Nexus already, and he shredded minions like none other. He threatened FourY4. He did it again at Baron. CEO, is he caught this time?
Let's see. Gets a blast cone out. Very nicely done. CEO able to get out. Now Scary wanted to go forward again. Gigo with no ultimate. Zothvi, he's got the public execution ready and cocked and loaded, ready to go. Chains of Corruption do go out there. Cody able to cleanse it out. Yep, so that's one of his cleanses down. Gigo just gets ripped through. He can't go anywhere. Now 5v4, Scary goes forward there with the Glacial Prison. Zothvi going forward, excuse me, Cody going forward. Almost gets there onto Ayu, but he's still got a spell shield left. Tut's going to take the brunt of that damage. 2 more kills for CEO. He's got 5 of his 7 just in the last 2 minutes alone. Tut's not long for this world, trying to get a little bit of damage, but Pro Delta will chase him down.
That's it.
Leviathan have turned the game on its head. RMC, they're going to win the game.
Yeah, they don't forget the Giant. Dragon didn't even spawn. They won the fight before that already. They're now pushing in for the victory lap. Baron in pockets, Minion with them already, and Leviathan. This is why they were second seed coming off the LTA South in Split 1. Once again, when it matters, Cody and CEO clutch it out. The 2 biggest carries, it feels like right now. And FourY4, are they the team to beat? I mean, we just watched Pain versus Isra Zestral, but Leviathan kind of looks just as scary, if not scarier, frankly, the way they're clutching out the late game wins.
Oy, oy, oy. Man, oh man. I mean, this is a shame for FourY4, right? But again, it shows that you have to put respect on Leviathan's name, right? This wasn't a clean mid game, and so often RMC, if you want to look at one, a hallmark of is a team good or is a team bad? Again, gross overgeneralization, but usually look at the mid games, right? Because anyone can play matchups fine, anyone can team fight well, but the mid game, that is where you have to marry everything. That is where the soup is made, right? The stew is cooked in the mid game. And Leviathan, quite frankly, they puked all over themselves in the mid game. That was not a good mid game at all. That Baron, that first Baron, was a disaster. It was so bad for Leviathan, but it did not matter because they played their team fights so well. And crucially, RMC, they played their team fights well because they knew exactly what their champions needed to do, right? That backline access, they abused that. They played to their strengths extremely well. And they've got players that can make a difference on those champions. Cody, what a game from Cody, man.
Yeah, and from such a quiet mid-game as well. Early game, he was putting down the pressure. Mid-game, he was all but invisible, but late game, turns out it was all just a long ploy to make them forget about which angle he was coming in from. For FourY4, though, their mid-game was still really strong, and I still think they are the macro team right now. They're still looking like the best macro team in the LTA South. The big problem is the clutch factor, and we talked about the big variable, Gigo, in the top lane. Gigon or Gigon. And for a second, after the mess up in the early game, it looked like he might Gigon status again with the Volibear. But this build kind of wasn't it. He didn't have impact in the team fights. He was hunting CEO, couldn't find CEO in some of those later team fights. In first place, that team fight, that the build didn't even benefit the team fight that much. He didn't have split push pressure. He couldn't handle Zothvi in the 1v1 lane. it really felt like a 4v5 in some of those later fights. So
Yeah.
look, it's an easy fix. It's a pick issue, right? And I don't know if that's a thin card pick or whether Gigo said like, hey, this is a good thing. I can win this matchup here.
Yeah.
But it's something that Furia can go ahead and just say, next time we won't see this again. Unfortunately for Furia, it's a single round robin that you don't see Leviathan until the next stage. So for what is a potentially really critical matchup for seeding, Furia fumbled.
Yeah, no, this is it was a rough one, and I think, look, Furia, it's like, right, this was a litmus test, right? There wasn't, it wasn't guaranteed they were going to win. They're going to have some lower rung teams to beat up on, in theory, and that's going to be the bigger question for Furia, which is, like, can you do the business against a team that is not as good as Leviathan? Can you do the business against a Red who are going to be sloppier, and they're going to have 2 new players betting in Jean Mago and Doom? Right? Can you do this against a loud team that, you can hear the rust squeaking on their joints, right? Average age of like 27 or some. Yeah, exactly. I mean, my goodness. But anyway, we're going to take it to a quick break. Let the rest of the gang get set up. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. RMC, you'll be back for one of the series tomorrow, right?
Yep, the latter half.
All right, so should be a good one. We will welcome Trajan and Rev joining the broadcast for the first time. Should be a good one. Thank y'all for being here. Stick around for even more turbo bangers south of the equator.
Welcome, Rev.
Woo!
Giants, can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
welcome back everybody to the LTA South. My name is Trajan. I am thrilled to be back on the desk once again for another split of LTA South action. And joining me is one of our fresh new faces, joining the team. Rev, welcome all the way from Greece. How you feeling?
I mean, the time difference is huge. I'm feeling kind of tired. It's already 9 p.m. here, but I have kept a lot of my energy all these last two games. I am way more than excited. I'm Greek, so I don't know the words for that. But I am very ready to see some high-action League of Legends.
Well, you might see that in this game, honestly. If you were watching the last one, we got a plenty of fill from action for FourY versus Leviathan. That was a banger of a game, and we'd expect nothing less. However, Game 3, we're expecting a bit more of a one-sided affair, I would say. It's Fluxu W7M versus VKS. Now, let's look at Fluxu W7M first. Rose, if you could pull up the roster graphic and we can refresh ourselves on this team, because there has been one change in the jungle. Ganks has joined the team. You can see facing a different direction to everyone else. He's just different like that. But Hidan, Fu, Marvin, and Geeks have remained from last season. So Drake Hero sent down into tier 2, not continuing with this team, and we'll see what Ganks can offer. From our discussions on the podcast before the RMC, apparently quite a versatile player, but not necessarily one that would light the world on fire. And Rev, as you've kind of been swatting up on, Fluxy W7M had a split one to forget, you know?
I mean, yeah, I think that both of those teams had a split one to forget, especially considering the expectations for the other side. But for Fluxo, I think they're just trying to build up. It's not that they had the greatest of splits the last couple of years from what I've been reading.
Yeah.
And building in just one new phase is actually a very good strategy when you're trying to build, because you don't want to be nuking your project at all times. You want to be picking pieces, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And let's see what Ganks can bring to the table. Hopefully, it's going to be Ganks.
Absolutely. I'm sure his laners would love it to be Ganks. That's what Hidan and Fu would love a bit of that. And a lot of these players that have ended up on this team, this roster ends up kind of sifting to the bottom and just kind of remaining in an assumed 8th, as we saw in Split 1, 7th, 8th, and then we'd expect the same this time as well. There's a lot of exciting names. If any of these individual names were kind of posted into a mid or a high level roster, we'd be excited to see what they could do in that positive environment. Fu, especially Hidan, I've always had a lot of time for it, and Marvin and Geeks, who are a very strong up and coming duo from Academy. So the individual pieces do have merit. It's just that with the rest of the league now in the shape that it is, it's been kind of condensed and refined, and a lot of the only the best players remained after the switch over to LTA South. It does feel a little bit out of place, and it looked out of place in Split 1. So we need to see how the offseason has gone, if they've managed to make much progress, and if they'll be able to make it stick against their opponents, VKS. Let's swap over to that roster. And this is one that, to be honest, we need to see them do well here today, Rev. We need to see VKS come out hot, or we're going to have even more questions for these guys.
Oh, it's a harsh one. You're looking at those names, especially Trimby, top 8 worlds like a couple of years before.
Yeah.
Won the LEC, one of the few players that have won it outside of G2. So, and also Coach Seal. So you're expecting like big things from this roster. Kissy has been somebody who's been drawing a little bit of attention now. But 7th and 8th? That's gonna sting. And I know that this format, it was explained by the previous video as well, is very, very punishing. You need to hit the ground running, otherwise you're kind of cooked. But still, how cooked can you be when your goalpost is to be the best? You can go lower than top half, right? Otherwise, it's not a disaster.
Yeah.
It's just a complete nuclear apocalypse.
Yeah, they spent 2024 building up this exciting roster of kind of Moneyball unknown talents, people like Smiley, like Laleko, paired with the veterans like Desamis and Gigo, and then we just, the whole thing blew up. Desamis remained, and Gigo went off to Furia. Pro Delta was deemed not to be worthy of it, and Morteus at least has been part of the plan since the beginning, but we're still yet to see that materialize in a tier 1 setting. We're not seeing yet what the vision is for this guy, what the value, the expected value is supposed to be. So we have to just kind of, the VKS fans who have been, they've been eating good, honestly, over 2024 after a long time not even in the league. They had to get back into the CBLOL at the time after being away for many years. Now, they're kind of just praying and going, let's put our trust in CL and hope that this works, because Split 1 was not encouraging. We need to see if Split 2 is going to tell a different story. Now they've got more games, they can play against all the teams, multiple formats, best of 1s, 3s, and 5s, fearless drafting to come through as well remaining, which these are all things that should play to their favor, given what we saw them be good at last Split. So trust the process is the message. That is the message that CL puts out, and we'll see if there is a message to be trusted. I personally don't feel good about this, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think every time that we put out some criticism, I see a lot of fans just going out and complaining, hey, how dare you, it's just one time they perform. But we're always willing to be proved wrong. We're just expressing our disappointments, especially when the bar is put high. But I expect a lot of improvement from this team, mostly because I've known and talked to some of the individuals over there, like CL, like Trimby, and I know that they are grinders. They're not ones to just, oh, it's fine, we're 7 and 8, we just have 3 months vacation. No, I know that they sat there, they worked, and since you're working for so long, whereas other teams might still not have the time to look for other solutions, not have the time to look for maybe some roster changes that may be needed, you are the first to hit the market. This is actually a positive side for this team. If they have put in the effort, if they have put in the time needed to just improve. But once again, it's a 3-week regular season. You have to hit the ground running. If you don't, if you have a week and a half of mixed or negative results, I'm pretty sure that the doubts will start creeping in, and these voices are going to get really loud.
Exactly, yeah, because the Guerreros are passionate fans that finally got something to cheer about for the first time last year in a long time, and they don't want to give that up easily. They're not used to the Pain fans' way of life, where you're disappointed every year, always, every year, and you always expect it to be good, and you always come second. You know, only just now have the Pain fans been rewarded after like 8 years. They were not having fun for a long time. RMC can attest to this. The VKS, they've seen that. They've watched them go through that psychological torture. They don't want any part of that. They don't want to join that. They want to keep rising. They want to keep improving and getting up to that championship caliber that they were so close to last split. So we'll see if they can show us a little bit more here. And for Fluxy W7M, they do have the benefit of just having expectations in the bottom of the bin, man. If they do anything better than terrible, everyone's going to be like, wow, love that, amazing progress. So at least they don't have to go in their own heads. They can just go and play their game, play some League, and see if they can have some fun with it.
I mean, we see that all the time, especially in tournaments where the team is already eliminated, when they have still 1 or 2 games going. Suddenly, you see the pressure going off their shoulders and they start playing their game as they want to. But we want to go and see the first draft as well. Blue side is very, very strong, I'm afraid, in this meta, especially with a lot of new junglers rising. I see the Nafiri being banned from the blue side, and that's kind of worrying.
Yes.
Next.
Yeah, and Desamus is a very versatile jungler. This is a guy who, for me, looks best on carries like Viego, like Lilia, and I would imagine this is a guy who could make use of something like a Neferi. However, they don't seem to be happy with it. Perhaps think it's a bit of a fake pick. Well, we don't know what the scrim data has been like here. It's hard top lane focus from Fluxy W7M as well. Bowl, for me, is the weak link of VKS, and they're triple banning him in phase 1 as well. That is tough. That is tough.
You know what? I think the Gwen is mostly a jungle ban nowadays. It's, I think, the second fastest clearest. I'm not counting Ivern in those, but I think it's 7 in Gwen, and one of those picks is...
So.
Yeah, it is that cricket. But yeah, we see a lot of focus on the ADC. Varus, once again, getting a lot of priority, and I'm not very happy when I see a lot of Varus priority, because that also means that you don't really have an identity. You're trying to look for picks otherwhere, and it's not like it's the pick that always wins lane. It's very, very support dependent, and with very high burst picks on the opposite side, like MF being picked up immediately, you can see a lot of context going through, and you're either corralled to play lethality, and that means you don't really get any neutrals, or then you are in a matchup which you don't really win, and you spend that pick on the power pick.
Yeah, so it reminds me of like when people were sort of Israel first picking, or like Xinjiao first picking, or you're just taking a champion that look Vi, you're just kind of, I don't know what to do, I'm just going to take it. And we've ended up with Varasin and Vi all taken early on. The MF has been the choice of counter for Marvin right here. And if we're just going to do Viari, man, I am going to fall asleep at my desk. VKS. Okay. I mean, is this still like I'm only falling asleep because we've seen it so much over the last year. Is this still at the point where we can just lock it in without knowledge and it's still good? Like, am I just sleeping because I'm bored, or am I sleeping because it's bad? You know?
I mean, honestly, RA and most AP mages now have this new little build, so you can sleep very easily. It needs like 10 minutes to rise Rod of Ages, Leandris, Riftmaker. When it hits a 3-item spike, it's very, very strong, but at this point, I think that these armies with the Vi will be very, very sad, especially facing a Xin Zhao. You saw the Xin Zhao, you're picking Vi into it just to punish the MF. If you manage to get through the enemy front line and punish the MF once or twice before like level 10, then you should be fine. Will you be able to do it? You're playing into an Talia, and for some reason, Lux is banning Brom. I'm not sure what I'm watching here.
Yeah, I mean, Trimby, I mean, the Brawl has been performing very well, and I guess they're trying to get rid of the MF ultimate counter there, but I'd expect Trimby to be pivoting towards something like a Rakan instead, to be honest, and then maybe Geeks could threaten the Brawl himself, but we'll see what the choice is going to be here. I do like Talia for Fu. I think Fu is a very, very competent control mage player, gives him the opportunity to follow Kissy and Asamus around the map, and can be a central point in that early and mid game, which I think Fu needs to be. Fu is probably the most impressive player out of this 5-man lineup for Fluxy W7M, and we even did see a little bit of that in Split 1. We're still performing very well in the lanes, was able to stand up to our more experienced players, so happy to still see him with something active to be useful on. As we're back to top lane bans, Renekton taken away by Fluxy W7M, and the Camille, in fact, we're VKS as well.
I mean, if we see VKS taking out the Gnar, I know that Hidden is a carry-oriented player, but just slot in the Cassandra and you have the counter pick for the support. I feel like that's an absolute draft win for Flaxo, and it's VKS that have put themselves in that corner. So what do you go for here? Do you ban out the Cassandra, the safe pick? No, that's an okay. So that's the perfect Cassandra angle. There's no Gwen, there's no Gnar, there's no Renekton, and there's no Camille.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Hidden wants to go that way or takes the Ambessa instead. I remember people still were taking Ambessa into Cassante intentionally, but I don't think it's meant to be, you know, hard counter. I think it just does fine. So they've taken the Ambessa, leaving the potential up for a Bol Cassante. Now, Bol does traditionally is positioned more as a carry player, looks better on these type of champions. I would wager he doesn't look super great on most type of champions, but there is still like a Poppy angle for him, which is something that he has actually had some pretty good games on. It could be annoying for Ambessa to deal with, but it looks like we might instead be locking in something that can take the fight to Hidan as the Aatrox comes in.
I mean, it's a fine pick. You're kind of scaling together with the Ambessa, you're scaling with items, so 2 items strong is when they start spiking. Maybe 1 item, because the Eclipse is very strong for the Ambessa, but then you're still looking at a lot of immobility from the enemy backline, so maybe that's what you're trying to punish here. But what I'm missing is the front line. Leona is a fine option, of course. You have Alistar ultimate on an 8-second cooldown or your W, but still, it's not the perfect option because there's still picks that can kind of counter you. The Alistar is one of them. Nautilus is heavily favored in that matchups ever since OGJ, I think it was, he revealed the secrets of just not auto-attack the Leona, so don't give her the opportunity to stun you. And I really like the draft so far from Flaxo. If they manage to survive for the first 15 minutes, I think they should have the upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely, as the Alistar is locked in for Geeks there, paired it with the Misfortunes. So this is, I think that the Aatrox is the most interesting thing for me for VKS, right? The rest of it's fairly standard, and we need to see if Bol can actually get a head up onto Hidan. These are both players kind of at similar points of their career. They've never been able to really stick the landing beyond the mid-pack in the CBLOL as it was, and now the LTA South. Both of them are looking to break forward right here, and both of these teams, especially VKS, would love to put a good game on the board out of the gate in Split 2 to drive a bit of confidence from the fans, you know?
Yep, especially from the side of from Bol.
Yeah.
You saw him struggle so much in Split 1, and now, first game in, giving him a carry. So that speaks tons of confidence from his coaching staff, and also gives him the opportunity to prove himself. Of course, it's hypothetically versus one of the weakest opponents, so the bar is low, but if you start rolling, then that could change the whole perspective from the fans, from us, and for the team as well, because they might start trusting him, they might show some confidence in himself, and he might even become a threat for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And given what we said, that Fluxu W7M, there is a period of this game early on where they could be in trouble. You know, they need to not get steamrolled over by Leona, Vi, Ari, pushing dives, forcing plays, getting gold set up into the Varus's pocket, the Aatrox potentially winning out on a counter matchup. So there is an opportunity for VKS to come out of the gate swinging, as we saw Pain do versus Isrus Estral earlier in the day in game number 1. I dare say, you know, a lot of people would have expected our split 1 champions in IE to take a solid win there, but they just got steamrolled over. They picked a scaling composition and they were not allowed to scale. So it is possible to just come out too fast and kind of bowl your opponents over. So we'll see if Fluxu are going to have the time to build into what they've put together, or if VKS are gonna come out with activity on their mind.
I just realized that was a great allegory for VKS, no? Because they are scaling in their 5-year plan.
Oh, yeah.
And they were not allowed to scale, at least for the first split of 2025.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah,
and start swinging.
Yeah, and that first plan kind of began in 2024 when CL came in. We are now into year 2. They made a lot of progress in that first year, but seem to have taken a bit of a back step. Let's see if they can get back to the winning ways as we head onto the Rift here. Third game of the day, Vivo Cade Stars versus Fluxu W7M. Let's get into it.
Summer Rift is looking so nice today. As always, inviting you to go in and spend a lot of your precious time just not having fun. But it's going to be playing Lethality, Electrocute for the Ari. I'm not sure if the Electrocute means that she's going to go still for the Malignance build. Just a little bit more early focus, more bursty, and trying to get those early resets. Or if she will still go into the Road of Ages and just snooze us.
Yeah, absolutely. As we'll see who's going to take an active maneuver right here. So far, they're spread across the jungle. No one is going for a 5-man invader or anything such this, but Bowl is taking an aggressive stance into that top side, looking to get some vision down, wants to track where Ganks comes through, has seen the guy's name and gone, I know what's coming around. I know what's coming around the corner right here. Let's put some wards down. We need to see where this guy's going.
Yeah, but imagine, like, you see Zinzao taking Raptors or, like, Wolves and running into enemy top lane. Oh,
yeah.
I would love to see that. Now, what I also see is the Grasp of the Undying Aatrox, which is a tech I've seen on Twitter. I've asked a couple of top laners to try it out for me, and everyone said, ew. No,
no.
I have some
Why are you
self-respect.
messaging me? I've never heard of you. Who is this guy?
Who are you? But yeah, I really love to see this take. It gives a little bit more sustain to the Aatrox. He's already a very, very high sustaining champion. And also, motives start with Q. Who starts Q and Varus?
Oh, Trimby coming in with the Zenith Blade, and Morteus will only connect onto Geek, so not much damage traded either side. But happy to get stuck in, clearly, on the VKS bot lane.
Yeah, so see all lanes going through. I expected the top lane to go a little bit more different. I think that both should be getting the prio, but I also see that Disami is clearing towards the bot side. So after a couple of waves, I expect him to see abandoning that, maybe going for another ward if he's gonna be having that. Junglers not supposed to meet earlier in the game unless we see Disami trying to get something done in the bot lane. They have the Leona, they have the way to at least get some summoners off Marvin, and if they do, then that misfortune is going to be very, very open to ganking for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it seems like Riot really want Rose, our producer, to test out the LTA extension. really wants them to use it, but sadly we are going to have to keep it out of view for now, and we'll see if they want to stop telling us about it in a little while. But we do have Ganks heading up to that top side. Bowl's not able to crash the wave, but it is now coming back towards him somewhat and getting some decent trades out here. Seems to be trading HP for push for the time being, but now is going to be under the safety of the tower, so decent management by the Cade Stars top laner as Ganks, as Desamus has arrived on the bot side, but there's already on a reset right there. So just going to be some scuttles traded on either side, I imagine, and I really don't know why the extension keeps coming up over and over again.
Just click on it.
Just open the extension. I hate Rose. Yeah. Riot is not going to let you sleep until you open it.
Why don't you click on it? It's there. Just click on the Aatrox icon.
Bro, we'll use the extension, Riot. I'm sorry. Jeez. We know you worked really hard on it.
I mean, go right now. If you don't, I don't know, you'll lose LP when you play next time, but So far, so good for both of the teams. There's nothing really happening, just some push being traded. The first neutral objectives are going to be spawning in less than a minute time. The Drake is first, and of course, Flaxo, being from the red side, should have the prior. With the Misfortune already having completed a cheeky cheater reset, they should have the push, and then they can move towards the river, especially with Disami sawing himself on the top side. But I'm not sure if they want to spend the time so far, because also Xin Zhao is a pretty resource-heavy champion. He wants them early on so he can skirmish in those 1v1s, 2v2 scenarios. So he might select the full clear once again.
Yep, so far both junglers being very effectively tracked by either side. None of them is able to find a cheeky angle right now. The waves landing pretty evenly on the CS department. No one getting massive advantages. No one able to even really be trading that heavily. It seems like both teams are happy to just kind of sit back and head for that level 6, especially for VKS. I'm expecting then the action to increase with the Vi Ahri combination, the devastating ults there that can isolate targets like Marvin, like Fu, who do not have built-in escapes in their kits.
Yeah, we see if they manage to find them in a good angle as well, because we very often see the Vice just pressing the ultimate. We see the neuron activation meme, and then suddenly you're too deep, no one from your team can actually follow. There's also an Alistar who can really lock down the Ahri for too long, but imagine the Ahri just dashing in once, getting headbutted out. Suddenly the Vice being left alone to deal with anyone. She's not the tankiest of the champions. Yes, you have a shield from your passive, but apart from that, you shouldn't survive for too long. Now the Alistar is... That's not the sneakiest cow.
No.
Luke's going towards the top side, being spotted.
He's level 3 right now as well. He's really spending a lot of XP time in this laning phase, not near minions, as Kisei does have the ultimate and will be able to step away if needed, as the rest of Vivo K-Stars are working on an uncontested Cloud Drake. Gank instead going to trade up with the Grubs on top side, as Marvin is headed up to pick up that wave. So some reassignments going on right now across the map, but so far it is just going to be an objective trade. Once again, neither team stepping too far forward, leaving the window open for an aggressive play.
I mean, I kind of get where they're coming from with this lane swap. They want to try and accelerate the tempo. You see now both the Aatrox and the Varus losing a wave, or at least a couple of minions, both of them, so they're lagging behind in gold, they're lagging behind in XP. You're playing for the grabs, which is not the greatest since you want to be scaling up, so a Drake or two early on would be making your life easier, but you're still getting this misfortune away from a Lethality Varus, who could be contested early on, but then after the first couple of buys, when you get the first rated Dirks, you begin way more lethal than the enemy team.
Absolutely. Top side held currently down by Morteus and Trimby is some aggression. This is like the most aggression we've seen all game so far. Is one Talia shove landing onto Kissy. Drops him down to 70%, but they will just break apart comfortably again. And again, the junglers are just so well known. Desam is spotted on that top side. Now, Hidan is still waiting under that tower, is backing away now, but needs to put some distance between himself and the engagers there as Trimby reaches the Ambessa. But Desamus and Morteus not in range to push this further.
I mean, Hidan can't really go into the lane. He's going to get ganked. There it is.
Oh, we tried to come back, and now Kissy's there. There's the Vi Ahri combination. Leona ready to follow it up. First blood for Kissy. There we go, 8 minutes in. First blood for Cade.
Very nice roam for Kissy. The wave in the mid lane is in an excellent position, of course. No teleport, so he might be losing a couple of CS, but I think that's a very well worth exchange for him, especially when Bo doesn't really die. He loses a couple of CS himself, but tries to stay as much as he can in XP range, so he should be getting ahead himself as well.
Yeah, managed to step back, and we did not see Ganks and Fu look for a similar play on the bot side. Instead, they're clearing out the jungle camps right now. Small CS lead for the Xinjiao. Trimby is going to clear out some of this vision. Is going to discover what's going on right now. But Vi's not in the area. In fact, puts himself in harm's way, has to flash away. The Alistair's coming through with the knockup, and Leona not going to be allowed to escape. Hold the phone. Why is Geeks almost dead? It's 2v4. Ganks is in to get the kill done as Alistair limps away, but the red buff at least has been saved.
Ooh, Ganks needs to also spend his flash to get that kill, so that was almost the perfect play from VKS. In the end of the day, however, Flaxo gets something back. They still hold themselves in a very, very slim lead, but a lead nonetheless in the gold department. So they are very, very happy in their scaling game, getting also the flash away from Trimby.
Yeah, they did manage to get some plates on bot side as well. They've still got vision to keep Marvin safe, who is slightly ahead of Morteus on the bot side. As threatening as the Varus was, did not walk away with any kill credit, unfortunately for him. As we'll see a replay of that one. And the fact that Trimby lives for so long and Geeks almost dies 2v4 is bonkers to me.
I mean, yeah, it's. I think it's Leona W. It's a very, very disgusting spell, if you ask
Yeah.
me. If Alistar had ultimate, it would be the same amount of tanking as the Leona, but no ultimate, and that spell it has like 8 seconds cooldown. So very, very nice. Procs the Aftershock as well. Very chill in that moment. Almost leaves, gets 2 flashes out, and an ignite.
Yep, so Fluxu happy to walk away with that one. Small lead, Grubs for them, Dragon for VKS. Next one for Grubs in 45 seconds. We'll see if they're going to have a play to put together before that, or if VKS will presumably try to deny the 6 Grub stack for Fluxu W7M. Because as we'd said, you know, as the game goes a little bit longer, Fluxu W7M, they're not potentially as strong in the early stages, but they want to get out of this laning phase looking good. So far, they have been managing it pretty well.
Yeah. We see already Dalia stacking out the tier, should be getting towards that Ceres Embrace pretty soon. On the other side, Kissy also grinding towards the Road of Ages. I say that and I hate myself for saying that. I did not miss Road of Ages meta one bit. It's very, very slow, very, very boring, and honestly, I was promised action. What, 2 kills, 10 minutes in?
Yeah, I think this game was always going to be... I mean, I expected maybe a bit of action, but in a very one-sided fashion. Either Fluxu W7M just coming out playing with absolute hopeless abandon and just steamrolling over somehow, or VKS putting together a very clean early game plan and taking a solid lead. Neither has occurred. Fluxu W7M are standing strong under a couple of inroads from VKS with a kill on either side. As Ganks now, supported by Fu, couldn't quite get close enough, but is now in range for the threaded volleys to come out there. And the mid laner picks up the second for Fluxu W7M of this game. Fu off the starting block now.
Yeah, Ganks maybe not be ganking lanes, but he finds those angles, punishes Trimby once again, who was resetting in a not so safe place with his team being on the other side of the map. Gets a second under his belt, and that's very nice for him. He completes the Divine Sunder way earlier than Disamis can do the same. So right now, I don't think anyone can fight him in a 1v1 scenario. And what I'm thinking about is, when does Viva Kid Stars want to play the game? When do they want to start contesting stuff and want to start fighting? Because, yeah, you told it as well. They don't have all the time in the world. The clock's ticking against them. And I think they're waiting maybe for the second item spikes, because at that point, they should be the strongest. But at that point, how far ahead must you get yourself and your team in order for that to matter?
Yeah, and Kessie is still going for the Rod of Ages build as well, so presumably the Rod of Ages Riftmaker, despite the Electrocute, is still going for the less burst-heavy, more sustained damage and self-sustain option here. Now, it's not like VKS are lacking damage necessarily with a Varus and an Aatrox to play through, but it does feel like a little less kind of action-heavy and a little bit slower as a build path, so it just does not seem like VKS want to play this game with a massive amount of pace. We went and traded those objectives once again, this time Fluxu taking the Dragon and the Grubs going over to the Cade Stars, who now are making some sorts of inroads into the bot side jungle.
Yeah, they're making some moves, using some prio. There's not any answer from the side of Fluxu, at least so far. I'm not sure if he can dive ball with just 2 people. Just pops the wall, then there suddenly heals 50% of his HP back. But maybe if you manage to gather a couple of waves, you should be able to, with Hidan doing a lot of a lot of work, just getting away little by little Bow's HP and winning the war of attrition.
Yeah, having that Eclipse on deck really helps him in that matchup. You can see him pushing the wave in, gets that shield, he gets extra damage procs coming through it, so making good use of the lead that he has built up for himself. Bowl is not going to be ahead of the curve coming out of lane on this Aatrox if it continues like this. As the Vi ultimate gets cancelled by a Mega Blast Cone, I will be honest, I did not know that was possible to time that way. That's very well done by Hidan.
Yeah, getting a huge cooldown as well. Disami is only level 9, so it doesn't have the level 2 ultimate with an enhanced cooldown, no boots. Only the Divine Sunder, or Sunder Sky, however it's called, it's the same item.
Yeah, it's the same item, guys. Yeah.
Now maybe Kissy's in trouble.
We dive in
Might
an
be getting
Ari
his
with ult right
ultimate.
now. Brave, but if they can get the tower, maybe there's a play. The TP is never going to arrive in time. However, it does still continue to channel now as of the changes. Both sides committing with their top laners. Flash up by Hidan. Bo with the ultimate. Has to run as well. Kisse gets a charm onto the front line for ganks. And meanwhile, Hidan's been isolated. VKS managed this fight beautifully front to back. Pick up 3 kills. Fluxy W7M running for the hills.
And it looked so dire for VKS until Trimby hit that 2-man ult on the Marvin, interrupting the bullet time, getting so much damage down, and it turned the whole fight a clean 3-for-1, at least for VKS. 3-for-0 even. With Kissy already spending his ultimate with this Ami not having the cease and desist, it looked like a very, very weird fight to take. But they get so much crowd control and hit and so much damage as well with the Chains of Corruption just hitting. And look at that Trimby ultimate, getting both ganks and Marvin. So many summoners need to go down. 3 kills for the Cade Stars.
Yeah, the front line for Fluxy W7M just could not take the heat right there. Melted once Vivo K-Stars got the damage down, and that's a badly needed shot in the arm for the K-Stars here, who were this game was starting to get away from them, but now they have evened up that gold once again, so they're back on an even keel. They get those first items coming through, as we mentioned. Actually, accelerating towards a second item already for Kissy. Going to get to that Riftmaker before too long and help out this Ari. Yes, it might be a slower build path in terms of damage, but if you're 3-0-1, it's not going to matter too much.
And also, I hear a very happy Nymera sound over there. I see a Dark Seal 7 stacks. Might be going into that book as well after the second or third item. 1,200 gold ahead as well. The ult.
Geeks. Agreston has to pop his own ultimate. Lovely interrupt, though, with the Pulverize to stop Trimby getting more damage down there. But it is still an ultimate for an ultimate. Both supports trading right there. TP into mid lane as well. Fluxy W7M. Maybe they want to play off this in some way, but they have looked happy to play it as slow as the Cage Stars have so far in these early stages.
Ball is also in the area. Now, Alistar ultimate, I think it's a bit more important than the Leona ult. Yes, one provides huge AoE CC, but without the other, Alistar is not a tanky champion at all, especially considering that he has gone for the Swifties, and that means there's no first complete item. The first complete item is not a tanky one as well. It's only the Kindle Gem. I think he goes for a Redemption first pick. And weird, but we'll see if it works.
Yeah, it kind of relies on the ultimate to actually have that survivability. As Kissy will pick up that top line turret, abandoned by Fluxy W7M, who are committing a lot of time and resources to this river to get control, to do this Herald. Whoever takes the Herald or this Dragon will secure the feat of monster killing and will get those triumphant boots. But Fluxy W7M, we've just kind of wasted about a minute of our lives, lost the top tower, and not really achieved anything.
Yeah, they now see that they can play with those cooldowns. Trimby's cooldown is also almost up and available. So they have a huge spike to play with. Fu going back in his base, no teleport. I don't think he wants to use the Weaver's Vault just to reconnect with him. That means the Feats of War plus a very, very important Rift Herald goes into the side of VKS. And now they can either use it to very heavily push in the top side, or they can just use it to threaten tower and get the advantage on the Drake count.
Yeah, notable unforced error from Fluxy. They're just not really sure what they wanted to do, or unable to make their plan come to fruition. Lost a lot of time on the map. Fell behind a little bit more. Now Cade Stars have opened up a small lead for themselves, and they can still play for this Dragon. There was not a necessary trade on the map. They're going to have time to get in position if they want to, and they did not use any cooldowns to secure that previous objective. The fact that Varus is in the base may mean that there's not enough time. If Fluxy have committed this many members, it looks like they might just give it away, but again, just behind the tempo, behind the curve right now, our red team.
They're not really playing for the Drake. I saw Easy just going to the top, getting a couple more waves, and then resetting. I think he just plays for the items. Leandri is already completed.
Oh.
Now you might have the move, since Flaxo used their move to go and collect the Drake. Just do something with it. Go overload the bot side. Go ward the enemy jungle. Do something just to try and punish the enemy team.
Yeah, we need some action, need some gameplay at some stage. Would be good. But yeah, that 2-item spike for Kissy, that means that Vi Ari combo is really going to hit. The Leandris does a lot of damage for an item with HP on it. So we'll see if Fluxu want to even contest that, or if they want to try and just give Kissy the space. Of course, they don't want to keep losing turrets and let this game get away from them. As we approach the 20-minute mark, it will be a voracious Atacon, I imagine, as we get there. As Ganks is getting aggressed on. There it is, the massive combo, and a 4th kill fed to the Cage Stars mid.
I was just about to say that they look very, very scared, but this Amis said, no more. We just go in, we find somebody, we engage on them, we see the rest of the team, so we don't have anything to be afraid of. I want to see them try and dive this tower as well. You're already getting the first tower in the mid lane. Try to do something more.
Yeah, so they won't be able to get the second charge right there. Fu commit the ultimate Marvin as well, so the mid turret opened up for VKS. Now 2.5k the lead. Hedan still trying to soak up what gold he can on the top side. And VKS, with a job well done, can head back to base and start to open up that lead in the inventories.
Little by little, those very important components are coming online for Kissy. One more hunting guys in his inventory. Very, very close to the Riftmaker. 9 stacks on the Ring of Death as well. And even though that's going to be a very, very tanky Ahri, she's going to hurt like a bus in a few minutes. So I want to see them once again just go in. You have 2 items on the Varus, 2.5 items on the Ahri, and 2 items on the Vi. The Vi and the Varus are not going to get any stronger.
Voracious Atacant spawning there. VKS already tending towards that side of the map. Especially with a dive-in composition, you love the Voracious Atacant, the options and the safety it gives you to play even more on the edge with less of a punishment to be found if it goes wrong. Kissy going to pick up another tower down there, and all the outers have now fallen. Fluxu, I mean, if they even wanted to make plays, I'm not even really sure how they would do it at this stage in the game when the laning phase is done and you can't pull a Talia rotation or anything to find a flank. It just feels very hard for them to do anything actively except for wait for VKS to make a play and try and punish it, as Geeks over the wall has to back away straight away. There are just more Cade Stars members in the area, and they do not want this fight.
My only question is, do you even need to make plays? If you just chill, are you going to be fine as Fluxu? Because I feel you are. Like, Ambessa still scaling, Talia still scaling, not even 2 items strong. The Xin Zhao is not going to get any stronger, but his role in teamfights is very cut and dry. So you just want to be using your ultimate, you're going to want to be creating space for the Misfortune. And the Misfortune, she is going to be getting stronger. She has a very weird build path.
Yeah.
Considering I don't see a lot of armor from the side of VKS so far. Almost, there's only like plated steel caps. So why would you go sprung for an...
Yeah.
I am perplexed.
I am quite confused about that as well. Not really sure what that is supposed to be achieving right now. It feels like I'm still playing for 30 minutes, but it's only 20 minutes on the clock, and it's going to make that ult sting even less if they can even get it down.
Yeah, there's no Giant Slayer passive anymore, right?
No, it's just armor pen. It's just 5% more armor pen is the only thing that it gives, as opposed to the healing cut for Immortal.
There's no Mountain Rakes as well.
Yeah.
I feel welcomed.
Yeah.
Now I see what
Bro's
the LTA South is over.
Bro's been mobilixing that build and did not check the game he was actually playing, it seems, as Fluxu trying to get into their own jungle, but they're already on vision. VKS do have full control right now. Again, the pace is not high, and VKS are not, going hell for leather, but they do seem in total control of Fluxu's movements. And they just cannot get out of their lanes to get near these objectives. There's going to be a dragon coming up in about 30 seconds. Fluxu are the ones ahead in the dragons right now, but it's just a Chemtech. It's not the most game-changing soul you could be playing for.
Just trying to control their vision right now. They're trying to get Fluxu to go into the river. If they ever get them so close to those banana brushes, they can engage on them. They have the Vi, they have the arrow. Trimby is always there looking for that solar flow to snipe the target. But Fluxu is also playing very, very passively. They're trying to scale, and there comes the Aatrox.
Surely, here we go. Now the engage comes in onto Marvin. Do they have to kill a Flash and a cleanse away? Gets the MF to safety. The ult is fully channeled. Desamis goes down. Bowl over the wall, but the rest of Fluxu peel back to try and 5v1. Kissy's back in. They get the kill onto Marvin. VKS can still play this one. Hedan trying to get to safety. The damage is massive, but not quite enough. Fu throwing out the threaded volleys, but can't get a kill himself. 1 for 1. After the full 5v5ers, in goes Trimby. Flash is in again. A crazy man on the Leona. Kissy is there to fill that kill as Trimby walks away. Low HP, but still survives. Geeks now dropped by Morteus. VKS They managed to scrabble a win together at the end of it, but that was a close one.
Oh, that was a chaotic one as well. I have so many notes to give, but I'm waiting. Maybe there's going to be a replay because, first of all, Guik, or I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but that Alistar almost won the fight single-handedly, I don't know, cowardly, or his team, because look at Kissy. He's getting corralled away, then flash knocked up, and he is the sole reason that Marvin got that first kill. But Ball, he's my goat from now on, because he's the one saving the fight. That's an excellent flank from the Raptors pit, getting the misfortune, getting her out of the fight. And then, when all is said and done, Trimby still has a couple of wars to save, who was not really safe, because there's so much damage coming from that Ahri.
Yeah. Geeks kind of as Ball comes over, distracts Geeks from the single-minded task of trying to keep Kissy out. There's just too many threats, and VKS again, they operate the fight better. We saw it happen in bot lane, we've seen it happen in mid lane. Now they pick up the Dragon as a reward, the gold lead continues, Atakan is going to fall, and Fluxu are running out of chances to keep this one in hand. They are not devastatingly behind, but they just seem to be struggling to execute the fights as well as VKS. Unsurprising, but still unfortunate as they're trying to get in for this Atakan. They don't want to give it away for free. Fu getting aggressed on. DeSamus is in deep. Do they have to follow up? Talia is still alive. DeSamus again goes down first as Hedan is on the flank. VKS not in the best position. Morteus under threat from Hedan has to get away. Kissy, still the Ahri, still the heart and soul of the VKS team fight right now. And again, everyone stumbling away with barely any HP to speak of, but Fluxu just cannot get the kills that they want.
Yeah, disorganized fight from both of those teams. I think that VKS almost had it in their pocket, but Kissy was once again zoned. He spent his Kiss E early in the fight before the Vi ultimate, so he could never follow up. And that gave them a kill onto DSMs once again. He is the first to go in, so he's the first to struggle when Flaxo managed to just go in on him. But still, no one's the winner, and when no one's the winner, the team lagging behind always feels better.
Yeah, they're going to be happy enough with that one. They stopped the Atakan going down. The Baron is now a threat on the Rift as well, as Fu is trying to get this wave crashed in. Would love to get that tower, but not going to stick around too late for it. Is still a long way behind Kissy, who has 3 items done, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Plenty of power still left in this Ahri. As you can see on the gold craft, it has stalled out just a little bit. And unless VKS can follow up properly on these DeSamus ultimates, he's going to keep going down for these plays.
Yeah, and the more he's going to fall down, the more gold Talia gets. Getting stronger and stronger. 2.5 items now. Still lagging a whole, like at least half an item. And 10 stacks on Dark Seal, so should be way weaker than the Ahri, especially considering that the Ahri now with the Rod of Age is sticking to 10. She's 2 levels up. Apart from that 3.3k gold. But still, she's a very nice scaling champion. And Bessa as well, 2 items strong now. If you manage to connect and crowd control chain the Ahri, even though she has 3.5k HP, she has no resistances.
Yeah, look at the goal differences. It's so close across the board. For 27 minutes in, the highest goal difference is 500, and that's in Bull's favor, except for 3,000 into Kissy. All of the advantage on the Rift is in Ahri's pocket. If Kissy doesn't have a good fight, VKS can very easily lose them. They need to play off the back of this Ahri pick for the time being, and that is so far what they've been able to do, but we did see Geeks do a great job at slowing the Ahri down in that mid lane play. So there are options for Fluxu to neutralize Kissy's impact, at least on the initial kind of engage level. And that might give Fluxu a way to play these fights out, get 1 or 2 key targets off the board straight away, and then they can try and play it out later.
I mean, I think that's Geek's whole game plan, right? You see the Mikhail's Crucible, that means that he wants to make sure that the charm doesn't land, or at least doesn't stick to any of his teammates. He's there to peel away with his headbutts, and he's been doing that quite nicely. Now he might be in trouble.
Well, if he gets targeted first, loses half his HP, does have an empowered... what are those fruits called? The green ones? The healthy, juicy ones. Honey fruits, yes. He's got some empowered honey fruits, he'll be fine right there. Still has the ultimate as well. But for now, Fluxu W7M, they've kind of gone back to all reliable, which is sit and wait. wait for VKS to do something and then try and deal with it, which has not gone super well for them, but it has avoided them getting steamrolled in the manner that many would have expected. We're now 28 minutes in, and Fluxu are very certainly still in this game. They are not out of it by any means, as Fu looks to get aggressive onto Trimby, but the massive blast cone again saves the Leona, and they will have to call it off.
Geeks getting chunked out. There's no sustain on the Talistar. He needs to reset ASAP to come back on the map. That may give VKS some time to work, but I'm not sure that they are aware of the situation, so they're not trying to move. Both of those teams are playing like they're trying to punish lesser teams, and that works when you're a great team.
Yes.
But it looks like they're both struggling right now to find those punishing angles. And it's still a pretty close game. As I'm saying that, I see that the goal lead is 4.2k.
Yeah.
And I'm slowly thinking to myself, how much does it matter, and for how much longer will it matter?
Yeah, it's the VKS have managed to gradually keep increasing that lead again after that last fight where Fluxu managed to take a chunk out of that lead. Vivo K-Stars are still just soaking up the value on the map in a more efficient way, and this is often one of the main differences between our good teams and bad teams in the LTA South. Is the good teams are so much better at just accruing gold across the map. Obviously, it's a similar story kind of across the globe a lot of times. When you see minor regions play against major regions, you often see this, but in this microcosm, we can see that if Fluxu just wait forever, they're going to gradually fall behind in the gold, and it's going to make those fights even harder.
Is it just outscale? That's my question right now. I'm still looking at Talia. In my mind, at least, and I might be in full delusional mode, I feel like she's a way better team fighting and scaling champion unless you are ahead.
Yeah.
VR needs to be proactive.
Yeah, for
Stop
sure.
seeing them being proactive.
Yeah, the Dragon being started up by the Cage Stars here. This is not sole point, but it is an excuse to get a fight going as Fluxu are 5 stacked in. Hedan TPing to keep the flank covered as Bowl is looking for an angle. Remember, Kissy doing a lot of work from the flank the last time they fought in this area. The Atakan's still available as well. Who, if someone takes a decisive win here, they could walk away with the Atakan buff or a Baron buff. But Fluxu just sitting and waiting, and VKS waiting as well. Someone is going to step too far forward. Marvin trying to check brushes, trying to maybe just bait K-Stars into a play.
Look at this, he tries to look for the angle, maybe with the enhanced last cone, trying to get onto Fu.
Trimby going lower. There comes the engage ganks into the pit. Geeks holding that front line. The ult from Marvin into the pit. Massive damage coming through, but not enough for the kill. Bowl on the flank. Hedan goes down. Trimby the first to fall. Now Bowl isolated. Gank steals the dragon. Fluxu. It is going to cost them their jungler, but they will find a kill on the top laner as well. 5v3. Make it 3v3. Fu tries to get in. Kissy dodges out of the way. Isolates Geeks and knocks him down for a reset. Double for the Fedari. Marvin and Fu want to stand fast. Disarmors him for the flank. Morteus as big arrow damage, and that gives Kissy a free path to engage for the triple. Flash away from Talia will deny the quadra, but again, it's a long old slog, Rev, and Cade Stars come out on top again.
A reset over a reset over a reset, and that's almost 7k worth of damage from Kissy. He managed to connect with that fight almost after his initial ult expired, but almost doesn't count, right? He gets the win. They don't get the Drake, but at least they get a big gold injection for themselves. And let's watch again, because this MF ultimate from Marvin was almost great. But look, they're not getting damaged over there in that slight corner. Trimby walks back in, gets executed from Ganks. Ganks get the Drake, but that's the end of him. He's the first reset, and that's what actually started the end, because Hedan gives a second. Now there's 2 dashes. And Giggs, for some reason, he's just walking around like a tasty chunk of beef, giving Kissy the opportunity to just rejoin the fight, get more spells, more damage, and get 3 kills and a flash.
You can see how much it means to the Cade fans, who really would like a positive message going into this second split. It's not the steamroll, crushing, dominant victory I'm sure they would have liked, but they are still looking just a cut above in these fights. Kissy in particular is really showing his class here today. 8, 0, and 4. 4 items deep. Rabadon's completed. We'll see if he wants to go the whole hog and get the Medjais, or if there is a more conservative option. But this Ahri has been the centerpiece of Cage Star's game today.
I mean, he's a star. The rest of them are just a Cade. But they're trying to play for the second violin. But still, I feel like there's something lagging. They're so far ahead. They should have complete control, but I feel like they're very, very afraid of pulling the trigger. And that's what makes a good team great. When you know, hey guys, this is the time. Now we have to pull the trigger. Now we have to strike. This is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, maybe that part will be the key moment where they learn how and when to pull it.
Yeah, I mean, we can just look at how long it took for that dragon fight to actually kick off. For so long, they're waiting for the perfect time, and it ends up being Fluxu that actually forced the issue. Ganks aggressively going in, and then VKS reacting. As the Baron not going to get started just now. Geek's taking an aggressive position. Ganks trying to clean the ward out. Disamis.
Oh,
actually, charm lands, and Kissy snaps it up without a second thought. The Fluxu jungler serves himself up on a platter. Geeks abandoned on the front line. And VKS pounced without a second thought.
But he's the GOAT, no? He finds those angles time and time again. You have the Vi, you have the perfect engage that cannot miss. And yet Kissy is the one, the chosen one who got brought over. And now...
To be fair, this is accurate. You know, this is just true. VKS, one place above Fluxu. Look at that. Couldn't be more correct.
Yeah, but Kissy, like, if you put Kissy in isolation, I feel like he's not 7th, right? He can't be 7th with this kind of performances. 10 stacks on the Magi's. This Ari is more than online.
Yeah, Izari is absolutely huge. This is what we want to see out of Kissy. It was a promotion from the academy system of VKS, brought in after, you know, after Leleco was promoted to that first division team partway through the season. And Kissy was meant to be the next coming and is having a massive, massive performance right here. The Atakan is going to be picked up. Desamis and Morteus will pick it up as the replay here of that fight. And Ganks just has no business being there, buddy.
I mean, yeah, he's way too ahead, especially considering of where Geeks is, where Hidan is. You're not the only front lane for your team. And since you're so far ahead, you're being picked off, then the rest of the team has to turn tail. And there's still so much engaged. Like, this whole skirmish ended with Isamis still having access to the cease and desist.
Yeah, that's just didn't even need it for that one. Finally, top lane tower has paid up. Fluxu's been working on that one for a long old while, but the gold lead finally ticked up a decent chunk in their favor. VKS continuing to focus down the towers. They've got the Baron. They've got a Dragon Soul to play for, coming up in 5 seconds as well. And Fluxu W7M, you can just see how skittish, how tentative they are coming out of the base. They do not feel like they're in a position to challenge.
And they shouldn't feel, right? Because there's also the Voracious attack and they have the Lazarus effect on them. So that means that, hypothetically, you can just dive the inhibitor towers, right? You have nothing really to lose when the Baron starts expiring, which is going to be in a minute's time. So just dive, you're getting more gold, you're getting more stats, and you're getting more time alone on the map to try and start pressuring even harder.
Looks like trying to get some vision in their own jungle at least. No objectives to worry about anymore for the time being, as the Baron will fall off before too long. And then they maybe have a chance to defend those base turrets. They do have an Alistar, they've got a Talia, they have tools that can punish an overzealous push from Cade Stars, but overzealous is the last word I would use to describe this Cade Stars team in this game. It has been measured possibly to a fault in this game.
I mean, even Zealous might be pushing.
Yeah,
honestly,
yes,
if I'm gonna fully honest, that's
way too
that's
much
a teleport.
Yeah, we're trying to get back into the tower as quick as possible, but it's already going to go down right here. And the rest of Cade Stars looking to push forward. Now they've got mid lane to try and worry about. Bowl on the flank right there. Desamis making his way in. Kissy maybe can look for a flank right here. The Medjais is on deck and would love to get stacked up before the game ends.
I mean, they might be even looking for the next starts. They are buffing up those minions. They're waiting and trying to get any stronger, but Flaxo still keeping strong, still staying as a team.
Ganks.
The Atakan is still there, might be expiring soon.
Ganks again on the front line, has to flash away, but the charm connects to the Hidan as well. He gets the safety. Trimby knocked down into the withdrawal from the Atakan buff and goes a little bit too far. The inhibitor just about stays alive. Kissy cannot find any more angles, so Fluxu stand firm and hold on to avoid the supers, at least in mid lane for now.
Trimby up and available. They tried to do exactly that. Just as the Atakan was expiring, they went in, maybe a little bit too afraid or disconnected, didn't get any kills for the trouble, only giving back, I don't know, how much is it, 150 gold? But now Hidan might be in trouble. It's still the season deceased and they're still not pulling the trigger.
He dropped the ward right there and does not get ulted by the Vi. He will be allowed to live for the time being, but VKS keeping the pressure up. Ganks trying to control that bot wave, heads back as well. And I'm looking for anything, some sort of glimmer of hope in the inventories, but they're on the 3-item mark. Marvin at least is 4 deep with an Infinity Edge. If he can get a good ultimate off, then there's value there, but Desamis still has the ultimate. Kissy still has the ultimate. Trimby as well. Marvin picking a spot to fight is very tricky.
Can I say I just hate rapid fire cannon over there? When will you auto attack? That's my question.
Well,
that's an excellent mate.
He used it to clear the wave and didn't even clear the whole wave, as now the fight is going on regardless. Trimby is going to fall down, but Geek's surely going to get chased down. Kissy, not a priority target for him. Hedan ulting onto Desamis. The Sterek shield doing a lot of work right there. Knockback is there for Fu, and he gets the killing spree as Bowl on the heels on frontline forces the Marvin flash. 3 versus 3. Kissy looking for more. 3 versus 4, I should say. Somehow Geeks managed to survive, and again the Cade Stars stall out at the gates.
Yeah, that's an excellent hidden play over there. He might be giving himself, but once again, you are zoning away one of the duo. Either the Vi or the Ahri can't really connect to your backline. Marvin needs to spend both of his summoners, but he stays alive, so that's a threat over there. And the game will go on. And now with the double Mega Minions, there's still the copium angle of not only we outscale, but we're getting more and more resources on the enemy team. Marvin level 18. Ooh, level 18. Ganks will slowly be getting towards that level 17 as well.
Rev, why is this a 40-minute game? why is this taking 40 minutes? I don't get it. It doesn't feel like there's been a moment where Fluxu's been in control of this game, and we're still here.
I mean, they're welcoming me.
I guess, yeah, that they just want to hang out with you for the longest time possible. Like, we want to keep this Revcast going along. Let's just hold the base. Don't make a play. Don't actually do anything. Just hold the base for as long as we can to keep Rev trapped here with us.
Yeah, just exist. Don't do anything. Well, why pull the trigger? Why fight a 0-4 Ambassador, right? You're not like a 4-item strong Aatrox with the Guardian Angel, so even a 1-for-1 would be excellent. Why be near the Baron as it spawns as the Vi? There's a very important red buff over there.
Super important. Essential red buff to be taken right here. Yeah. As the Baron is getting worked on Kissy. Bit of damage onto Geeks. That rip thrack with the Q does sting for the Alistair. Ganks trying to make a way in right here. Doesn't have the flash to get into the pit though. As Hedan trying to get onto Kissy. Big damage back from Fu. And do they have enough to seal the deal? Not quite. Kissy slips away. Ults over the wall. And with the arrow still alive, Fluxu are getting picked apart. Cade Stars. Finally, plays to be made, games to be won. 41 minutes in will seal the deal versus Fluxu.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kissy heard us and he's like, enough! I don't want to wait anymore for my jungle to find the angle. I am the angle. Gets the charm, gets the poke, gets the engage, does everything and even more, and secures the first win of the split for VKS.
Oh my word. Fu there walks out of this game 6-1-3 and was certainly trying on the Talia. Didn't feel like there was much damage coming through, but ultimately, I don't necessarily feel like there was much he could have done right here. As those fights, every time VKS, they just played them out better. They always ended up at the end of the play when the dust settles, walking away with an extra kill or an extra bit of map control, a turret taken afterwards, a dragon taken afterwards. They always had just that little bit more value coming out, that little bit higher performance. And that just kind of is indicative of the matchup between these two teams, right? Fluxu is the Academy roster with a new promoted Academy jungle, and VKS is part of the 5-year plan.
I mean, yeah, that's the copium angle over there. But honestly, considering that and considering the expectation, at least, placed by me, my delusional self, onto the VKS roster, I am not disappointed by Fluxu. They held up pretty nicely. Like, the gold rate was stable at 4K for, I don't know, 2 days or something. I certainly remember that 4K being there for a long time. They held their ground. They didn't do anything, but it wasn't their place to do anything as well. Oh, right? They waited for the Vi combo to falter so they could strike. Yeah. The only exception was that they didn't falter because they didn't really do it.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, they avoided leaving punishable windows in the early game, which is something most of our, the lower tier teams end up giving opportunities for teams to punish them. They either get too aggressive or they leave players, abandoned in lanes they're not safe in, they open up dive angles, these kind of things. Fluxy didn't do that. They did not leave open punishable windows. They ended up just coming slightly further behind, and only when it became a pitched battle did the actual difference between these teams show itself, which is quite a specific slice of the game. The rest of it being pretty darn solid. So certainly an improvement, I think we can say, for Fluxy W7M. We'll see how it continues against the rest of our teams, and we'll see if EKS can do this against other teams now as well. They have looked concertedly better than Fluxy, which is the minimum we would ask of them. Now we need to see where we can go from here.
I mean, sure. I would ask a little bit more. They got the W, so I'm not going to be too harsh on them because they escaped with that. But I expected more. Maybe I expected more because in my head, Fluxy is indeed a lower tier team. But maybe they can do the same versus, I don't know, Loud. Maybe they can do the same versus any other team. And if they manage to do the same, then who am I to judge? A W is a W.
It certainly is. W is a W. On that note, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in just a little while for the last game of the day. You mentioned Loud. We're going to have Red Canids versus Loud for the last game. So yes, that one was a little slow and steady. The next one absolutely will not be. There is 0% chance of that. So stick around, everyone, for the last game of the day after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. It is time for our last game of the night. Red Canids versus Loud. The Brazilian classic. You could maybe say Red Pain. You could maybe say Loud Pain. But right now, these teams have a lot of Brazilian players on them, and we expect a high standard of chicanery when this kind of thing happens.
I mean, yeah, usually you expect a match very unlike the previous one, right?
Yes.
Because the previous one was very, very chill. There was no defending lane. You just, okay, we'll outmarker you a bit by bit, and suddenly you're going to be blading goal. But no, we have players like Rance over here, the bot diff guy himself. We got players like Robo and Tinons, two very, very exciting, used to be Brazil representatives, especially in the world stage, who are here and have told us that they are playing always to win the lane, and we see Loud's roster as well. So I expect some high intensity laning, and as I say that, I'm very, very afraid that I might just jinx it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Robo and Tinons, Robo especially, tend not to disappoint on the laning side. The big changes for Loud, as astute viewers will have seen from Split 1 to Split 2, is the new jungle support that they brought in at the start of this year. Wiz and Winsome have both been dropped straight away. That change was canned. They had, what, 4 series cross-conference play, and that was it, and they've gone right back to a different pivot here. Shinny instead coming into the jungle, previously on Fluxu a couple splits ago, who had some good times and some bad times, I will say. It was a pretty mixed bag for him. And then Redbert coming back to Loud after a split away, did manage to win a title with them back in the last year, but was also part of the Loud roster that finally broke the championship streak and ended up losing in, I believe it was to Red Canids, in the lower bracket. So that is tough for Loud here. For me, I am a little shaken by this. The fact that they've dropped their previous strategy so instantaneously. They brought on Coach Aoshi as well to try and make that work. And I thought it could be a good direction for Loud, but the way they have just swung right the way back and then brought in these Brazilian talents instead, especially ones that didn't have the most successful last splits, does give me a little bit of pause for Loud's potential this split.
I mean, we can't really judge a player by their last split, right? We need to go through their whole performance. Maybe sometimes you go through a slump, maybe the team doesn't stick together. And what I see is that they have turned very deep into experience, right? Because if I remember my stuff correctly, Shinny was a very old player, like he was playing from 2021. He had a couple of splits under his belt before he retired. Redbird also has quite a few CBLOLs under his belt, the titles. He's been playing since, I don't know, 2016, 2017. I really don't remember, but it really shows to me that, hey, we need experienced players, and maybe some teams are going through developmental phases. They want to build to the future, but some teams maybe just be looking at short-term results, and this yells to me, I need a title right now.
Yeah, I think that this is, for me, probably the last iteration that we will see of this form of Loud is my prediction, because Root is going away to military service at the end of this year. Loud had an incredibly successful run with Root in the AD carry position, Tinons and Robo as that carry core, and I think if you lose Root and we don't find success with Shinny and Redbird here, I think it might be time to just pick a new direction, to move on to a new chapter for Loud as an org. They're one of the younger orgs in the Brazilian scene, but have already become one of the most successful, and I don't think they should get bogged down focusing on what used to work when, I'll be honest, the landscape is just very, very different now.
I mean, it is, but I also feel like they're victims of their own fame, right? Because when you do have one of the most pun-intended loud fan bases in the whole region, then sometimes you don't really have the most patient fans as well. So you can be going through the harsh reality of rebuilding and having 2-3 splits of being a mid to low tier team. You don't really have the opportunity to be the Fluxo of the region.
Yeah.
So I can see that. I really hope that this iteration of Loud has a lot of success, just for the sake of the organization itself. But I'd really love for them to start developing some new talents, some future faces, some new, I don't know, franchise players for the future, and not just go into the full old Wolves experience route.
Yes, for sure. But for Loud, at least, we'll have to see how they look, how this core of Root, Tinons, and Robo look, because ultimately, the success is going to live or die off these players. They are so impactful, they're so pivotal, and if they're all working well, this team becomes unstoppable, and they won 4 titles off the back of this formula. I think one of them with Bronze in the bot lane as well. But if we take a look at Red instead, Red Knits, because this is a team that, for me, is very, very interesting as well. And we still have Bronze, Frosty, FMB, but what is going on in mid lane? Grevthar and Aegis have both been benched. Grevthar has been playing, in the offseason, was moved to the Academy roster, and then just before we started this season, there was rumors that Doom had filled in for a scrim when Aegis couldn't play, and everyone had kind of had their heads put on a swivel going, actually, we really like how this guy plays. We really like how it feels when we play with Doom. And then 1 week later, Aegis, arguably the franchise player of Red Canids for the past years and years, has been subbed out for the Academy jungler Doom, who has barely been heard of in this scene. Complete rookie at the tier 1 level. That is a massive, massive shift. And for Red to do this in the best of 1 stage, when these matches are so important, you do not have a full double round robin to work through here. This is a big gamble. This is a very, very big gamble for Red.
It is. I really like the first direction because you are just bringing one new, very hype rookie. You try to develop them. That's, I think, the best way to go if you're not the greatest team already in the region and you need to make some changes, of course.
Yeah.
But sometimes miracles happen. I do remember Fnatic as well, where they just had a substitute for the top lane called Boipo, and he just had to fill for a couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Because Soas broke his wrist, and suddenly, boom, miracles happen. You're finding a new player who can create a lot of solutions. You can bring a new whole dimension to your way of playing, and suddenly you're finding more and more success. So I am very excited to see them giving him the opportunity that he might deserve. But I think that they're still also having Aegis on the back of their head, being like, okay, so if they start in a midway or in not the hypest way that they want to, they can still just hold the old dog back and be like, okay, please save the day. We just need to get the playoffs start.
Yeah, and then hopefully, they can still let him assist Doom and help him get acclimated into this team, because Aegis has been just a benchmark, a watermark for Brazilian jungle for so many years. He's such a versatile player, carries, enablers, bridgers, tanks. He can do it all, and has been doing it all on the highest stage, performing well at international events like MSI, acquitting himself among some of the best junglers in the world, which is something that historically Brazil has kind of struggled with. Players like Croc and Karaoke have looked a little bit lost, honestly, on the international stage. Aegis, to my mind, is the last time I can remember a Brazilian jungler looking good at international. But he's been put aside. It's time to see what Doom can do. Now, that's been paired with Mago in the mid lane. Jean Mago, as people might remember from solo queue, kind of a what could have been player from years past, who there was rumors of him being given an opportunity to play in pro and was going to debut a few years back, but was set aside with personal family troubles time and time again, always delayed and never able to actually have that debut moment. Now has been picked up by Red, who have chosen to move away from the Greftar Aegis combination, and they have two new rookies. Mago, complete pro play debut in tier 1, has previously played with someone like Flamenco Academy, back in the day, but this is a very, very big time for Mago to show us what he can do. We already saw a massive performance from Roamer, from Pain, another kind of debuting rookie mid laner in this scene in Split 1, or Split 2, I should say. So there is a lot riding on this mid jungle pivot for Red. It could elevate them back into the championship picture, or it could keep them kind of hunkered down in the 4th, 5th level, and that's certainly not what they want.
Kind of the leader of Brazil, I feel like, very, very same stories, same backgrounds at least, and also same style of playing. So very mechanical genius, likes to play all those high skill ceiling champions that don't really have a lot of success in competitive play. We'll see how much can he transition his playstyle, or can he bend meta do his playstyle, because there's also two sides of that coin. But he will transition meta. No, that's not my bad. I still was expecting red candies to be blue set.
But we are doing some interesting things in the draft phase. Once again, a lot of top lane focus on both sides of the draft. Rumble, Jax, Yone, Jace, Gwen, all removed. Sejuani as well. First pick Vi for Shinny, just going to play the most bog standard enabling jungler you can. Root Ezreal is a big one, and the Tinone's Blind Rise. That is a statement. We do not see Rise very often anywhere. Blind especially is certainly bold.
I mean, it is, but you're looking at Mago, right? So you're expecting that Irelia, which he flashed here, you're expecting something like that, and Rise really shines in all those kinds of champions, because you just, early on in the game, after like level 5, you look at the wave, and the wave, poof, it disappears. So you don't have to interact with them, you don't give them the opportunity of doing that montage play on you and calling synapse, and then suddenly you hit level 15, level 16 with Rod of Ages. You have so much mana, so much HP, so much everything, and you can just blow everyone out of the water. So considering their opponent, I really like that option from Tinones, but I'm still looking at Mago to prove me wrong and get an Azir or something, get something that can match Rise to the scaling and maybe to the sideline as well.
I would love an Azir, because I actually put Mago on my fantasy team. I had the option. I was gonna take Roamer or Mago, and I think Roamer would have been a great choice, as we saw, just I think undervalued. But I went for Mago because I think that Red, I thought they were gonna perform better in their week 1 matchups, because Pain has Isserus Estral and someone else pretty good next time, Loud, I think, right, who they didn't have a good record against, but I thought Red could do well, and I selected my champion that I thought Mago should play is Azir. So I would love to see that, especially in this matchup, as you say. I think it would do great work for what Red needs. They've gone for the Ambessa for FNB, which I think is a solid pick for him. Allows him skill expression, still solid in the team fights, though it is blind. They've done a little bit of work to take the Camille off the board. Aurelia removed by Loud as well. Clearly a Mago pocket pick in that mid lane. We do not see Aurelia very often. but it has been taken away, and we'll see what the choice for red is going to be. It looks like they might go back to that kind of standard Taliyah in the mid lane, just to maximize the utilization across the map, but not be too out of the ordinary, you know?
I mean, I've been glancing chat as well. I would hate Taliyah over here just because, yes, you need to take jungle. You need to still see where the Ryze is going, because Ryze could be going top. He's not too bad into Ambessa, or at least he would try and follow Ambessa around the map, because Ambessa could still be mid lane.
I'm not ready for Robo Rise again, guys. Real heads in the chat will know I do not want to see Robo Rise top again. I am traumatized from international play. Please don't do it to me, Loud. Do not do it to me.
I mean, sometimes, in order to get through your PTSD, you have to live through the situations as well. You know how they treat dog phobia? They put you in that room with dogs. They say the tarantulas.
Exposure therapy.
Now, yeah, getting into a room locked with Robo Rise, I think that's...
if I got locked in a room with Robo Rise, I could physically beat it to a pulp, which should tell you everything you need to know about Robo Rise. It is not so hot. What we do have that is pretty hot is we've got the Neferi coming out, which could go, to be honest, either mid or top or jungle. We're expecting it to be jungle, so a big swing for Doom. First professional tier 1 game going on to this red hot pick on the patch. It does end up being the Taliyah anyway in that mid lane position, as Robo opts for the Poppy himself. So Tinons will be piloting the Ryze this game.
Okay, first of all, let me say that Neferi was slightly nerfed, but I think in pro play those nerfs do tend to intensify, because you don't get all those angles anyway. People are way more aware of the positioning, so you don't get to actually get all those early kills and try to snowball. So I think they do matter, at least for pro play. In solo queue, she's still super broken. Then I need to say that the Taliyah angle versus the Ryze is fine, but I hate it in red can. It's income, because how are you setting up the Taliyah? Where's the crowd control for you to actually get that easy flank into your worked ground, easy way of dealing all that damage? Are you just waiting for a huge rel engage? Because apart from that, you might be having a couple of slows and nothing else. And usually, the Taliyah really thrives with a little bit of setup.
Okay, let's see how this is going to go. Red Kalunga versus Loud, everybody. A Brazilian matchup, if ever we saw one. Plenty of new information to get stuck into. Shinny and Redbert returning to the Loud lineup. Shinny, or Redbert returning, I should say. Shinny being added to that Loud lineup of INTZ Championship fame back in the day. Fluxu, kind of rockiness in the last time we saw him. And then on Red, we have the brand new rookie mid-jungle debut to replace some of the most well-known mid and jungle duos in Brazilian League of Legends history here in the LTA South. So, given that we have a Neferi jungle on one side and the Vi on the other, despite the nerf nature of Neferi, what is the goal for Neferi? To clue us all in how Neferi works. Nerfed as she is, how does this champion play the early game?
I mean, she really thrives in chaotic scenarios, right? She is an assassin in her core. She might be played as a fighter, because you're getting all those HP items as well, a little bit of a Black Cleaver, maybe a Death's Dance, I want to say Syzygy, but that used to be the upgraded name. It's Eclipse as well. It gives you the shield, so you're getting all those extra stats to try and survive some of those fights. But you do want to go in and finish off champions and try to facilitate dives, because you do have that new and upgraded W, which also not only gives you invulnerability, it kills the turret shot that was traveling to you.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter if the turret shot just started, it kills the turret shot. And Dinan, oh no, he's face shaking, but he should be fine because there's no crowd control.
Yep, he is going to walk away. He's going to be able to heal as the Neferi dogs suffer under the turret shot, but Tionon's in a little bit of bother there. Top laners are aware that they are both present. Red taking an early aggressive stance and not wasting time to put some damage down.
Okay, now that I have a little bit of time, can I say that I very much prefer Loud versus Red? Yeah, it seems so. I very much prefer Loud versus Red as the big Brazilian rivalry, just because of their color schemes.
Yes, it is good. It is
if
very
we were
dynamic.
To add the third team, if we were to add the third team, since it's nowadays LTA South and not CB Low, instead of pain gaming, can I suggest Leviathan?
Yeah, can we have a blue one?
Yeah.
Just to have primary colors,
Yeah.
and we can do a little color wheel. Yeah, let's just.
You can do the Pokemon matchups as well. So.
Yes, exactly. I need to have my my aesthetic aligned, please, if we're going to have this classic matchup. I think given that, well, for right now, Pain has kind of ascended a little bit, right? They are now championship contenders. They just beat Isrus Estral. They just laid out Isrus Estral in the first game, and they are looking to try and hunt back for a championship, whereas Red and Loud are both down in the middle of the pack now because they're seeing big changes. They're trying to get back on course to return to the championship fight so they can scrap it out and have a real Brazilian punch-up without necessarily being, having the soul of the region on the line. So this is a good classic Brazilian matchup for us right now, and they actually are some of the most Brazilian teams that we have, right? Red is all 5 Brazilian players. Loud is 4 out of 5 with Root as a Korean import. So it doesn't get much more Brazilian than this. Only FourY, I think, also has a 5 stack of Brazilian players.
And it's also a very nice matchup for both of them to start because you're not playing versus the biggest of dogs, at least in the tier list of most people, and you do get to try yourself. You're not playing versus Flux as well, where it's almost always fake data. Even if you do suck, it may not show. So it's a very good starting point for both of those teams to see where they actually stand, and also to have a couple of those weaknesses exposed even if they win, so that they can then go and watch those weaknesses and have some very productive VOD reviews, because there are some other matches where everything gets blown out of proportion 5 minutes in and there's nothing really to review. The match is over by minute 3.
Yeah, it's just kind of good. Well, we messed up that lane. We messed up the early game. Let's just move on. Let's not waste time going through every second of it, watching every single fight we get blown out in, but, let's just move on from there. So we'll see what they can really take away from this one. I think, for me as well, obviously I'm expecting Red to be quite a different beast, because that central mid-jungle pivoting duo is now completely different. We know that FNB is very comfortable on an island and can be weak-sided without a problem. Brunsey and Frosty are a strong 2v2. They are used to getting resources. Like, Brunsey is normally the Zeri player, the on-hit Varus player, the Aphelios player. He is someone who is used to being invested in as a win condition. Now Red has Margo in the mid lane, who is used to stomping solo queue games, to being a carry player himself, to being someone else that demands and earns resources invested. So, and then they have Doom playing Neferi, for goodness sake. So, how they allocate that resource across the map is going to be very interesting to me, and how Brunsey and Frosty are going to adapt as a lane duo, given this change of dynamic across the Rift.
And how can they also manage the expectations and stress of being in pro play, because solo queue is a very different beast, especially for Mago, and since you're mechanical, you're playing all those AD picks, you are very used to just having leads, and when you have leads, like psychologically you play different, you play way more confident, you have way more serotonin. If something happens in competitive and you start out on the wrong foot, you need to be tenacious. Have you shown that? He still hasn't been tried, at least in tier 1. So it still remains to be seen if he will be able to survive that, because there's a lot, like a huge list of great mechanical and solo queue players who just can't survive, especially in the middle. Like I told about Leader before, and Magifelix, consistently number 1 in EOS in multiple roles, never was able to survive competitively. And I think that most of them have an issue, a mental issue of surviving the stress of a tier 1 competition.
Yeah, it is such a different beast for sure. It's so much more, a more complex array of information that you're kind of filtering through, because, in solo queue, there's only so much you can control, and all the most successful solo queue players will agree that focus on what you can control, not on what you can't. But in a pro play match, you as a team are in control of everything. You have all the information across your 5 players. It's about how you share it, how you accumulate it, and how you interpret it. So there is so much more going on there that you need to be a part of, and you want to be just pushing for that individual excellence that you're used to showing, that people want to see from you, that they now expect from you, because that's what they've seen from you on the solo queue ladder. You want to show that, but you have to filter that through a much more complicated system that I think is very hard to adapt to.
And also, you can give up. I can solo queue.
Yeah,
Other
you
players
can't just FF.
FF.
Can't just FF.
Yeah, you
No.
either FF or you give up, like, mentally. Even if you can FF, you can go through the motions, but still haven't given up.
Yeah.
In pro play, it shows. If you ever give up mentally, it does show. It creates a lot of disappointment, it creates a lot of tension with your team, and they're not just 4 random players that you got into your team at 2:30 a.m. in the morning.
Yep.
So you have to play with them again. You have to go through that. This will be shown in the VOD reviews. It will be spoken about, and it's gonna be at least very, very awkward.
Yeah, you need to be able to have a difficult conversation sometimes, right? You need to be able to work through a problem together, come out of it stronger, and not have it kind of break that bond. And that is something that I think that the backroom aspect of Brazil and the CBLOL at least, and now feeding through into the LTA South, has always been a little bit of a sticking point. It's been a little underdeveloped and a bit of a drawback for this region, I think, where either there's a lack of discipline, something that Jose Diodo flagged up about scrim culture in Brazil and in the LTA South, about how it was not where it needed to be, or there is just too much drama going on as kind of the INTZ kind of meltdown with Aoshi and the rest of how that kind of organization dropped off the face of the earth as the INTZ fans will remember. So the backroom needs a lot of work for the LTA South. We're still working on it, but we are at least back onto the Rift Rev for Loud versus Red.
Yeah, and the teams are working through their laning phases. I guess that's also part of the South American culture, you know, when you're more passionate, also comes with that. Usually you're not the calmest, most collected people, and this tends to have their advantages. You can see that, especially with the Korean culture, with the scream culture, where you take everything as serious as possible, and that does tend to show. An early engagement here, I don't think there's going to be too much damage, especially since you can't really commit too hard without your battle dance.
Yeah, Root on the Ezreal is something I'm very excited to see as well. The Root Ezreal really excelled in Split 1. Loud had a rocky split there, but Root on the Ezreal was absolutely inspired. Love to see that for him. So while we still have him down here, love to see him on picks like this. As we see Mago trying to trade into Tinones, who will happily farm away on the Rise. You know, this is not the strong part of the game for Rise. He will just be trying to get to that Rod of Ages, trying to get to the tier, the Seraph's upgrade as soon as possible when that champion really starts rolling.
I mean, it's not the strongest part of the game for any of those champions. Taliyah as well, especially with the itemization that most people go for her, because when she's being played jungle, you see like the real alpha Taliyah energy. You're just building Luden's companion into Shadow Flame, into just going and trying to make somebody blow up. When you're playing mid lane, you're going for the Archangel stuff, just slowly stack that tier, getting maybe a Lian Restorement, and suddenly, okay guys, maybe 35 minutes in the game, I'll be scaling up.
Yeah, perhaps, if I feel like it. You know, for now, I'll see you guys later.
No pressure.
Don't be asking me for things, because I do not have it.
Rise, the same. He really needs a lot of mana. He already started stacking it. No tier start, starting with the refillable potion plus the mana crystal, the what's it called? Why am I?
Tier? The Mana Crystal?
Sapphire crystal?
Oh, yeah.
Sapphire. Nobody calls it sapphire crystal. No, I got stuck on it. But
I've
yeah,
never heard that in my life.
You just need a lot of time. So we're gonna see Tinones maybe do the old.
Are we 2v2ing for this?
The boots.
Okay, we're contesting the camp right now. Kind of split between two sides. Shiny walking away with a couple of dogs in the pocket. But I'm fascinated as well by the blind pick of this Rise, because this was like, it was fairly early in the draft as well, right? They didn't even know. They didn't know the Fury was there. Taliyah was there. I think it was like sort of second rotation for Tinones, and opting into this pick that is so unseen right now, especially blind, kind of without your comp or theirs locked in. It makes me wonder what Tinones knows that I don't. You know, why is he so confident in this champion pick?
Yeah, we never know what goes on in scrims. It might be a Lucian situation where it's a scrim god champion, suddenly he can scale up or get accelerated very, very heavily in the mid game, and you get 3 items 20 minutes in, dominate the whole game. Or it could be something that works specifically into Red Canids, because you know they're champos.
Yeah, and I love the little aggression by FMB there, trying to make that one stick. And from what we saw in the bot lane as well, that backstep from Frosty out of the grand entrance, and then for Brunsey putting the damage down. Lovely bit of footwork there from the red support. This is one of our developing talents who is a little further down the pipeline now. We have seen Frosty debut for Red, and they have committed to this player over several splits, and we have been seeing, to my mind, fairly consistent improvement split on split, and this duo of Brunsey and Frosty is becoming very, very strong, and into Root and Redbert, they're handling this very, very well, despite the fact that they're the ones being aggressed on, comfortably up in CS, and they're managing the trades well too.
I mean, they should as well. They got the aggressive bot lane, hypothetically. The Rakan is looking for those angles. He's a very slippery champion, but usually you don't tend to win into a Comet Varus. You don't tend to win into an Aftershock Rail who can get all those shields, get all those extra resistances just by stealing them from you. Let's not forget that that passive is actually super broken if she can land a couple of auto attacks into you, especially early on in the game where you don't really carry a lot of armor anyways. So I like to see that Redbird tries to get those angles, but normally they should try to stay at least even in the game.
Looks like we are going to go for the standard Grubs Dragon trade. Mountain for Red, 3 Grubs for Loud. We have not seen too much out of the Nefiri just yet. Vi, of course, would love to get to level 6 and they can start committing heavily to the plays. Nefiri, I mean, I would assume not as reliant on the ult, but of course it does give you that extra mobility and just makes that long fight kind of generally stronger. You know, it's not like an individual massive piece of CC or something like this, but it does make the champion a lot more deadly in the fight.
Robert tries to commit, still has that ultimate. He's very aware of Brunce's cooldowns being all up and available, but gets ulted on.
Oh, the flash over the poppy ult from Brunsey! I am so devastated he doesn't get the kill, because that was sick. It's not enough to win the 1v1, but certainly puts Robo on notice.
Oh, that was a pixel perfect flash as well. FNB tries to trade some HP, then Nefiri is there, Doom is waiting.
Yeah, trying to bait them
in the corner.
Here's the Ezreal ultimate. Commits the ultimate, misses the public execution. It's a very thin line skill shot. You kind of have to hope they step the right way. Now Frosty and Doom can reveal themselves. They'll simply back away. So Red not able to find a couple of kills, but threatening on either side of the map.
And I'm very, very happy that those teams try to make plays at all lanes. Even in mid lane, Tinons is always trading aggressively. Mago tries to get the trade as well. And you see them being active on the map. They are actively trying to win the game instead of trying to not lose.
Yes, they are really trying to make their individual presences known, at least from that Red side. Not able to get the kills, but I love where their head's at. They're going to get that plate in the top side. Brunsey happy to recall and continues to maintain a small lead over Root. Is going for the lethality this game as well, which is interesting. I thought he might go for the on-hit here into the Vi Poppy, and the Rai is obviously not a hugely long-range champion, but Brunsey still going to give himself that safety and the opportunity to stand back if needed.
Yeah, I like it in this game because you're going to really want that first reset. You want to try and enable Doom. You get those ultimates time and time again, all that reset, so he can jump into the enemy backlane, follow the Ezreal, follow the Rise. I think he can follow through the ultimate if it's timed properly. Really weird timing, but still possible.
Yeah, as long as he's flying towards him, right? I think it will just keep the champion position will change and he'll get it done. So could be some interesting interactions there as we go. As Frosty, Brunsey, and Doom, I think, looking to potentially pull a dive onto Root, who does have all the summoners on the Ezreal and is starting to try and back away, but does he get the chance? In comes the W, the cleanse, the flash, the E. No stun from Frosty's Rel, and Redbert's there to support. They'll back away towards the tower, but both summoners ripped out of Root's hands.
Very close. They are still trying to aggress, trying to use that Nefiri angle, but she's still not as strong as she'd like to be. Only the pickaxe picked up.
Shinny.
And now Shinny is coming. Maybe they're looking for the counter engage. Brands, no flash.
Oh, he's going to get caught up right here. Shinny's in range to ult. The flash in from the Vi just to make sure. And the red bot lane, they hang around too long and give it the first blood.
Yeah, there were so many options for Red Canids to get that first blood, but they did not manage to. And Shinny, he does not forget, he does not forgive. He knows he's looking to trade all that HP.
Shinny doesn't have the flash of the ultimate, can't get in range right now, but Tinons took a fat chunk of damage to try and force that play. Margot still able to disengage.
Now the game starts to get blown up, and I think that if they manage to secure those first item spikes with that first blood, and Shin should be able to get that Sundered Sky, that means that the next objective fights should be going in their favor. The next Rake and the grabs are disconnected by half a minute, and I think that's barely enough to try and start scrapping away. Maybe they want to avoid it until the Ezreal gets his Triforce, or even Denounce completes his Road of Ages, but I think it's a pretty nice angle to start fighting, especially if Robo managed to scrap his, I think it's 700 gold needed to complete his Thunder Sky as well. He's not going full tank.
Yeah, Doom working on those grubs on the top side. Dragon not quite spawned just yet. Margot rotated up to deal with Robo. Gonna happily shove that Poppy in. Working on a Sundered Sky of their own by the look of it, with a tier coming through. FNB possibly on the receiving end of a dive. Frosty's trying to get in range to help, and Shinny is there. Doesn't connect with the Vault Breaker. Lovely double stun from Frosty, actually. Prevents Redbird following up. And Rel will crash down over the wall to get to safety. Robo trying to force a play. Very aggressively forcing a play onto Margot. Ooh. Dodges out the threaded volley. Gets another Q down. And low-key has stayed even with a trade with Talia.
I mean, low-key stayed even in the trade with Talia where he high-key plays weak side.
Yeah.
The whole squad of his team are forcing, or at least threatening a dive on the bot side, and no, he's there trading.
Assault, massive damage actually onto Redbird. In comes Doom. Brunsey with the final credit. Now Shinny on the wrong side of town has to commit aggressively with the ultimate, but there's nothing Root can do. Robo just solo kills Margot in top lane, by the way, but don't let that distract you from the double kill for Brunsey.
No, you know what? I'm gonna let that distract me because it was very entertaining. Robo, very Chad. He trades in the weak side. The moment the enemy jungle shows himself on the other side, while Denounce escapes with his ultimate, the moment Doom shows himself on the other side, he's like, okay, your trial of living is now expired. Prepare to die.
Okay, we're gonna see a replay of it. Both flashes were burned here, so I guess he just catches him on the greedy recall.
Yeah, I think there's the ultimate. No flash on the ult, just flashes. Ooh. There's the buckle, getting the shield, sending a message. The
swag walk away buckler kill. Love that for Robo. The Robo Poppy continues to deliver, and this just seems like Redbird's just caught too aggressively in the river and doesn't respect the damage that Brunsey and Doom can lay down.
I mean, yeah, Brands was there, hidden in the control ward vision denial. So very nice ultimate usage, getting Redbirds out. Redbird still had the heal. I think he didn't expect to die from the bleed damage. But still very nice pickup. Sydney tried to help his teammate, and you never try to help your teammates.
that's the first lesson. Margot knows, all right? From solo queue, never help your teammates, okay? That's a fool's errand right now. It's the knockback, the CC chain. Oh my goodness, the Varus arrow absolutely murked Redbird for the second time.
I mean, that Varus arrow, I think, hit him IRL. Because it hurt like hell, and Rob also hurts like hell.
Oh, FNB getting locked down by the Poppy. Does have the Eclipse done, but Poppy's got the Sundered Sky and can take those long fights happily.
Yep. The Sundered Sky works wonders over there. FNB needs to spend his ultimate in order to get some sort of lifesteal. Also gets the armor penetration as well. Still, the Poppy very strong early on, and I think with the pickup of those fighter items, she can stay strong and more reliable in actually threatening your backline for way longer in the game. So I very much like this itemization from Loud's top laner.
Going in for that Demolish proc to get these plates working down. FNB wants to trade, but the grass procs, the Poppy Buckler passives hitting hard for Robo. Looking very comfortable in this side lane, building up a decent gold lead against FNB, who's going to be shut down for a while on this Ambessa. As Red rotating up to top side instead, see if they can get something going right here. Tino's happy to pick that wave up. Rod of Ages has been completed for him. The tier almost fully stacked up. Once he gets that Seraphs completed, he's going to go straight into Archangels.
Now we have a dead even game in our hands, by the way. 3 grabs for both teams, 2 Drakes for Red, so they have that pressure point at least. They have a very strong Varus to try and threaten it with, especially if he managed to catch out Redbird. I don't want to say anyone else because Tinons has a lot of HP already on his belt, and Road has the cleanse, but if you catch Redbird, you see how his HP melts from just a single piercing arrow.
Yeah, Doom and Frosty getting aggressive onto Root right here. There goes those Neferi damage. The pack of dogs chewing away at him. Has to step back. The Varus arrow for good measure. And Red will take some control of that bot side jungle. Robo's going to rotate through right here. This is a strong member of the Loud lineup. Blast cones himself to safety. Hextech portal out of there for Red. It is the Hextech Soul in this game with 2 dragons already stacked up for the Canid. So they're going to be happy with that RNG for them this game. And I expect we'll see them playing pretty heavily around this Dragon Pit as Margot under aggression right now. The 3-person dive. Nowhere to go as FNB are TP'd in. Commit's actually quite deep in the public execution. How did Shinny not get out in that rise ult? Flashes in the way of the Vault Breaker as Brunsei Zara seals the deal.
Oh, I think I have the answer on why. I think I have the answer, and there's a lot of deep lore for me for that, because the first game I ever casted in a studio was in Greek, and it was a Misfits Fnatic game.
Yeah.
With a lot of chrono breaks.
Yeah.
Ultimate, I think we're going to have a dive.
Oh, hang on a second, FNB. Pretty close under the tower. Frosty's there, and Doom around the corner. They can look for the 2v3 right now, but a TP coming in. Red kind of needs to back away. Frosty and FNB not looking that healthy. Doom, though, uses the ult to dodge out the grand entrance. And will scamper to safety with the pack of dogs in tow.
Okay, so everyone managed to escape, so I can go back into my low drop. So
Yes.
how the Rise Ultimate works, it has a very weird mechanic. If you're just outside the Rise Ultimate, but you have shown, as Riot says, intent of going in, so you're right-clicking in. Never mind, Rob was getting... No, it's fine. Okay, so you have shown intent of going in, you are traveling with. But if you're in the ultimate, even quite in the ultimate, and show intent of going out, you're not traveling.
It will leave you behind as Margot aggressed on by Robo, but here come the cavalry. Doom and FNB gonna make sure this deal is sealed. The Fury knocked away. A flash in from Margot, and Robo steps away, and ult and a summoner gets him out of there.
I mean, he managed to escape the tower, will not, but the rest of his team can actually start to do something proactive on the other side. So that's not all lost. I think it's a very nice deal for the side of Loud, who still might have to abandon the Rift Herald, but will not give out the shutdown that Robo carries on his name.
Brunsei and Frosty taking aggressive positions in the river. They really want to fight for this dragon. Remember, the Hextech Soul will be a great place for them to head into the mid game with. Frosty on the front line. Locked up by Tino. His flashes in though. Caught him slipping. And the damage is massive. First one for Doom on the board. And the mid laner for Loud disappears before the fight can even start.
When you're playing into a choke point and into not a lot of vision, that's an excellent way to get punished by a Rel, by a Varus, and by a Talia.
Frosty getting chunked down. Robo on the front line again. But this time there's a lot more red members. And Nefiri snaps up a second.
I think Loud's members are also very red because their blood is all over this river. 3 to 6 soul point, a very early soul point connected by the red Canids. That's a huge pressure point that appears in 5 minutes time. So let's watch the replay. Tinounce thinks he's getting somebody in, but Frosty flashes in there. I really like the preemptive W from Mago. He had so much trust for his support that he managed to connect into it, and there's no answer from Rise. And now Robo, you escaped once, but I don't think you can escape forever since you don't really have any summoners anymore.
Shinny is baffled right now and heads in over the river. You could see him maybe looking for an angle onto Brunsei, but holds the ultimate. Brunsei flashes into the pink warded brush and just cannot present a good target right there. We do see some turrets falling on either side of the map right now, but Red opening up a 1,000 gold lead with the Hextech Soul to play for, crucially, in 4.5 minutes time. So Loud a little bit disconnected and not on the same page, whereas Red are running like a well-oiled machine so far.
Yep, and they have some huge spikes coming up. Ambessa 2 items, Fury 2 items, 2 items for the Varus who just upgraded the Muramana. So right now he's gonna hit like a truck even without all those blight stacks. And they will be looking to play aggressively. We see Frosty together with Doom always lurking outside the enemy jungle, always placing some more aggressive vision, and that's what I like to see. Shinny, he's not playing a very tanky champion, he's playing an aggressive champion, and now you can get those instincts and punish them.
Red trying to get a push down in this mid lane. Brunsei on the Varus, 3-1-3, 2 items deep, 1.3k ahead of Root. Still a massive AD carry threat in the region.
Yep.
Players like Titan are still around. Root has been an essential part of Loud's success over the years, but Brunsei has never really had that dip. He struggled in the high pressure moments, but but generally speaking, is such a valuable member of the team as Frosty with an absolutely
Look at
vicious
Frosty!
flank. A vicious flank on the rail as the rest of the team comes in. Doom is in, tries to get away, slips away with not much HP, but Brunsey's already found the credit, dives back in as the double secured for the Varus. Red, lovely play into the jungle, take Loud down and peel towards mid.
Oh, and Robo will teleport away. He will manage to escape, but that's a huge cooldown. And look who spawned. Atakan is in the area. Red paint the town in their colors, and they come to collect their bounty.
Absolutely from Red. Love that positioning. This has been a game and a half from Frosty, everybody. 1-0 and 5. Excellent in the lane. Great setup in the fights. Finding the beautiful angles, and Red will be rewarded with a big objective lead and the gold to go with it. This Red Canid's new iteration coming out the gates hot, as we'll see a replay of that fight.
I really liked how well they keep their trigger discipline, because look, Frosty's there for so long, and Robo has been fighting with FNB, but no, they're waiting for the perfect angle. They're getting 3 people in, and Nafiri is a champion, because how can you escape from that when you're assassin? You're also getting the reset, you're getting the second kill, you're getting so much from Robo as well, who has only the flash to work with, no more teleport, so they can't really play on the counter side of the map with 2 people. Only T-Nouns can really afford to play cross map.
Yeah, he's got those 2 items done with the Merc Treads as well. He's pretty resilient on this rise. He can rotate quickly, but so far we've not been able to see much room for the rise to play, as the damage charts tell a story. Brunsey on the Varus way ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, he is hurting like hell.
Brunsey with a face check is going to get locked up. He can take the damage for now as Margot rotating in. Brunsey actually on the wrong side of the wall. Cannot quite commit. Tinone's ulting to safety. Brings Redbird with him. So Loud get away happy, but they will lose the vision in that brush.
I mean, 3 ults for 1, I think, or at least for 2.
Oof.
Really happy. Oh, that was so close. I really like the aggression from Red. They do have the voracious Atakan, so they need to look for those angles, at least for now, because in 30 seconds time, they can't really do it before the Drake spawns.
FNB trying to hold this brush right now. Robo instead moving into the river. Red are scattered right now. Frosty trying to come out the base. Margot would love to get this top wave pushed in. Does have TP if required. FNB wants to contest. Loud right now. Does not get stunned against the wall. Robo doesn't find the right angle. Brunsey flashes away from Redbird. Clipped by the Ezreal ult. But the rest of this fight is splitting apart. Root on the flank doing decent damage to Doom. And FNB still working it over Robo, who has to flash out. Now Margot arrives and Loud have peeled back.
And they still have the voracious Atakan, so they don't really care about peeling back themselves. They can play for the Drake, and let's not forget, that's the soul if they manage to secure it. Shinny has so much pressure on his shoulders. He has the Wraith Herald. Maybe try to pressure with that, but if he does not steal that Drake, they are in dire straits.
Hextech Soul on the table. Brunsey flashless after that initial play. Redbird as well, though. Shinny would love to get onto that critical Varus. Brunsey has so much of the gold lead for Red. Kind of akin to Kissy in the last game for VKS. This Varus is essential to the damage profile. Shinny's in. There he goes onto that critical target. The follow-up from Redbird. Robo's there too. Can they get the kill? Brunsey getting aggressed on. He barely slips away as Doom picks up some credit. But Red, they're not done yet. Robo's still aggressive. The Ezreal ult skates past the Varus, but cannot secure the kill. A re-engage from Margot as Robo does his best to dip and dive, but will still be destroyed in the red topside, and they managed to survive the aggression, but it's so close.
Yeah, but how they threw everything and the kitchen sink onto Brands, and Brands just refused. He's still there. He was filled with determination, and he managed to survive, deal a lot of damage, and win the fight for his team. Let's look at this once again, because Loud had one plan and one plan only. Go onto Brands, close their eyes and pray. Robo misses with that critical ultimate, and then they're all on the enemy backline. That's the most Aaron fight I've ever seen in my life, leaving Mago on the side, just dealing with T-Nouns. And they don't manage to connect with anything lethal. They just give away 2 more deaths, they give away the soul, and now I'm not sure they have any more in them. How are you coming back from this?
You can see him wagging the finger. No, no, no. Nice try, but you can't take me down like that. The team is ready to bail him out, to be the support that Brunts needed. Once again, Red Canids, they know where their carry is, and it's in the bot lane. Tinone's ults to safety. Red making aggressive tracks into the topside jungle for Loud right here, grabbing the Scuttler, and the Baron is a very real possibility. The Hextech Solo's on deck. Red are super strong.
Yeah, and I wanna look at Brunts' poke. I know it's no Infernal Rake, but still all that extra static effect, all of those extra slows helping you connect with your piercing arrows must feel very nice and must commence his confidence as well, because look, there's no Hedge of Night. He just built the most aggressive damage items possible.
They've gone for the top lane push instead. FNB is keeping an eye on the mid lane and this river entrance, but Margot and Brunsey are working on this top lane tower. Margot's going to pick it up. Loud don't quite have the push they need right now. And Red so far, one up in the objectives. They're going to be able to hold on to the mid lane tower, but Loud, is there an angle to make a play right here? Brunsey still without the flash, but there's just no way in. Brosty looks for the engage, but doesn't find it. Going to take a lot of damage in return as Margot throws out a Weaver's Wall to try and break the kids up. Shinny Vault Breaker's in. Caught up, though, by the Varasol, not back by Margot. The stacks up from Varus are there. Q's the safety. Red and Loud break apart. Some limps, but no deaths.
A very, very close fight from both sides. Both FNB and Frosty on away limping, but same can be said about Shinny and Robo. Nobody wanted to full-on commit because the Baron is up and both teams have a say on that. Maybe Loud have a little bit more of a say because they have more of a traditional ADC, and Brands with a lethality Varus is not the best of this big neutral objective taking.
He's just running at RoboRev. He's just running at him, and there's nothing he can do about it. He just ran at him and killed him, and nobody could say anything about it.
I mean, that's Bob Gap. They said in the chat, it's when your bot laner gaps the enemy top lane. That's Bob Gap. Brand 6, 1, and 5. What a beast.
Oh my goodness. Brunsey is rolling in this first game. A split 2 for Red Canids. Now the Baron has been started up. Loud were trying to tentatively find some vision, but there's just no control. Robo is their best face checker, and the guys watching the gray screen right now. Shinny just does not have a good way in. He does have a Hextech portal to try and go for a Hail Mary. Comes over now behind the pit. Let's see if he can try and swivel Red's head right now. They need to keep track of this guy. Frosty catches on top of him. He's going to get to the pit. Not quite. Doom picks it up. Shinny effectively hindered by Frosty. Could not get in range for the steal.
Oh, and Doom managed to secure it. It was so close. Shinny had the flash. But Frosty, after a couple of bursts engaged, remembers that he's just the goat of that. Managed to stick on the enemy jungle, not giving him any angle. And now, with the Soul, with the Baron, the next 2.5 minutes should be Red Canids' playground, in which they should pry open the enemy base. I don't think that this Baron will be the end-it-all Baron, unless they manage to find a dive, but it should be the open the game so wide Baron that there's no return.
And they're already 8k up. If this isn't a wide open lead with a Hextech Soul, I don't know what is, but this should make it insurmountable. Robo trying to pick up some gold on the map by pushing in that top wave. Red currently not sending anyone back, are trying to focus on this push, but they're losing the waves here. Brunsey at least escorting in bot, but they don't have the fastest aggression onto the base for Loud, and Robo's going to get something there.
I mean, you're trading it hard, but I want to see a dive attempt over here. Now that Robo will need at least 4 seconds to reconnect. He doesn't have the teleport, never mind, that's 10 seconds plus to reconnect. So just try and pry enemy open. Magos getting in some.
Shinny and Tinone's coming through, but the Rise ult did not come through. Cancelled, I have to assume, as Shinny trying to get back to the tower as the bot lane dive has come out. Redbert as the first casualty. The next is Shinny in mid. And that's what Red needed. That's the window. They're going to crack this bot in here. They've got a mid lane wave to rotate to as well. If they don't just go for the kill right now. W from Robobox. Both Margot and Doom. As Talia gets hammered down to the grey screen. Robo still making his presence known. First base turret falls. The inhibitor in mid lane is going to be under fire right now. Red still with the Baron. Still with the Hextech. Looking for threatening moves right now.
Going for the inhibitor as well. Robo is trying to threaten. He gets chained.
Oh, he tries to get in the range, but ends up getting knocked back. Has the flash to safety. FNB looking to punish. There it is. Frosty picks up the credit this time. As Brunsey now once again sees nothing to stand in his way. Loud can do nothing to stop this. Varus, he flashes in. Doesn't find the kill, but he still takes control as the Baron waves sweep in. Shinny off the fountain, trying desperately to protect his last turret. Doom is in. Uses the ult to get to safety. Root is standing tall, finds one kill, but they're isolated by FNB, and a valiant defense from Loud ends in tragedy as Red lock up a dominant victory against Loud.
That's a supreme display of dominance, Red. They took no prisoners. They only left behind the bodies as Loud looks very quiet in the first game of this split too.
They really do. This does not look like a well put together Loud. There is work to be done in the Loud camp right now as Red Canids come off the starting block sprinting. They are looking great right now. This new mid-jungle duo, rookie debuts, slotted in perfectly. They look like they've been there for years.
I mean, you know that Canids are like, I think they're dogs.
They
right?
are dogs.
So you're getting
Yes.
Nafiri. You're giving them Nafiri. Double dog combo.
Yeah.
I mean, they have that dog in them and they really showed it.
That was the first mistake when they gave the dogs to the Canids. Absolutely. You've got to be aware of that one, Loud. That's simple. That's draft 101. Okay, that's draft 101. You do not give the dogs to the dog team. And that was crazy. So Doom picks up this Nefiri, nerfed but still heavily bannable, very kind of prioritized still on this patch.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a rocket fuel start. It was a nice slow kind of measured move. But once he started to get those kills, and when the fights were coming out, he was putting down so much damage on this champion and always squeaking away with a little bit of health to spare just to make sure he's not given a shutdown over.
I mean, yep, they found that aggression. That's what I really liked about them as well. They were looking for that aggression Loud as well, but that also means that they also showed more weak spots in their armor, and they were really taken advantage of by the Red Canids, and it was a very nice play from them, especially considering that they haven't played with the mid-jungle duo before. They're both kind of rookies, so it's a great start.
Yeah, for Margot, it was fine, right? It wasn't like the game wasn't about him, and he was doing a decent job on the Talia, getting good seismic shoves, following up on the Frosty engages, using the Weaver's Wall as necessary. So not a fireworks kind of spectacle of a first game for Margot, but serviceable absolutely. And when you have a team with Brunsey on it, that's kind of all you need a lot of the time from your mid laner, is just to be serviceable. That's why Grevthar works so well in this team, is because he was willing to sack his own game to elevate the carries on the team. Now, Margot isn't necessarily sacrificing his game to the same degree, but he's doing his job and he's putting Brunsey in a place to succeed.
I mean, yeah, and also considering that he used to be the egotistical quote-unquote solo queue player, that's some great growth already from him, because I did not expect from him to just bust out the Irelia, bust out the Zed, the Yasuo, the Yone, and start flexing on people. Yeah. Because that's not what competitive is all about. But this, showing that he can even go down, because he was pressured, he was taken advantage of in the early game. Yeah. And still, he bounced back. He was always there for the team, played side lane pretty nicely. I have now some I don't want to say great yet, but I have some good expectations of him. Yeah,
I think we have to be very happy with how Red started this season for sure, with the way they dealt with Loud and managed the threat the threats that Loud have. I think they've got to be very confident with that one, and we can look forward to their game tomorrow as well. That is going to wrap us up, though. It's just a 4-game day now in this new iteration of the LTA South. Our 4 best of ones have concluded. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow on Sunday. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Captain Flowers viewers who joined and stuck around. We love to see it. We always appreciate rates from the Cap. And for everyone else who just wanted to tune in for some good old-fashioned LTA South, thank you so much as well. If you like what you see here, we are, of course, just an unofficial stream here. We are a co-stream. We are no longer an official English broadcast, but we very much appreciate your support. If you want to follow, if you want to subscribe, use your primes, we appreciate every single bit of it. So thank you so much, even just for your eyes, as we love to cover this region. We do have a Twitter. You can follow us on at LTA South on Twitter. You can join our community Discord, where we discuss the games, the players. We will discuss a bit of LTA fantasy as that keeps going as well. We do have a podcast as well that we take questions from there. So there's lots of ways for you to get involved with us and with the region that we all enjoy covering so well together. So thank you, Rev, for joining us. Wonderful to have you on the product now as well. Like, two very disparate games to start off with. Two very, very different affairs as your first foray into LTA South. But we'll be looking forward to see much more of you. And I can't wait to get stuck into it as well. So for now, good night, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And we will see you back here tomorrow for day 2.